attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal and you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GS
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Volchula.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the leg down. Can you look down the Wish Cash? He has a little bit of health left. Oh! What HP left. I know it's
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Welcome in, Pokemon fans, to our trading card game regional championships here in beautiful Vancouver, Canada. Very excited to see what's going to take place this weekend. It's a little rainy, a little chilly outside, but the action is surely heating up here in the tournament hall. My name is Chip Ritchie, joined here in the lounge to kick off the show by Ethan, Hegster, Heggy, and Juancho Saldana. Gentlemen, how are we doing? How are we feeling today?
You know, Vancouver is one of my favorite spots on the trail here for the regional season. As you said, the weather's not great outside, but that doesn't mean the action inside isn't going to be anything less but stellar.
I have to agree. It's an absolutely beautiful city. The minute we drove up, you just know, you just feel it in the air. But the minute you get into the hall, you feel the energy, you feel the competition. It's going to be fierce.
Absolutely, yeah. It's certainly one of the most beautiful stops on our regional circuit. And speaking of the regional circuit, let's take a look at the schedule through the rest of the year, see where we've been, see where we're headed as well. Just a few more tournaments until that New Orleans North American International Championships, leading up, of course, to Anaheim Worlds this season.
And these are big tournaments for these players coming in. Let's not forget, you know, there's that 5 best finish limit this year combined from the regional championships and the international championships. So some players, you know, they've already had some finishes, maybe maxed out those 5 spots so far. Getting top finishes at these last regional championships are going to be the make or break between a Worlds invite.
Yeah, and speaking of that best finish limit, let's look at the championship points that these players are competing for at each of these events. Of course, 350 points sitting atop this event for the first place winner, and tons of other great prizes along the way as well.
Yeah, of course, and we can see here how many masters, seniors, and juniors will be invited to the World Championships. Of course, 125, so the top 125 players, 125 for EU as well, 100 for LA, 20 for the OC, and then 10 for ME and SA. But again, that makes these points so coveted. It's not like past years where we just have to reach a threshold. Now you have to maintain a top 125 standing out of our thousands and thousands of players.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tight race down to the finish. It's really going to come down to that North American International Championships. And I want to ask you, Ethan, I mean, you're someone who has competed quite a bit yourself this season. You've played in quite a few major events. I know you've been competing locally as well. You know, what does it kind of feel like, this grind right now, fighting for that top 125 spot?
It's a lot of uncertainty at this point. You know, you can kind of map out where your general points are going to look like, right? You know, you're going to get your 260 potential maximum points from the local events. Those are the league challenges and league cups. But then the regionals and internationals are kind of a toss-up at that point. This year, it's a little bit more balanced in terms of how the regionals and internationals pay out. Those of you who have been following this season remember there was a pretty big disparity the last few years. 200 points for winning a regional, but 500 points for international. And that scaled pretty heavily, too, for how things kicked down. So now with these regional championships providing a lot of weight, towards the back half of the season, you're going to need at least 2 to 3, 100-plus point finishes on average. It's looking like it's probably going to be somewhere around 650 to 700 points to give yourself a spot in there. And, you can only get so many from locals, and you can only max out your regionals. So even if you could go to every regional, for example, you need those good finishes in order to get that spot.
Yeah, got to lock up at least one top 16-ish finish probably in order to be fighting for a chance. And of course, those internationals play a big factor as well because they do still have higher payouts for, you know, some of those lower thresholds like the top 64s and so on and so forth. So we are coming off of the European International Championships, but it wasn't too long ago that we were down in Texas for the San Antonio Regional Championships. Let's take a look back and see what happened on that weekend in Texas.
The undisputed Gardevoir Grandmaster of the Universe.
It was a rare, chilly weekend in San Antonio, Texas, but our TCG Regional Championships certainly did not disappoint. There were 7 unique decks standing above the rest in our top 8. The final match featured Henry Chow and his signature Gardevoir EX deck against Alex Szymanski and his Origin form Palkia V-Star. Henry was attempting to win his second regional championship this season after his earlier victory in Baltimore, and the 2023 EUIC champion Alex was aiming to claim his first ever regional title. These players traded blows in the finals, with Henry winning Game 1 and Alex winning Game 2. In Game 3, Henry's setup was extremely poor, and Alex was able to take multiple prize cards with his Fan Rotom's Assault Landing attack. Henry thought he was out of the game, but after an Iono top deck, he was able to see his path, his chance to claim victory. Countercatcher brought up Alex's Terapagos EX, trapping it in the active spot. Over the course of the next few turns, Henry was able to target Alex's support engine with Screamtail's Roaring Scream attack. This all led to Henry's improbable comeback and his second regional title of the season. Yet another intense finals match leads to an unforgettable Pokémon Regional Championships. Never miss a beat and head to Pokemon.com/compete to get in on the action.
And congratulations to both of our finalists in San Antonio, but especially the champion, Henry Chow, doing something that most Pokemon players only dream of, winning a regional championships, and now he joins a very slim list of players who have won multiple, and an even smaller list of players who have won multiple in the same season.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this season, not a lot of players knew about Henry Chow. He had a top 8 finish at NAIC the year prior, but has just come in and shown everybody he is truly one of the best players in the world and one of the best Gardevoir pilots in the entire world. Absolute performance from him last time, 2-time regional champ this season.
Let's recap that meta from day 2 of the San Antonio Regional Championships and kind of see how things shook out for that event. Of course, Regidrago V-Star leading the way in that previous format, but things have shaken up quite a bit as we move into this new format now, Wancho.
No, yeah, I have to agree. Seeing Regidrago V-Star here on the top almost feels nostalgic. This wasn't too long ago, and now, you know, it's probably nowhere near once we see the graphic for today's tournament. But again, this was the metagame for San Antonio. A lot of amazing decks. I believe this was also our Chaladon's kind of better showings, sort of. So seeing it here into the day 2 made a lot of sense. And of course, you know, Charizard, something we don't see too often in this format now too. So a lot of things really can shake up in just a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, we had this tournament. We did have the release of Prismatic Evolutions. The release of Badoo, the Merida Regional Championships happened. Miraidon ends up taking that down, and that leads us into our European International Championships, where we did see Ryuki Okada take down that event with his Terapagos EX cloth deck.
No, yeah, Ryuki Okada, when I was watching that final, I was at the edge of my seat. I mean, just really tough hands there from Natalie Millar, but just seeing Cloth being able to take that turn 1 knockout, even if it's your first turn, it does it pretty well, and I feel like Ryuki has definitely done it a couple of times in that tournament.
Let's take a look at the meta breakdown from day 2 of the European International Championships, and I'm sure that is something that is going to have a big impact on what players are playing for our tournament today. And one of the big stories at EUIC, even though Terapagos does win the tournament, Dragapult EX really dominated the event. Gabriel Fernandez won in the seniors division. Natalie Millar gets second place in the masters division, and it ends up taking up 3 of the top 8 spots as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is what happens every set, but specifically with prismatic evolutions, and that's what makes Pokemon TCG so interesting. It's like chess, but the pieces are always changing. Look at the fall off from Regidrago. Went from a 21% favorite all the way to essentially the best of the rest, and it's all because of one small little bud, that Badoo item block, just so powerful, targeting specific top-tier archetypes and completely shaping up how things play out for the meta.
And I think one of the biggest surprise at EUIC was definitely that Golden Go EX, a deck that I think most people had completely written off, but one of the top groups from the North American region decided to bring that deck to EUIC, and that led to it having a really strong showing in day 2 of the event.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we saw earlier San Antonio, Henry Chow winning it with Gardevoir EX. Henry Chow is known as the Gardevoir player, but he rocks into EUIC with Golden Go. You just have to know something is up with that deck. There is some secret sauce with the big cheese man.
So we're at a regional championships here now. We will be adding one more person's name to the list of winners so far this season. And let's take a look at who has won these events so far. I love the bookend there of just the same picture of Henry Chow with his 2 victories so far.
Yeah, and don't forget, of course, every regional champion does get an automatic invitation to the World Championships, which was relevant last year, but even more so this year, because it essentially means that now what the top 125 essentially could become, in this case, the top, 130. Henry Chow did kind of grief a spot in a sense, right? He, took up another regional championship spot, but hey, if you're $10,000 richer, I don't think that's something you mind too much.
Yeah, I think, the invite is the nice piece of winning a regional championships, but so much more that comes along with it. Of course, the prize money, the booster packs, and then the glory and prestige that comes with becoming a champion. And these are not our only champions this year. It's, of course, a global game. We've got champions from all over. Let's take a look at the European regional champions so far this year. And that's a familiar face we just talked about, Ryuki Okada, winning that very first regional championships of the season in Dortmund.
Yeah, Ryuki Okada having an absolutely fire season, winning the first regional championship of the season. And EUIC, I can't wait to see him at Worlds, that's for sure. Of course, James Cox here. I believe he has had an absolutely amazing season as well. Honestly, anyone here, I'm sure they're just glad to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, James is coming off of a top 8 finish as well at the European International Championships. Alberto Conti's been one of the top players from the European region in the, last 2 years or so. And then Arnie and Oyvind representing Finland up here. I mean, that region has really had great success so far this season over in the European region.
Yeah, don't sleep on Europe whatsoever. Maybe not as large in terms of tournament size or, players coming out to these events, but they are super strong. No matter if it's an international championship in Europe itself or, if they come over to North America, these players are fighting for those championship points. They're fighting for that money, and they are not going to be easy opponents to take down.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about the tournament this weekend, and I think it's probably no surprise, and I think what most people would expect, Dragapult EX going to be an extremely popular choice for the event this weekend. It's going to be one of the top decks. It was the most popular deck at EUIC. It ends up doing extremely well in the tournament. There's multiple different ways to play the deck as well, as we saw from each of the 3 top lists being different builds of the deck. Wancho, what do you make of Dragapult right now?
No, yeah, Dragapult just seems like a deck that can almost do it all. I mean, just being able to do 200 damage and 60 on the bench, but also set up all your dragons using Badoo, using that lance. It seems so powerful, and especially with the unfair stamp, it just seems really unfair. You knocked out Badoo and suddenly I only have 2 cards in hand. I barely got to play any cards. But you know what? I really do want to hear from Ethan here, our resident Dragapult expert. He had a pretty good showing at EUIC, and Natalie did shout you out a lot. So let's hear your thoughts about Dragapult.
Yeah, me and Natalie were testing for the event together for the majority, and absolute good. Again, big shout out to her for her incredible performance last weekend. But yeah, that was kind of the sentiment going into the format, right? You look at all the decks that exist in the metagame, and Dragapult is kind of the deck that can handle everything that comes at its way. There's lots of really powerful decks. There's, the Snorlax that can trap. You have Lugia, which can, blow things up. You've got the Gardevoir that seems to draw a bunch of cards and refine. But Dragapult kind of just covers all of its bases. It has the built-in draw engine. It has the access to the Sparkling Crystal to allow you to attack really easily. And that was just sort of the idea coming in. You can handle anything. And that's, I think, a lot of the sentiment for good players coming into the room. It's a similar feeling to Regidrago in a sense, right? That was what gravitated a lot of players to play this deck. It had a lot of control, it was a good deck, and there was some agency behind it, right? You could outplay your opponents. You have that agency with Dragapult, and Dusknoir is just a broken card. Dragapult's probably the best abuser of Curse Blast right now in the format.
It feels like it for sure. But there's not just that one singular way to play Dragapult. It does feel like the Dusknoir build is the most popular, but we saw a few interesting innovations from other players at EUIC. Of course, Gabriel Fernandez ends up winning in the seniors division with his build that had a Monkey Dory, a Darkness Energy, a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX as well. His brother Vinny, of course, getting top 8 in the Masters division with that same 60. And there's also some Charizard builds running around as well. Wancho, which one do you like the best?
Oh, that's a tough one. I did like Jesper's Dragazard build. I feel like just being able to have that big Charizard EX, maybe for the later game, maybe you didn't get to finish things off with your 260. How about we start hitting for 300 damage? But not gonna lie, I do love the unfair stamp. Like seeing Tord play it and seeing a lot of the players play it, really, it just feels really bad. Again, you didn't get to play any of your cards yet. You dealt with Badoo, your opponent goes Arven, unfair stamp. My deck is, I haven't been able to thin my deck, and I only have 2 cards to get me out of this position, and I'm facing a Dragapult EX. That's tough.
We'll see which version of the deck ends up succeeding the most this weekend. And speaking of what we think we're going to see succeed this weekend, let's look at our caster predictions for this event. What do each of us believe to be the card to find the most success? And Monkey Dory seems like it was a pretty popular choice amongst the 5 of us this weekend.
You know, I talked about Dusknoir being broken, but I think Monkey Dory is probably one of the best Pokemon in the entire Scarlet and Violet block. It is an absurd ability. Even if it just said heal 30 damage off of one of your Pokemon, that would be strong. But the fact that it allows you to put it onto any one of your opponent's Pokemon is just so powerful. You set up math, you can tick through Pokemon, and you know, it may be a little bit too convenient that Badoo has exactly 30 HP. So a big Pokemon that's part of the format becomes a liability if you're planning to put extra damage on your opponent's Pokemon with a deck like Dragapult or a lot of the decks that just leave damage on your opponent's side.
I think it really just shows the testament to how powerful Dragapult is, right? Being able, just that 60 damage, you just need to move that out. Maybe throw a wrench at their plans. And I think Monkey Dory just does just that. But hey, you and me, Chip, with the Lugia V-Star. I know Pablo's not here. Is that why we picked this?
Yeah, I decided to ride with you this weekend. I assumed you would be picking Lugia as one of your caster predictions. Very on brand for you, my friend. But yeah, I'm kind of thinking along the lines of this is the last tournament before rotation, a point we haven't really quite talked about too much yet. It's one last ride for some of these players with some of their favorite decks from the last couple of years. And I think without a doubt, over the last couple of seasons, Lost Zone Toolbox decks and Lugia V-Star have been some of the most dominant decks throughout whichever format they were a part of.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about back to the history of Vancouver, this is sort of a port for Lugia V-Star if you think about it. Lugia loves to land here. Let's not forget, Ian Robb won the regional championships with a very different version of Lugia V-Star, one of, the most powerful decks of all time with the Rainbow Energy, the Aurora Energy, all of those special pieces. So you never know. I think, as many great people have said in the Pokemon TCG, when you respect a deck as little as possible, that is when a deck comes up. Is that sort of the sentiment that you have here, Chip, for the pick of just going with Lugia?
Yeah, I mean, I think it seems pretty decently positioned in the meta right now, especially if Golden Go picks up in popularity. You get the 2-2 Chinchino in there. I think that's a pretty good matchup for Lugia V-Star. Well, we want you guys to stay up to date with everything that's happening, not just for this tournament, but for all of our events moving forward through the rest of the season and beyond as well. Be sure to check out Pokemon.com/broadcasts, stay up to date, and make sure you are totally caught up on when the next tournament is going to be broadcast, who's going to be casting it, and where and what time you need to be tuning in. Well, gentlemen, it's been a great start off to our morning here. I think we're getting ready to get into our next Swiss round. Let's throw it over to the casters and get into Swiss round 3.
Thank you, Chip, Wancho, and Ethan. Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Saballin, and we are at Vancouver for the regional championships, and we are about to get started for this tournament, but let's go ahead and take a look at a video to see how the tournament's going to shape up.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
All right, Kyle, we have our round 3 already up and running. It is Cody Graham with the Lugia V-Star up against Matthew Wood with Golden Go EX.
Yeah, these are 2 decks that sure like to bring the fireworks. We've seen Lugia so many times, year after year. It finds a way to stay relevant, and this might be the last shot for so many of these players to potentially win a big event with Lugia V-Star. We know what we're expecting, but on the other side, maybe Matt Wood is going to bring a little spice, and I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see Golden Go rise to popularity ever since EUIC really, of course, was a good deck beforehand, but the meta for that deck is so good right now. Just a lot of big 2-prize Pokemon. You can take knockouts one after another. And as you were saying, Matthew's kind of taken a little technology from maybe some Japan tournaments.
There's a lot to look forward to in this matchup. Energy Search Pro we see as the A-spec of choice. Almost feels like a bit of a meme at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Such a silly card. Just go and search for one of every basic energy type you have available. But this card is used so well, and with some of the tech inclusions, you might see some of those specific energies actually used for attacking purposes this time around.
It'll be interesting to see how this kind of game goes. Now, speaking of just this Lugia list in general, it's also kind of a little teched out from what we've seen, the previous Lugias that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, there's a big debate right now about if you need the Cinccino line. Some players have started to drop that down a little bit, or maybe mess with the line, make that inclusion of Thornton. Here's a little bit of an issue.
Oh, yeah.
Thankfully, it's a 2-2 line this time. We've seen some players go for the 1-2, but with the Iron Hands in there as well, that is one of your best attackers in this matchup, getting out of the gates early.
Meanwhile, on Matthew's side of things, Energy Search Pro.
That's a pink card!
At the top of the prize cards as well, along with 2 energies. Gonna have to rely on good old drawing energies to try to figure it out for this game 1.
Coin bonus over and over again. Maybe you'll find some resources, but that first attack, that might be difficult to take down the hit points of a Lugia V-Star potentially. Finding those energies. Uh-oh.
Listen, it makes good content. Matthew Wood's a content creator in his own right. Meanwhile, Cody is the captain of his Pokemon team, so we'll see how this match is going to shape up. I am excited for Vancouver Regionals. It has been a while paired with you, so I'm excited for that, and I think we're going to have a great weekend.
You have so much history going into this match. We have 2 great competitors. Let's get underway here in Vancouver.
Now Matthew is going to start things off here for us. Buddy Poffin, that's always what you want to see. Your main attacker has 70 HP and in that Gimmighoul, so being able to, get some stuff out. And there we see that peak of what are the cards that's kind of a new inclusion, maybe kind of newer technology.
One of my favorite strategies in deck building is this deck is good, that deck is good. Let's smash them together and see what happens. And yes, this is true. There is a inclusion of a Dragapult in this deck. Not showing it just yet. We see the Klefki inclusion, which is actually a 2 of, and could be pretty important to that opening setup.
Yeah, I love Klefki against any deck that plays double Luminion V. Lugia has been known for double Luminion ever since its incarnation. And I think just when they're doing that, they're building the deck around getting those specific supporters on turn 2.
Yeah, so helpful to slow down your opponent. There's a little bit of an issue as we see in this opening turn. Obviously, Matt doesn't know this, but you see the one copy of Minccino in the active spot. We know the others in the prizes. If you just go aggressive, get the turn 2 knockout with the Golden Go on this next turn, you don't have to worry about Minccino for the rest of the game, perhaps.
And Rescue Board is the perfect card to be able to retreat. You don't have to waste an energy now, and I guess you're just going to attach it to retreat for later, right? And pass of the turn.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to show them that you could joust. That's enough to keep them at bay. And look at this strategy that we see here from Cody, immediately slamming down the cornerstone Ogerpon.
Yeah, this is one of the things that is kind of helpful in this matchup, right? You see Gimmighoul, and you're like, okay, I know the popular lists that did well in EUIC. They're all just abilities, right? Coin bonus, nothing really is going to go on. This cornerstone might take you the entire way, and we could see Cody doing that just now, even with a double Archeops Ultra Ball.
And this makes Matthew think, maybe I should have played down a Dreepy, because I need an attacker who doesn't have an ability. This is a huge turn, though, we see for Cody. Not only with the Lugia played down on the bench, looking fairly protected at this point, not too much has happened on Matthew's side. The Ultra Ball double chops in the discard pile. This is looking like a real strong start. Just passes over, it looks like, and turn 2 could be fireworks.
Gimmighoul off the top of the deck for Matthew.
This hand is not
else.
This hand's going nowhere. It's all of the additional cards to help you out in the mid game. I see the Pheasantipity, the counter catcher potentially. This is just a joust.
That is not what you want to see if you're Matthew and this Golden Go deck. You want to draw cards. That's what you want to do. And wow, Jock off the top for Cody. That is going to be huge.
Yeah, I believe had it in hand, was just waiting. Said, you know what? Do whatever you want. I've got everything I need. The Lugia V-Star, the V-Star ability for the game ready to go, and has the Minccino. Such a valuable resource. We could see a cornerstone lock pretty soon if we wanted.
This is exactly how Cody wants this game to progress. You have that Minccino in the active, Lugia V-Star. Now you can Summoning Star, get both of those Archeops from the discard. It is scary on Matthew Wood's side of things.
Yeah, I honestly, at this point, you're thankful that you have the Pheasantipity, a potential way to fight back in this, but losing that initial prize card, seeing the Minccino in play, knowing that you're probably going to lose that 2-to-1 trade at some point, you know this is going to be a pretty difficult climb.
Now, do we just attack with Special Roll? It's already in the active. You're going to waste energy to retreat, maybe.
It's scary because this is such a valuable Pokemon. You know the 2-for-1 trade that you have available with a Golden Go at any point in this game is so easy to sneak in. I feel like you want to have this Pokemon ready to attack or protect it with that gift energy, but then you go for the legacy energy, use your Cornerstone, and really force your opponent to find an answer.
Yeah, right now, Matthew's just trying to find some cards, let alone an answer.
Well, you can always bring up a Pokemon like the Lugia V-Star. If there is a Jet Energy in hand, this Pokemon can attack in, take a reasonable knockout, and then you're still asking your opponent not only to have the Golden Go, which you have not seen yet, but to find all the basic energies. And we know that's going to be an uphill battle too. But no, it's just the Minccino knockout here. And this is a window for Matthew to come back, not lose out on a big prize exchange.
Has that Pheasantipity EX in hand. Going to be able to draw some cards finally. Needing to find a Golden Go here. Does find one.
Okay.
That's going to allow a coin bonus for 2 cards since it's in the active spot. You have the Pokestop as well. And here we see that Dreepy coming down from that Buddy Buddy Poffin. Matthew trying to just get a little bit of game against that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon.
Cody with the head nods. So, well, it's not going to be as easy as I thought it was. Cornerstone might be a little slow at this point. Maybe that becomes a potential target that you have to take out. And he's going to take a look at the hand and think, okay, maybe boss's orders down the line. We'll see if we have to work on this at some point. Still a lot of work to be done for Matthew. He does not have the energy requirements needed. Has the coin bonus, and it looks like a Pokestop to help out. Cypher and
found a metal.
Energy. Okay.
So does have the knockout with the 2 extra energy in hand. So we'll be able to clear that Minccino from play. It will trigger the gift energy, though. And you were mentioning boss's orders. Cody does play 4, like most Lugia do, so it is very likely that it might be coming down next turn.
Well, we see the Cypher Maniac's code breaking to help bring some cards to the top. The issue is you could search out some items and then use the Pokestop. Then you're giving your opponent the potential to use that Pokestop next turn. Or you just flood it with all the good cards you want. You want to see the Golden Goes and have the potential to go back-to-back-to-back coin bonuses next turn. Maybe you just hold on to that for and also be a little Iono-proof.
And maybe Golden Go Dracloak, trying to build up to that Dragapult EX to try to take down that eventual cornerstone that's just staring you down. But again, there is 5 prizes essentially on the board for Matthew. So you would need to go through that cornerstone if Cody doesn't bench a single another Pokemon. Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, it's the rescue stretcher.
Oh, perfect.
You know,
okay.
You know what looks really scary? Very good. An additional card now with the coin bonus. 3 basic energy in hand. Plenty to knock out the Chinchino here. And with the beautiful Heart Gold Soul Silver energies, we're going to see the first prize for Matthew Wood.
Now Cody does get to draw 3 cards, finds an Iono. Didn't really get a chance to look at the other ones. Oh, there's a boss's orders in there.
This is a part where I'm a little hesitant about Cody's strategy at the beginning. The protecting of the Chinchino would feel comfortable here. Of course, we saw in the hand for Matthew, he did have the counter catcher, so would have taken that knockout either way. But at this point, you're attacking for 2-hit knockouts over and over again, and you know your opponent can go for 1-hit KOs, especially if they can target down Pokemon like that Lugia and take those prizes off the board.
I think this is the game plan for Cody, though. Get that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon charged up. You have the boss's orders for the Dreepy. Now, Cody doesn't know the line in the deck, but
right.
We know it's a 1-1-1. So Matthew already using that Night Stretcher the turn prior to grab the second Golden Go EX could be detrimental.
Well, we'll see. Yes, he has that boss, like you're saying. And this is a big knockout here for Matthew. How do you even compete against this Pokemon? You could try to target down what your opponent has on bench, but if the bench stays true at just these 4 Pokemon, he can continue to just bring up the Cornerstone Ogerpon and take knockouts left and right, and not have to worry about the prizes being removed. 4 prizes in 5, it's not going to work.
Yeah, what are we going to do? Tackle with Gimmighoul? Good old 50 damage?
Not great.
Yeah, here we see just some nest balls being used. Cody knows the game plan. No other Pokemon is going to hit the bench for the rest of the game. This Cornerstone is going to try to take on the world. And there is a Demolish for the knockout. Cody going down to 5 prizes.
What a difficult uphill climb now for Matthew. Cannot even find the Mesagosa flip to help out in this instance. Plenty of cards to be drawn. And yes, you can start to target down some other Pokemon. You could go for prize cards on Pokemon like that Lugia, maybe remove some Archeops along the way. But trying to remove this Cornerstone is going to be so difficult.
Yeah, looking through the list for Matthew, there is just another Night Stretcher, and that is it. Honestly, I don't think there's a way for Matthew to really kind of combat this Cornerstone with the 4 count of boss's orders in Cody's deck.
Yeah, I agree completely, and I think going into another game, we could see Matt try to play down that Dreepy on the opening turn. Give yourself as much of a chance as possible to evolve this Pokemon before it gets knocked out. You know that you're up against the clock, and it's going to be a difficult battle.
I'm guessing, yeah, there is 1 Iono, which is a big difference from the popular list from EUIC, where you had no hand disruption at all in Golden Go. So having the ability to maybe Iono Cody to 1 or 2 late game and then try to get that Dreepy set up, but I think that's your only option. Like, if you bench that Dreepy down within the next few turns, it's going to get knocked out.
Right, yeah, you have to find the right turn to do this. We see Matthew's going to take some prize cards along the way. Just, you have these great attacks, you might as well start to include them, get some prize cards, and build into that one big turn where you try to slow your opponent down. You can absorb some hits with the large HP of the Golden Go, 260, so you can take a few of those attacks and maybe buy some time.
Here's an Iono from Cody's side of things. It's going to put both players down to 4. It's not a lot of cards, but Cody has everything he needs in play. Matthew, each turn, is going to have to try to find boss's orders and a bunch of energy.
Yeah, this is always such an interesting place for a player like Cody in this position of, I've already done everything I need to do. The only thing left is don't screw up, don't overbench in spots like this, don't give my opponent an out to maybe sneak out a victory and not have to deal with this Cornerstone Mask. And he's doing what he needs to right now. Just search through the deck, burn some cards, and fill up your hand for if you ever need to make a push with a card like a Boss's Orders at some point.
Yeah, I think literally the only time a Pokemon is going to get benched is on the last turn of the game, and it's going to be Lumineon for Boss's Orders.
Yes, yep. That's all we're looking for at this point, and can hold on to that. If your opponent's hand gets a little too big and you think that they're holding on to anything like the Iono, which who knows at this point what Matthew has. You just saw a Dreepy, for goodness sake. You're thinking of everything, but you already have everything on board too.
Again, looking through the list, even something like, yeah, there is the one Technical Machine evolution, so maybe that can come into play in game 2 or something. Just really get that Dracloak down, then you Dragapult, keep it safe from everything but a Regigigas.
I mean, there's nothing that says you can't include that in right now. If you want to sneak that into your Iono turn and try to evolve and have that one turn quicker. Look at this. They're just trying to find the right amount of energy to place down. Has clearly enough energy to attack with Lugia, but now the ability to even retreat this Pokemon if it were to get stuck in the active spot.
I think the time it's going to be in the active spot is when it gets knocked out.
I tend to think that too, as we see. But of course, when you see one Archeops already knocked out, you start to assume the other one's going at this point too. Might as well thin that energy out.
Our Technical Machine play that we were talking about can't really work when Matthew draws the Dracloak. I guess if you combine it with the Iono, it will. But even just struggling to get the amount of energies here, you have one Superior Energy Retrieval. But if you need to try to dig for more with a Cypher Maniac, you can't really bring up the Pokemon because you already used your supporter cannot Boss's Orders.
Yeah, there is not much to work on here, trying to find an answer. Double Arven, triple Arven in hand. Maybe not.
Yeah, not gonna help.
Gonna help you at this spot. You have options as far as
okay,
boy.
This is just over now.
That's not great.
With that Dragapult EX going in the discard, there's just one Night Stretcher left to try to bring back what? Both the Dreepy and the Dragapult EX. There's no way to get around this Cornerstone.
Yeah, that's not how that card works. Well, you have the switch. You can preserve the hit points on this Golden Go, move into another one. And
I guess you have Monkey Dory. Just a bunch of Adrenabrains. You hope to dodge the Boss's Orders every turn.
That takes a long time. But you know what? I respect it.
Yeah, speaking of time, just 35 minutes left in this match, and it's pretty much already over, but you have to think that Matthew's going to keep trying to play this out. But to what?
Yeah, that's well, what do you have to gain from this point? You know that you're already at a difficult spot. This is nearly insurmountable when you're up against the pressure of the Cornerstone. It's not that it's that difficult to handle, but you just know you can't knock out that Pokemon. And look at this, the pressure from Cody now of bringing up the Lugia.
Yeah, with Jet Energy, you have to bring it up, so attaching it there, but you can retreat it with the double Turbo Energy and then have it still have 4 energy like you were saying.
Just wants to have as many energy out of the deck at this point, and it is Lumineon time. That's a window. How do you feel about that, Jeremy?
It's a window, maybe a door. It's not closing yet.
I think Matthew's thinking I've got a chance here.
Yeah.
Now, of course, for Cody, he's got a lot of information. He sees that he could take a knockout maybe on a Pokemon like the Golden Go down to 2 prize cards remaining, and maybe win the race. But if you slow down at any point, then Matthew could come right back into this thing.
Yeah, this is going to allow Pheasantipity to be live for Matthew. That's 3 cards, 2 cards from the coin bonus, and then the other one that's 6 cards. Has the second Superior Energy Retrieval in hand now. Just Boss's Orders would be really good. Honestly, we could see Countercatcher Iono, I think is what Matthew's going to try to play for this turn.
Yeah, has the Boss's Orders already, but if you can incorporate the Iono instead, then clearly you have an opportunity to help yourself out. The issue is a lot of the Pokemon that you're trying to knock out have the gift energy, but if you target the Lumineon, you could remove that Pokemon and keep your opponent on a low hand size. Really punish that last choice.
Yeah, one thing that's also hard is having to Iono this hand of a bunch of Superior Energy Retrievals away.
It is just the 1 copy of the Countercatcher for Matthew, though. So the Iono will not work in that instance. Oh, it's the boss. But, I mean, if your opponent doesn't have the answer, it's Pheasantipity on the Lugia at that point, and he wants to take the prize card.
Well, there is that Boss's Orders, brings up that Lumineon V. This will be 2 prize cards for Matthew, who's going to be able to tie things up. But Cody needs just a simple Boss's Orders next turn to take this game 1.
Yep, playing to his outs, has the Iono, but had to use the Boss's Orders in that instance. If you could have held on to a Countercatcher and had that opportunity, maybe we could have seen a huge turnaround here as we saw the Lumineon played. But instead, that knockout, I think it just leads right into game at this point, as Cody should have the boss in hand. I don't see it, though.
Yeah, I don't see it either. There's no way to get a Lumineon either. Squawkabilly's not going to do it.
Hang on a second. What happened here?
We still have a game, folks.
Yeah, I was convinced he had a second one of it, but yeah, the Lumineon was just for the 1. It's not there. It's Iono time. We're going to low hand sizes for both players, and Matthew has a shot. You could find all of the answers here. Boss's Orders, Superior Energy Retrieval, knock out that Lugia, and close this game out on a window that should not have been opened.
I think Matthew drew into his own Iono.
Oh boy. There's a boss and a Superior! What is happening?
You get 3 extra cards from coin bonuses here.
Additional draws from the Pokestop to eventually find some fodder for the Superior Energy Retrieval. Any item card helps out there. It's an additional resource. There might be enough here just now. Superior Energy Retrieval, you can find...
You need 6 energy?
Yeah, you find 4 here. You probably throw an additional 1 away. Oh yeah, there's plenty to go with here. The window has been opened, and Matthew is going to close it in a resounding fashion.
Matthew was for sure just lost this game, but the benching of the Lumineon V opened the door, and double Superior Energy Retrieval. Matthew Wood is going to be able to take this game 1 from out of nowhere.
Wow. What a finish to that opening game. There's no reason for this to happen, but because of that window, Matthew found the perfect opportunity. And could you name 2 better cards to see off the Iono? It was written in the stars.
And the fact that Matthew had to go through everything for this game. The 1 Countercatcher, 2 Boss's Orders, none of those were prized. Didn't even need that Energy Search Pro. Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay. This game 1 was crazy, Kyle.
Yeah, there were a lot of question marks as we go into how you're supposed to play this game. There's so much to think about as soon as that cornerstone gets introduced, but this was a great play here. Remove the Dreepy. You don't have to worry about any evolutions to Pokemon without an ability. You're completely set for the rest of the game until we see Lumineon gets a little greedy at that point, takes the 2 prize cards. If you have the finish in hand, if you have the Boss's Orders, the game is over. It's not there. It just has to be an Iono from that point, hoping that Matthew doesn't find the cards, and he finds exactly what he needs to close out in resounding fashion for the huge 8 energy knockout.
Insane. What a way to start off Vancouver Regional here. Wow, yeah. It was like the perfect start from Cody too.
I mean, he's gonna watch this back and think, what could I done instead? Maybe he just played it a little slower. You had everything you needed. Sometimes you get in your head at those points. You're starting to wonder if your opponent has a surprise for you. There were no surprises.
Well, it was surprise. Boss's order is double superior energy retrieval. That's what it was. Regigigas in the starting position for Cody now. Now, this is a card that's been introduced from Prismatic Evolutions to this Lugia deck, really just to take down Dragapult EX.
Well, hey, guess what? You found it. This is an opportunity to see that, but once more, these prize cards slowing Cody down. We've seen Iron Hands against Golden Go. He's such a pivotal card, early knockouts left and right, but that's not going to be the case. It's Cornerstone time once more.
Has the Legacy Energy in hand. We could just see some manual attachments to the Cornerstone for Go, Lugia, and Archeops just in general.
Oh.
Was debating playing that Mezagoza, maybe just trying to help out Matthew.
It means you don't have a Lugia, though.
Yeah, we're just going Soul Cornerstone now.
Funny enough, this is probably a good strategy for Cody. You just have Cornerstone in play and target down Dreepy or Dracloak, and you know that you're going to be comfortable. It'll take a long time to win the game. Demolish is only doing 140 damage, but that's all you need.
Buddy Poffin for Matthew is going to find that Dreepy now, and the Gimme Ghoul trying to get it down as fast as possible before that Cornerstone gets charged up. And then an Arven. This is a pretty good turn one from Matthew.
This is exactly what we were hinting at in the opening of the last game, as if Matthew had the information about the Cornerstone, would have switched up that strategy a little bit. Benched the Dreepy, now has the Technical Machine Evolution to get that Dracloak out. And if you can evolve this Pokemon before it's in any danger, hint, hint, we don't have to worry about Lugia coming down. You're going to see that the Dragapult on potentially turn two.
Yeah, and with that Regigigas in the active spot, it has a lot of retreat cost. You can Jet Energy your Pokemon into the active spot around it, but that's not a double turbo energy to attack with Cornerstone. So really, this Dracloak is pretty safe.
Yeah, really like this from Matthew. Just understands if you can get this Pokemon in play, you're going to be pretty comfortable. And has the Techno Machine Evolution, has all the draw that he needs, and even a Cypher Maniac's code breaking to include on the next turn. This is a full setup.
This is what you like to see if you're a Golden Go fan.
Who isn't?
True. Yeah. Going to be able to draw a bunch of cards. Meanwhile, Cody can draw some cards, but it's with just 2 Professor's Research in hand. You also have that Jacques, but that's not doing anything for you. Tails on the Mezagoza. Yeah, there we go. Just 7 brand new cards, hoping to find something better.
Yeah, at this point, you'd love to see the basic Lugia to just try to work on having maybe the turn 3 V-Star ability, but if you don't have that, maybe you just completely flip the script and go over to the Cornerstone, just attach, and attack with this Pokemon. Don't add any more cards. You can't give your opponent free prize cards if you don't play them down.
Cody is debating an Ultra Ball in the hand. Can discard Mezagoza, but has to get rid of a Gift Energy. Yeah, that was an awkward research. I think it was double boss, double gift, Jet Energy.
It's not good. I'm wincing over here.
He is, yeah.
It is,
I can see it.
It is unfortunate to see. And for Cody, just the pressure that Technical Machine Evolution placed on the board, you have to still go for Lugia. You have to go for your typical strategy, get the energies flooded, because you know you're going to have to knock out this Dragapult at some point, and you might even lose your Regigigas before you even see it in play.
I mean, you could Jet Energy the Cornerstone up right now. You're not attacking.
Yeah, if you can preserve this Pokemon so that you have it as an answer to the Dragapult, you feel much more comfortable. We also know that as soon as you take 1 prize card, you're walking right into the bear trap that is Cypher Maniac's counter catcher.
That is true, and Cody getting that Lugia V down, that is definitely a good thing, especially staring down a potential Dragapult in the next couple of turns.
There's so much synergy that we see with this deck. It's just adding the additional free Pokemon of Mezagoza to the Golden Goes, the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, the Dracloak doing a little recon to find some additional cards. You can see so many resources and just have so much at your disposal.
Yeah, you know what's better than 4 coin bonuses? 5 coin bonuses.
Sign me up.
Now, still needing a little bit of setup here. Matthew's trying to just dig through the deck. Does find that Radiant Greninja. That's some more draw power. Okay, has the Earthen Vessel. That's pretty good. can at least get an energy on that Dracloak, evolve it up to that Dragapult if you choose.
Yeah, we saw some considerations for not using the second coin bonus just yet, maybe waiting for a retreat first. But this could also mean that off a card like the Cyphermaniac's Code Breaking, you find the third Golden Go, retreat into that Pokemon, and draw the additional card that comes with the coin bonus in the active. So a lot to think about here, just to sequence perfectly, get the maximum amount of resources, and put some pressure on. But if you don't have an attack into this Cornerstone, you might just want to hold off.
Can always just retreat and do that Jet Headbutt for 70. That allows you to clean up that Cornerstone the next turn. But then if Cody has everything, can really just take out the Dragapult EX with the Regigigas.
Yeah, I don't love it. I think you just hold off. You've got all that you need the next turn to provide some reasonable aggression with the Dragapult, and Phantom Dive start to do a lot of work, maybe even take down a Pokemon like that Regigigas with the boss's orders.
What does Cody have here? Oh, wow. We're going to be relying on this Mezagoza. That is a Tails.
Third Tails in a row here for Cody. Just things not going his way.
Double boss's orders in hand. Does have the gift energy to attack with the Cornerstone.
We saw the interaction of Klefki versus Cornerstone as well. Of, do I take 10? What's happening here?
Oh, yeah, you do.
Wanted to make sure that 10 damage gets on board.
I mean, that 10 is huge. It allows that Phantom Dive to be able to take the knockout.
Yeah, this is the most amount of pressure that you can put on at this point, just attack into the #1 threat. But this is where Matthew wants to be. He can remove the Cornerstone from play, remove that legacy energy, which is such an issue for him. And yes, there might be a miracle answer of Regigigas, but at that point, you're just Golden Go again. We're fine.
Oh, yeah. This is the complete opposite of Game 1, too. It is crazy to see how things have shaped up.
2-card hand, though. You see gift energy on the Pokemon. You need to remove it, but do you? There's so much to think about here. As Matthew, you've seen how unlucky your opponent has been with the Mezagosa. Just nothing happening.
Yeah, also knocking it out. Doesn't bypass that legacy energy either. Maybe there was a route where you don't joust 200 and then boss around it, drop some damage counters.
At this point, it looks like you will have to give Cody some response in those additional cards drawn from the gift energy. But what can you really do? We still don't see that much that's happened here. It's only the one Archeops in the discard pile as well, so a lot needs to happen off that next hand.
Now, this Dragapult is in range of pretty much anything, the Lugia V-Star or, of course, that Regigigas. So if Cody does draw into Ultra Ball Archeops, can be able to actually take the knockout, continue things going, but you are losing the prize trade. You're going to have to try to work in some of those single prize attackers like that Chinchino and Regigigas to really kind of stay in this game.
Oh, we saw the strategy from Matthews place down the Golden Go and the boss's orders, I believe, on the top of the deck to be a little Iono-proof, have that response, and be able to take a knockout. Hopefully your opponent has to include a card like Luminion into the mix at some point, give you those 2 free prize cards, but the legacy energy is pulling its weight at this point. Just one prize taken here, and this is an opportunity for Cody to actually get in the lead in this spot.
And it did have exactly what he needed. Ultra Ball, Archeops, Lugia V-Star. We're going to see a Summoning Star for 2 chops.
Chop me up.
Now these Primal Turbo is going to allow Cody to charge up this Regigigas, take the knockout, and then try to plan out these future knockouts. You got double boss's orders in hand, so as long as you have the resources available, a good Chinchino can kind of clean things up.
Yeah, really nice to see the Minchino played on this turn. If you can include the single prize Pokemon over and over again, you know that your opponent's going to be at risk of starting to lose that prize exchange. We see the knockout ready for the Regigigas, just one more energy attachment necessary. But well, with the Minchino there, you can follow that up with a second single prizer.
And now we're running low on gift energies as well. I think the one hitting the board on that Minchino is the last gift energy for Cody this game.
Yeah, I feel like the missed energy, you consider that in some points, but once the Dragapult's removed, you're not really concerned about the additional damage that could be placed. So it gets risky to add those additional energies when you know that you'll have Archeops in future turns.
And there is that Jewel Breaker. So good against those Terra Pokemon, taking that knockout. And Cody is back in the lead. Matthew's going to have to try to figure things out. Already has Boss's orders in hand. Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking, Energy Search Pro. This is going to be a pretty good turn.
You don't need much at this point. we see now it's the Golden Go with the Counter Catcher that are also going to be targeted, and that means you get to hold on to Boss's orders for later turns. It's going to be so pivotal when your opponent potentially tries to limit your hand size with that Iono and give you just less opportunities to target down 2 prized Pokemon.
Now, are we hunting down that Minccino?
I don't like him. What do you think? It's the only Pokemon that can currently knock out a Golden Go at this stage, as you don't have to worry about the Regigigas. This is not a Terra Pokemon on the other side of the board, and you can't really reach for big knockouts outside of that. It's there's nothing else.
It's also rough. Matthew was deciding that Energy Search Pro, opted for coin bonus beforehand, drew an energy. Always feel bad.
Now, this is why I didn't like the Mist Energy. You feel like this Pokemon's already big enough target. The Gift Energy is helpful because you'll be able to draw off the back of it, but losing that energy is just unfortunate.
And there is that Energy Search Pro, the weirdest A-Spec to really ever come out and do well. It's not really what you think, but Golden Go just playing every single type of energy. Even really wants Fairy Energy back too.
Right? Just any excuse to show off your collection would be valued here. It's such a fun card, and the fact that you get to include all these silly energies of Days of Old is great.
I don't know, that Metal Energy is not.
I saw that, and I wasn't going to bring it up, but you know what? We're going to have to talk to Mr. Wood about that later on.
Listen, you need 3 for the deck. That's a lot harder than like 1 of each.
I've got them in my binder. Just ask.
There is that Make It Rain. Taking the knockout on Minccino does trigger that Gift Energy, so Cody's going to draw up to 7 cards. Oh, look, 2 Cinccino and not much else. Wow.
Brutal. Yeah, there's just not much that can be done at this point. You can attack into Golden Go and try to work on a 2-hit knockout, but your opponent has the ability to one-shot anything in play right now with just the use of a Superior Energy Retrieval. And this is just getting ridiculous. Is that 5 Tails on Mesagoza? At least 4 at this point.
Yeah, I think the Mesagoza has found maybe like 3 to 4 Golden Go for Matthew throughout these 2 games, and just nothing for Cody.
We call that a Mesanosa.
That's your 1.
Okay.
Primal Turbo here is going to charge up potentially that Lugia V-Star, just get another attacker going. But again, we're kind of running a little low on those beneficial energies. You got a few Double Turbo left. Legacy Energy's gone. Gift Energies are pretty much gone.
Starting to look at janky win conditions at this point. Is it saw block time? Can you maybe, well, there's no other special energy attacks you can use. The Legacy Energy's already gone, so can you just put your opponent on a bad hand and hopefully they won't draw with all of these coin bonuses? I mean, come on.
No way to search for that second Minccino either. Yeah, just a quadruple turbo energy on that Lugia V-Star. What really can Cody do? Is Sob going to be the answer? Like maybe Matthew plays down a Radiant Greninja and you're not really going to have, you have 1 water energy in the list that's not going to be attacking.
Right. I mean, you can try to just lock a Pokemon up, use one of your double turbos so you're not dealing damage, and it is just the 1 switch that's played in the deck, so you potentially have that card in the one of the last prizes, and Matthew just actually gets stuck in the active spot. You're asking a lot at that point, but trying to take a typical route in this game doesn't seem reasonable. You're going to lose the prize exchange unless Pokemon like Pheasantipede is benched for no reason.
Yeah. Iono puts both players to 4 cards, but it's never good to Iono a Golden Go, and not really do anything else. They're just going to draw at least 4 cards the next turn, and it snowballs from there. Finally, a heads on Mezagoza?
Was that?
Or no, capturing Roma.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That's even worse.
Yeah, let's get one of those precious evolution Pokemon to help in this spot. When you argue with yourself over which one's better, useless Archeops or useless Lugia V-Star. There you go. Discard that one and find the Minccino. Maybe this Pokemon can stick around. You have Iono'd your opponent. We don't see the boss just yet in the hand. One more chance to sneak in the single prizer and try to bring this back to even.
Yeah, thankfully, Regigigas will allow Cody to 2-hit knockout a Golden Go. It's never the best, but you got to do what you got to do. Primal Turbo actually attaching those 2 Jet Energies to Minccino. I guess if Boss's Orders does come down, it's game over anyway.
We lose if this Pokemon's knocked out anyways. The map seems like it's Regigigas plus Lugia or Regigigas plus Archeops for one of your knockouts. Well, it's got to be Lugia for a knockout on the Golden Go, and then finally that Cinccino against the final Golden Go to win the game. You're asking for your opponent not to have boss over the next 2 turns. We'll see. And that is once more the most successful Mezagoza for an opponent we've seen in quite some time.
All right, we are seeing that Radiant Greninja getting grabbed out of the deck. Probably not going to bench it. I don't think you need to. You're already drawing 4 cards.
Playing right into the saw block.
Yeah. Honestly, we might be down the double turbo energies to even Sob now.
Well, yeah, you might just deal 20 too much and knock it out.
First coin bonus for 2. Finds Superior Energy Retrieval.
That's 1 card.
That's 1 card. Yep.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, is that 3 in hand now?
Yeah.
That's getting to the embarrassment of riches point.
Has that Monkey Dory in hand. Would that help out the math? All right, so the Lugia is doing 180. Wow, yeah, so Monkey Dory can heal this Golden Go EX and put it out of range of Lugia V-Star.
Yeah, with the double colorless already played on the Lugia, there's 2 of them. You're definitely not going to have the potential to knock out this Pokemon anymore. Monkey Dory is the play. We see the Dark Energy in the discard pile. Superior can bring that right back.
Oh,
this Pokemon is safe.
With that Superior Energy Retrieval, Dark Energy on that Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain is now available for Matthew. That's going to put this active Golden Go to 50 damage. And that Lugia V-Star 180 capped. You're going to be forced to attack with that Cinccino.
Yeah. The other options in other deck lists, maybe it'd be Blood Moon, Ursaluna time, something like that. It is not featured in this list. There's no additional attacker to surprise your opponent with, and that's bad news.
Well, I would be surprised if, like, Squawkabilly attacked.
Motivate the troops. we could see that.
And there is the knockout. Just 2 energy needed with that 30 on that Regigigas already.
That's not going to be the knockout.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a save for Monkey Dory knockout, which just preserves the potential of your opponent being stuck on a bad hand. You don't activate that gift energy, and maybe your opponent has to slow down. And it is a 1-card hand. This is a really cheeky play from Matthew, but he found a great opportunity to knock this Pokemon out on the following turn. I mean, you're playing with your food at this point, but it is a great call.
I think Cody had some future sight in trying not to play that Mezagoza down because he just knew that it was going to be Tails the entire game.
Just don't stop making me roll the dice. It's not working. I have to keep rolling it. But this is brutal. The Monkey Dory can clean up this Regigigas next turn, knock that Pokemon out. Boss's Orders can bring up that Minccino, have a two prize knockout on both those, well, single prize on both those Pokemon, clear off 2 major threats.
Yeah, and play around that gift energy as well.
Brutal.
Primal Turbo for nothing. You always love to see it when playing against Lugia. We know that Cody has the Cincinos in hand. Or no, not anymore.
It's just the one card, and it's not great. I mean, what's there to think about at this point? You've seen your opponent play down so many great cards onto the board, not as many into the discard pile. You can't work on anything other than saw block, avoiding switch. It's tough.
Yeah, Matthew's used 1 superior energy retrieval this game so far.
Brilliant, yeah. And so many energies already in the discard pile for Cody.
All right, the 1 card in hand is a boss's orders.
Says, well, I guess I need to remove the Monkey Dory to make sure that the double prize doesn't happen.
Retreat all your energy, take the knockout with Lugia. Oh, this is rough.
It doesn't feel good. You just said I don't have many energies when you looked through with the Archeops, passed that over. Now with the retreat, no hand, knockout Monkey Dory. It's what you got to do to stay in the game.
Yeah, no gift energy at all anymore. You had to retreat it off that Regigigas. This is a dire situation for Cody to try to stay in this match. Found the Lugia V off the prizes. Nice.
Just what we needed. Mesa Goza, if this, okay, good. Like, we can't take another one.
Wait, you don't want Matthew to find Fez? Oh, too late. We have a nest ball.
Yep, he knows what's coming next. There's plenty of resources to be drawn. You might not even need it at this point. If you have access to the Night Stretcher Superior still gets you the combo you're looking for. Plenty of cards to be drawn. You can save the bench space.
And you're still kind of Iono-proof as well with 3 Golden Go in play.
Honestly, you don't even need to remove the Minccino at this point. You could just knock out the Regigigas, knock out the Lugia, go down to 1 prize, and easily find an answer to a 2 energy knockout on a Cinccino next turn, but has the option to get the Night Stretcher right there. So it looks like can take a ton of prize cards here.
And we see Matthew eyeing down a boss's orders for next turn as well. This is just how you want to write things up. And it is all thanks to that Dragapult EX. Being able to get it down, turn 2, attack with it turn 3. That cornerstone was just nothing for Cody this game.
Yeah, it was really beautiful to see. Just understood that you need to get this Pokemon down aggressively, had the Technical Machine evolution, and before it could even be challenged, was there. Did not see a lot going Cody's way in that beginning, missing that Lugia, but has put up quite a fight to stay in this game here. But this might be the final straw, as Matthew has a few more resources to find.
Superior energy retrieval, only getting 3 energies, but you get the one that you need. That darkness energy in combination with the Night Stretcher that was found off the Cypher Maniacs. Code breaking allows you to grab that Monkey Dory and Adrenabrain. And honestly, any deck that can really set up and utilize Monkey Dory is a deck that I like.
Yeah, so many decks we've seen start to incorporate Monkey Dory. It helps preserve some hit points. It helps get the math to a perfect spot. Dark Energy doesn't need to be a card featured in the deck list, but when you do have a deck that features a rainbow of Pokemon, it's a great inclusion. We see Cody say, hey, you want to knock out one of these, put the damage on an Archeops? What do you want? Oh, man, you found it.
And there is the 5 energy to be able to take the knockout on the Lugia V-Star. It is Minccino against the world for Cody here.
If it's going to get any worse, the find off of the prize cards is Gold Tango with a metal energy of all cards. That's the exact answer you need. But is that the first Mesagoza? Just in time, boys.
Yeah, no Lumineon to search for. That means no Iono this turn.
You know what time it is.
I think we drew the Cinccino for turn.
Where's the saw block? Come on.
What are you gonna sob the Golden Go in the active?
Yeah. Maybe you get scared.
Already used the boss's orders last turn. The hand is Cinccino Lugia V.
Claustrophobic Golden Go in the active spot. Has no idea what's coming next. 2 cards in hand. Can you find Lumineon? Can you find boss's orders? Is there any way to keep a Pokemon stuck in the active?
If so, Matthew still has access to switch.
Yeah, but that's not as cool. we're looking for crazy strats.
Well, there is the Primal Turbo. Gets the last energy from the deck, I believe. Jet energy. That means this Cinccino is going to be dealing 280 damage. More than enough to take the knockout. You know what? Maybe there's no superior energy retrieval in Matthew's hand.
He drew Golden Go medal off the prize cards. We are done here. Go ahead, flex on him. He's got plenty of energies to boot, and that is a big win here to start things off on our stream here in Vancouver for the Canadian.
Listen, it has been raining pretty much every day since I've been here. It only makes sense that we're going to start it off with a Golden Go win.
That's right. Got to make it rain on stream. Had a plethora of energies to rain upon his opponent. Takes the Lugia down, and what a great showing. Such a great deck to show off what Matthew Wood is all about. It's finding the perfect mix between meme and great strategy, and just showing off what he's capable of.
And from Canada as well, looking to take a little hometown regional victory for this weekend. Let's go ahead and take a look at these two games and how things shaped up yet again. This game one was really everything for this match. Cody started just perfectly, having that turn 2 Summoning Star with Lugia, double chops, getting that Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon charged up, had everything going for him. Matthew was just taking prizes, but that Luminion V just benched a little too early, and Matthew saw that window open to try and take this game down. Had everything from that late game Iono, just insane draws from Matthew there.
Yeah, it worked out so well. Continued to play to this small out where your opponent opens up that opportunity for you. And then this was just wild. The opening of this game too for Matthew, the technical machine into the Drek Cloak before you could get targeted by the Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon was everything necessary. Yes, knockouts were happening. Cody did have the Regigigas to take a huge knockout on a Dragon Ball, but the damage was already done. Legacy down, Cornerstone down, and Matthew showing off a lot of finesse here with the inclusion of that Monkey Dory. Spaced out the knockout on the Regigigas, left his opponent on a low hand size, didn't play into that gift energy, and this was everything that you love to see as a Golden Go player. Big knockouts when your opponent has zero answer.
Listen, there's a reason that rainbows appear after it rains, you know? Just Matthew showing what he has for this game. It is just really great to see, and yeah, that Cinccino could not do much anything staring down all those energies.
Yeah, I think we saw the rainbow before, during, and after. It was all over the place, but that's exactly what you want to see as a Golden Go player. It worked out so well there. It's always great to see Matthew on stream showing off what he's capable of. We see him so many times as a content creator, exploring the much less traveled road, the wildest decks. He does all the hard work for you so that you know what's bad, and then sometimes he even finds a way to include just a little bit of wonkiness and still make it good.
Yeah, going up to 3-0 now to start things off for the weekend. Golden Go's looking pretty good into a lot of the decks in the meta. We know it did very well in EUIC, and now with this Dragapult really kind of countering the counters that people might do with Golden Go, even the one Iono in the list, just having some sort of hand disruption when people are not expecting it.
Yeah, we saw that was one of the big issues in the top 4 game of EUIC. Just no hand disruption. Cloth was able to just do what it needed to take a big knockout. Matthew came prepared, had a lot of answers. We're gonna hear from him now, see how he's feeling after a big round 3 win.
Thanks, Kyle and Jeremy. That's right, I'm here with our winner from this last Swiss round, Matthew Wood, Little Dark Fury in the building. How are you feeling, my man?
I'm feeling good. Playing a really cool Goldengo deck that me and my group of friends built probably like 3 days before the tournament. And in testing, it was really cool. As you can see, we have Dragapult and Klefki, so we really added a lot of spice to the deck, but it makes the deck a lot better at beating some of its more tricky matchups.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're someone who's known for bringing your own spice, your own flavor to whatever deck you decide to play. So I fully expected when I saw you were playing Golden Go, there's got to be something interesting in here.
Yeah.
Sure enough, Dragapult packing in the deck list. Now, talk to us about this last round.
Yeah.
Your opponent was playing Lugia, a matchup I'm sure you tested, a matchup I'm sure you were familiar or at least had a game plan in. But they played a Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawnee X. How did you have to pivot in that game?
So I wasn't expecting the Cornerstone. When he mulliganed, I saw it was Lugia, and I'm like, okay, Lugia is like a decent matchup. I mean, if they play double Cinchino, it's like kind of scary, but game 1, he benched the Ogre Pawn, and I didn't go for the Dreepy right away when I had the option to. But in Lugia, you don't actually use Dragapult because it gets blown up by Regigigas and it offsets the prize trade. That's just a matchup where you just want to go off with Goldengo. But he benched the Ogre Pawn, and I was like, oh no. So I got the Dreepy, and then he bossed it. And then I had a turn where I Pokestopped away my Dragapult. I did some really bad sequencing, and I was like, okay, I can never use Dragapult because I had 1 Night Stretcher left. So I had to get the Dreepy back. But I had a game plan where if he overbenches too many 2-prizers, I had Counter Catcher Boss for game, and I played into it where he played down the fish to go boss, and then he had a Lugia and a fish on his bench. So then I went, okay, cool. I got lucky off Iono. Iono made a Boss Superior, which was like kind of a sack. But like you kind of need that. That's Goldengo. Like you need to be able to do that. Otherwise, I don't think I was going to win that game because I had Fez on bench.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw a really cool play in game number 2. Obviously, your opponent had a very slow start, but you utilized the Monkey Dory to really, really strong effect in game number 2. Talk to us about that and just the Monkey Dory in this deck in general.
Okay, yeah. Game 2 is sick. I used like every single like broken card in the deck, which is kind of funny. Yeah, the Monkey Dory is really good for the Dragapult matchup because you can heal, because usually Dragapult goes like 200 active, 60 on a bench Goldengo, and then they counter catch your Iono, take a 4-prize turn. But Monkey Dory, not only do you get to heal your Goldengo, usually I like healing the active. You put there down the Dragapult, and then you need 1 less energy to knock it out. And then Monkey Dory, if they're not respecting it, always stays on the board and has the option to Adrenabrain. Also, if they try to Budu lock you out of the game, you can use the Dory to sometimes kill the Budu. And then that game, I didn't know, I didn't realize he had no cards in hand, so I asked him before I did the attack, because I was like, wait, where does his hand go? And then I'm like, oh, he's got no cards. There's no gift energy on the Lugia. But I was trying to get boss that turn to kill the rat. But I was like, oh, he's got no cards. I'm just going to hit for 100, set up Monkey Dory. My misplay, though, that game, I needed to put Pokestop down earlier. I held off on it. I didn't want him to randomly just play it in Mill Archeops and find Ultra Ball. I actually almost lost that game due to the Mezagoza still being in play to get a Cinchino. So I was like, ooh, I might have thrown there. But it worked out in the end. The Goza was not going well for him and for me. It was like, it's Mezagoza flips. And then, yeah, the Monkey Dory's play is cool. And at the end there, my play was to just get it back because he went after with Boss. And I was like, okay, I need to make sure I have enough energy to KO the Lugia and then also, you know, be able to use the Monkey Dory to knock out the Pokemon. And it worked out pretty well. It was kind of sick.
Yeah. Well, before we get out of here, is there anyone you want to shout out or say thank you to? Sounds like you had a good testing group to work on this deck with.
Yeah. So I want to give a shout out to my friend Sashi, my friend Mario, my friend Angelo, my friend Justin. We're all on the same list. The deck's pretty sick. Shout out to Yella Van Kelpen for like always helping me like with the Goldengo sauce. And yeah, that's about it.
All right,
and shout
buddy.
out TSS.
And shout out TSS. There you go. Well, congratulations on the win, Matt. And we'll be rooting for you moving forward. Get you to your next round. And let's get back to the desk.
Always great to hear from Matthew Wood, especially after a win like that. Golden Go on top for round 3 here.
Poor Cinchino, man. You can't call him a rat on stream. What are we doing here?
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the breakdown for the metagame that we have here for day 1 in Vancouver. See what decks are the most popular.
Yeah, there's so much to consider after we saw EUIC. A lot of decks looked pretty viable. If you want to copy what our champion was on and use the cloth, 7% of players believed that was the best choice this time around. But it's Dragapult leading the race, and we know why. It is a pretty impressive deck, especially with that Budu.
Yeah, it is Dragapult season right now for the Pokemon TCG. Meanwhile, Gardevoir having a big resurgence here in North America. Did not do very well at EUIC, but we know we have a lot of strong Gardevoir soldiers here in North America.
Tons, yes. We've seen so many players believe that with the success of Henry Chow and many others like him, that this could be the best deck in the room. It's also a deck that looks pretty strong going into the future formats. But do players just want to get one last ride out of Refinement, at least here in North America?
One last ride out of Refinement, Lugia V-Star, Dialga V-Star.
And that leads into some of our other choices we see here, as Lugia V-Star has a lot of players that were just wanted to see if they could pull the chops one more time. And it's going well for some, not so great for others, as we saw Cody taking that loss here on stream. But It's one of the decks you need to look out for, as when the cards start falling in the right order, you're in trouble.
And speaking of prepping for future tournaments, we have a QR code for some hotels at NAIC coming up here in New Orleans. Be sure to beat the crowd and reserve your hotel before it gets all booked up.
Yeah, one of the most exciting tournaments of the year. We always have such a great time. I'm glad that we settled on a location, at least for what it seems like, for this international event. It's been such a pleasure going to New Orleans, and we'd love to see you there and hopefully get to compete with, what, 3,000 other players, most likely?
Oh,
it's going to be a huge event. So we're hoping to see you there.
Yeah, be sure to book your stuff now, because there's going to be too many people, honestly. The streets of New Orleans are going to run Pikachu.
Yeah, I'm not sharing my hotel room with you guys, okay? I'm sick of you asking. It's not happening.
Well, that did it for round 3 here at Vancouver Regionals. And we have a lot of more Pokemon action to go, so don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Pokemon fans, trainers, and communities from around the world, are you ready to see who will be the next Pokemon World Champion?
Hi everyone, I'm here with Chip Ritchie, one of the TCG casters, to talk a little bit about what's going on at the Vancouver Regional Championships. Now, Chip, when it comes to TCG formats, you guys have rotations, and I've been told that Vancouver is going to be the last event in this particular rotation. So what does that usually mean when you get to the end of the format and you've got to the final event?
Yeah, so for a lot of players, it's going to be one last chance to play their favorite deck from the last few years. And some of the big ones that are going to be leaving us with rotation are the Lost Zone Toolbox decks that have been very popular the last couple of seasons, and then Lugia V-Star. Those are kind of the two big standouts. More recently, Regidrago V-Star within the last 6 months has become a dominant deck in the meta. It's not quite as popular in the current format, but I do still expect some players to bust it out for one last ride.
We are just a couple of weeks off of the Europe International International Championships. So do you expect to kind of see very similar decks and usage to what you saw over there as well for Vancouver?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dragapult dominated the European International Championships. It was the most popular deck in day 1, translated into the most popular deck in day 2. It was the most represented deck in top 8 of the event as well. So I totally expect to see tons of Dragapult this weekend. Not a deck that we're losing to rotation, something we'll be seeing plenty of moving forward. But it will be losing a lot of very valuable tools to rotation. Forest, Sealstone, Rotom V have been very popular inclusions in that deck.
So what do you get as new inclusions once the format rotates?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a brand new expansion that's going to be coming out very soon, Journey Together, and that's going to shake things up massively. We'll have rotation. We'll have a bunch of new cards to work with. The owners' Pokemon are returning to the game for the first time since the Diamond and Pearl era, so it's very exciting to see what's going to happen. Looking at some of the results from Japan, it seems like Zoroark is pretty decent, combined with the N's Darmanitan as well. So excited to see that in action in the coming months.
Oh my gosh, I remember when we got the announcements for this at the World Championships, and everyone was so excited, myself included, to see all of the owners coming back. So what's your favorite card you're looking forward to?
I think the Ionos cards seem really, really cool. They haven't seen a ton of success in Japan, but I really do enjoy those energy flood type of decks, which is what the Ionos Bellibolt EX is able to do. It just gets a ton of energy cards into play. The Ionos Voltorb does more damage for each energy card that you have in play, so I'm excited to get my hands on that once the set officially releases.
I don't know if this is in the same vein, but I like Boltund EX and this energy generation.
You know what? You might like the Ionos deck. You should check it out once the set comes out.
Sounds like it's going to have to be a deck that I pick up and try, but thank you so much, Chip, and we're going to go back to our Pokemon action here at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
It is getting into things. We've just begun our first day of the Pokemon Regional Championships in Vancouver. One of the most pretty locations, and the battles are even more stunning. Welcome back into the TCG side of things. My name is Ethan Heggie. I'm joined alongside Juancho Saldana, and we keep hyping it up, but this is truly one of these special events and so much history behind the Regional Championships here in Vancouver.
Yeah, I'm so excited again. Vancouver, absolutely beautiful. I couldn't think of a better partner than you, Ethan, that we're going to knock it out of the park, especially because this is the last time we're going to see a lot of these cards. And, you know, personally, you know, Lugia V-Star, I've been its #1 fan. It did just lose on stream, but that's okay. I mean, Matthew Wood plays it absolutely phenomenally. So, you know, I'm just excited to see all these Pokemon, and yeah, again, maybe just one last time.
Fly high, as some people say. You know, Lugia has had probably one of the most dominating runs in the Sword and Shield era. You know, Mew VMAX probably up there as well. But I mean, Lugia V-Star, what a dominant deck it has been so far. Throughout its history, it continues to evolve and, you know, really test the tail of a legendary Pokemon truly like Lugia.
No, that's for sure, that's for sure. But again, just because these older cards are great, but again, the newer cards, the Dragapult EXs, these EX Pokemon, we've really got to see some shine already. Even though it isn't a Dragapult deck, we got to see the Goldengo in Matthew Woods really put in the work against especially the Cornerstone Ogerpon. You know, it can't get hit by abilities. At least he has Dragapult. And again, that's just how good that card is. It gets slotted into a deck that has no right to play it.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the history of Dragapult as a Pokemon in the TCG, right? You had, of course, the Dragapult VMAX. That was a card that was super dominant when it came out. Saw a lot of play, you know, during that sort of online era of the Pokemon TCG. I don't know what it is about Dragapult, but he loves just being a little sneaky, right? Putting those damage counters on the bench Pokemon. And, you know, whether it's dealing 130 or 200 to the active spot, the fact that the format really lacks that protection for those bench damage counters, you know, the best option we had was, you know, the caster pick that we had of that Monkey Dory. We'll see how much that card really shines this weekend, and if it really is what these decks need to combat the power of Dragapult EX.
Yeah, that's for sure. And even then, you call it protection, but at the end of the day, that 6 damage counters will still hit the board. You're going to have, that's more of like an after effect. You're avenging your Pokemon, but again, I want to see more of it, and it's the most played deck in the field at the moment, especially since, you know, after EUIC, after seeing Natalie's such dominating performance, it's truly one of those decks that can get us to stand up and shout, amazing plays, take a 5-prize turn, why not? Yeah, again, fingers crossed we see something. A little bit spoiler, maybe we're not going to see it in the next round. I know we're hyping it a lot, but I'm going to tease the folks at home a little bit. We've got some new cards. I feel like it may be the stream debut for some of these cards.
Okay.
So it should be very, very interesting, Ethan.
Well, whether we're seeing it this round or not, Dragapult EX, one of the most dominant decks currently in the standard format, and one of the best users of that new Badoo card. Speaking of the Lich, let's take a look at the list that Natalie Millar played to get second place at the Europe International Championships. Let's not forget, walked home with $15,000, of course, everything that comes with the glory. And you really kind of see the breakdown of how things work out with this deck. Right? You've got the core we talk about, that Dragapult EX in the top left corner, and this has sort of been, the status quo. If we look at what EX Pokemon, especially those stage 2s, have seen play, it really revolves around having a built-in support engine. Dracloak is great at supporting your deck.
Yeah, looking at the list, I mean, to me, Ethan, this is Natalie/Ethan's Dragapult.
Okay, okay.
I know you guys worked hard together, so I'm gonna give you some credit. But again, looking at that heavy Dusknoir line, it just really shows how powerful this effect is. If you combine that with the Phantom Die, being able to put 60 damage counters anywhere, suddenly if you pop a Dusclops or a Dusknoir, the numbers change, right? You're suddenly doing maybe 110 anywhere, up to 190 anywhere. Yes, you're giving up a prize card, but you're exchanging a dominant board state, and I think that's absolutely phenomenal. You guys actually chose to play the Sparkling Crystal as opposed to a lot of the, the unfair stamp I've been seeing a lot, and a lower line of Badoo.
Yeah, Badoo is great to have multiple copies, but the space in the deck is pretty tight. Rotom is sort of a card that takes up that slot of Badoo, and it provides a lot of protection going first, right? This deck really wants to go second because in the Pokemon TCG right now, you get to do everything you want going second.
Yes.
Some decks still want to go first, right? And then there are those advantages we can maybe talk about later, but Rotom just allows you, when going first, to end your turn with a boost, and while you may be a little bit behind, right, your opponent uses Badoo against you, they start to power up their attackers, play their supporters, those extra 3 cards really can provide a lot of value. And in terms of the Crystal you talked about, it's also, again, just letting you streamline attacks. There's no way to accelerate energy in this deck, right? Sometimes we see the Crispin supporter card. So without that, it's kind of a necessity to play Sparkling Crystal, and what it also does is kind of save you that spot, because Crispin's really not a great supporter outside of bailing you out of attacking opportunities.
No, I have to agree there. I mean, Crispin is such a situational card. Yes, you have the Luminion V to find it, but then you also have to make sure that you have both a Grass and the Psychic in the deck. Whereas your Sparkling Crystal, just like you said, we already played for Arvin. It's really easy to grab, and yeah, it really shows that sometimes you just have to do things consistently. But yeah, I also agree with the whole very low Badoo line. Badoo, again, has been the star of the format. Everyone has to agree with that. But there are times where, yes, you're Itchy Pollen. You're using Itchy Pollen, but you do miss being able to draw 3 with the Rotom and just being able to set up, ensuring that you have a great board state. I feel like if you give it time, if you give it time, Dragapult always somehow lands on top, right? The more time there is, the more damage counters there are on the board, more opportunities there are for you to get Dusknoir. And yeah, I think it's been great.
Yeah, options is really the main thing that any deck wants to do in the Pokemon TCG, right? Having those options as a Dragapult player, that's where things really shine. Let's take a look at the pairings for this round. Some notable matches. Of course, we're getting into essentially the halfway point of day number 1 here. Of course, 8 Swiss rounds today. So these players are going to be looking to get themselves to at least 16 match points to secure their spots. You see here lots of notable players. Ross Cawthon, 2-time world's finalist. Ryan Antonucci, a player who has, won regional championships in the last 2 years, did play the Gardevoir deck. Bodie Robinson, an up-and-coming younger player. But this is going to be our feature match here, Wancho. Andrew Kennett, regional champion here in the modern era, 2 times up against Scotty Chesser, and this is going to be a great match for us.
Oh no, I am so excited. You have no idea, Ethan. I mean, I already spoiled it a little bit earlier. Just seeing new cards, it just sparks so much life into me. We get to see, especially when it's piloted by a great player, right? Someone like Andrew Kennett, being able to pilot something, I can't spoil it just yet, but being able to pilot like this new archetype. And you just know, like right after this, a lot of players are going to be looking through the website and just trying to find a deck list and just try it out on Pokemon Live. And again, I was looking through his history throughout the tournament. It's been 3 rounds. He's been able to take down some very notable decks like Regidrago. I mean, Regidrago, it's still pretty good, and Snorlax Control. I counted him out. I was watching him. I counted him out of Snorlax Control, but he found a way. And that's just how these top players really perform.
Let's see if he can put that showcase on in our next feature match. The stage is ready. Let's throw things down, get into our 4th Swiss round here of the Vancouver Regional Championships. And, you know, I'm not making this name up. Andrew Kennett named it himself. This deck is cuteness overload. We've got the Flareon EX, a bunch of the Evolution EXs from the most recent expansion, Prismatic Evolution, and it's paired with the best support Pokemon for these Terra types. It's that Noctowl with Jewel Seeker.
Yes, but he's going to be up against Scotty Chesser playing that Cloth Terrapagos. I'm going to call it more a Terrapagos deck with the Poison package. This is the deck that just won EUIC. So can the cuteness overload, you know, win against something that is proven to be one of the best decks, at least at this moment? If anyone can do it, it's Andrew Kennett. Again, cuteness overload. I love that you found out the name. I was gonna name it myself, and it wasn't anything close to that.
You know, I hate to, you know, be mean to some Pokemon, but if we had to take 2 decks with Pokemon that, you know, are categorized as cute versus, you know, maybe some not as cute Pokemon. Maybe some people think Oranguru is, you know, he's a cool little guy, but, you know, these are a battle of 2 very different types of Pokemon. These are Pokemon, you know, if you're walking in the street and Cloth comes up to you, I think you're gonna be a little bit scared, especially if you know it's one of the big ones, right, from the video game in Scarlet and Violet. That scared me a little bit when I was playing through the video
Ethan,
game.
I'm not going to stand here and listen to this Cloth slander. Cloth is adorable. It's no Eevee, but it'll do.
I know Boo is rolling wherever she is watching right now for this Cloth slander. I'd like to apologize in advance. I'd also like to apologize for Scotty for these prize cards. Look at that Squawkabilly and the prizes. That A-Spec Precious Trolley, cannot stress that enough. This is the backbone for Cloth's setup in this matchup.
No, exactly. This is a deck that really depends on its combo pieces, using Oranguru to find some tools, to find your A-Spec, more importantly, bench 8 Pokemon. You have to find stadiums, and if you're out of like your early game draw, which is the Squawkabilly, plus your late game draw with the Pheasantipity, that could be something. And of course, without your A-Spec, how can you put things together if you can't find the Pokemon? And at the end of the day, the best start is leaving that Petron in the active. Yes, there are cards like Hisuian Heavy Ball that Scott is playing 2 of, which is pretty normal. So there are ways to find it, but it's a lot tougher. The A-Spec, no, we're giving up on that though.
And you've always got to check with these players who is going first. And I think Andrew's going to be happy that he ended up deciding to go first. Of course, didn't have a Pokemon that would be knocked out necessarily. Of course, as we jump into things, it is that Mew EX, and we'll start things off with a Terravarb. This is a card that, you know, doesn't see so much play right now, but, you know, as these Terral Pokemon, these Terrestrial Pokemon become more and more at the forefront of the metagame, there's no better card to search these Pokemon out than a card designed to help support a deck like this.
Yeah, such a flexible card. You know, being able to find a Terra Pokemon, that means you can find, yes, the evolution, the Eeveelutions, like Flareons and whatnot, but there are also Terra basics, just like the Eevee and the Pikachu EX in the deck. I'm not going to lie. Okay, Andrew Kennett is just playing the mascot for Pokemon right now. He's playing Let's Go Eevee, Let's Go Pikachu. But yes, cuteness overload. Let's see what Andrew decides to find, though. But again, starting off with that ball should be good. If I had to guess, maybe something like the Eevee. Having a Terra Pokemon in play as well activates your capability to use something like those Noctowls later in the round, after the first turn at the very least. But I'm sure Andrew's looking for, you know, Terra Orb can't find the Fan Rotom. Fan Rotom is such a great way to set up the board. I mean, it's been used in the past to find those Noctowls, the Hoot Hoots, but, you know, in this deck, it even finds Eevees. So very good synergy there, as we do see the Eevee EX hit the board.
Yeah, the hand is really not looking too strong here for Andrew. I mean, he's got the Eevee down. Of course, it can evolve next turn into something like the Flareon EX to help accelerate some energy into play. But for now, you know, you really, as you said, want to get that Fan Rotom down. Of course, get those Pokemon into play. The basic 70 HP Pokemon, something like the Hoot Hoot for the Noctowl in the following turn. For now, though, we're just going to see the Earthen Vessel get rid of that Area 0. And, you know, that's a card that, of course, both players are going to want to have in play. But maybe Andrew understands that, seeing Budu potentially saying, you know, if we both want to play Area 0 on these early turns, I don't need to have all these copies in my deck because there's not going to be a Stadium War going on in this matchup.
No, I have to agree. I mean, if anything, I believe Scotty's deck would prefer the Area 0 more than Andrew. Yes, I haven't put that much time into testing Eevee evolutions, but if I had to guess, you know, Scotty's deck, again, it's a combo piece deck. He needs so many cards. Whereas, yeah, Andrew just needs, ideally, a Flareon and something to charge into. But as we are just going to pass now to Scotty, opens up with the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, and after this first search, Scotty's going to get some bad news here, right? As we mentioned, a lot of those important Pokemon are in the prize cards. They can be searched out thanks to the Hisuian Heavy Ball that is in the deck, but you got to find that piece, right? If you're not playing a card like Arven to search it out of the deck, you know, things are going to be a little bit tough. We do see a research hit the discard pile with the Ultra Ball, so, you know, Scotty's at least got some backup draw, maybe another copy of that Professor's research. But you see him sort of nodding his head, Juancho here, thinking to himself, all right, well, I can't dig really deep through my deck through Squawkabilly. I can't, you know, use Oranguru to search out the Forest Seal Stone and then the Precious Trolley. And I can't even put poison damage with the Petron. What would you do in this spot if you have all these options locked away? Do you maybe plan ahead, or do you try and put together an emergency plan for this turn?
Yeah, at the end of the day, if we can't put in this big turn, I mean, ideally, even attacking with Cloth doesn't seem too great just because of the Mew EX does have resistance to fighting. So it's going to be a little bit tougher than that. Not to mention, again, not having access to all these tools. But at the end of the day, Scotty can always fall back into a great attack, a great plan, which is, why not just Itchy Pollen? It's already in the active. Yes, we can do 10 damage, maybe weaken up the Mew. If we can add up some poison and whatnot, or, you know, just buy some time. Terrapagos can take that knockout the next turn. We already know Andrews had a fairly slower start. How about we slow him down even more? So, yes, sometimes we need the big combo. Sometimes we just Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, we'll see if there's, you know, of course, the main staple point for this deck, that poison package. The Brute Bonnet with the booster energy capsule can use, of course, that toxic powder ability to go ahead and put those poison onto the active Pokemon. And of course, that does, of course, limit damage here. We're not really going to see a lot of that, though. It's just going to be, as you mentioned, Itchy Pollen, not a lot out here. But then the question falls back on Andrew. Without that Fan Rotom and without having access to item cards now, you see him sort of giving a smile saying, yeah, I understand you didn't do much, and, you know, I've got the option to potentially attack here, but I'm going to have to just play this Iono, and without access to Ultra Ball, hope that I can just draw into something like the Flareon to start attacking and taking prize cards.
Yep. Just big Iono here. The nice thing is, in that hand, there was actually no items. Looking at the hand now, those 6 cards drawn, we do see the tool. Can we attack with this Eevee? Actually, we have the Sparkling Crystal in hand. Eevee does have a 3 energy attack with the Sparkling Crystal. We can remove one of those energy, and he has the right energies. That's a Fire, that's a Psychic, but you're just knocking out a Badoo, though.
And it's so risky, because if you just go in and take this knockout, there's so many ways that Scotty can just respond and knock out this Eevee. You lose your Ace Spec, you lose all your energy. So, Andrew, I think taking the smarter approach, understands the risk and reward, is essentially going to just let Scotty have another turn, promoting this Fan Rotom. And now on Scotty, with access to Nest Ball, can start to, you know, get this package online. Like we said, lots of pieces in the prizes, but getting that Oranguru to find Forest Seal Stone opens the door for so many options with this.
100%. Oranguru, absolutely powerful. Back order, able to find 2 tools. And again, Scott plays so many, just like the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, the Binding Mochis, the Forest Seal Stones. We already have the DTE on the Terrapagos EX. So I'm sure something he's trying to put together is possibly a knockout on the only threat on Andrew's side of the board, which is, of course, that EVEX. It only has 200 HP. It gives up 2 prizes. There's 2 energies attached. But can we put things together? Again, Terrapagos requires more bench. It requires the stadium. We do find the Brute Bonnet. I think, you know, Terrapagos does a base 130 plus the poison if we could get there with the Binding Mochi. If we could get more of the combo pieces, I think we can actually take the knockout even without the stadium, as long as we have poison.
Yeah, it was going to be really close in this spot. I think that's kind of what, you know, Scotty was thinking about. Did have the boss's orders in hand, so, you know, maybe you go into the Oranguru, it finds you the Mochi, then you Forest Seal Stone for the card, but it was a lot of resources and looks like a little bit short. Instead, we are just going to see the switch into the Oranguru to find those tool cards, and thanks to Latias EX, it's pretty much a pristine package to have, since that Oranguru really at the beginning of the format didn't see play for this ability, because having that 2 retreat cost was just a little bit annoying in terms of being able to constantly bring it up and out of the active spot.
Yes, just Oranguru, I'm sure, riding on this Latias, getting fast to be able to retreat back into the bench. And switch card was used there. That means Scotty is still free to retreat this turn, has access now to Forest Seal Stone. That means he has access to anything in the deck. But if I had to guess, we might just be Itchy Pollening again. Oh no, we are going to use the Seal Stone. Let's see what Scotty is going to grab. Eyeing up the boss's orders, but again, remember, we have already used the supporter this turn. Looks like it is going to be the Hisuian Sneasler to buff up some poison damage. Again, it turns the 10 tick into a 3 tick. It ups the clock. So if we do the math here with the Badoo, that means this turn, potentially we can do 40 damage. Maybe hope the Fan Rotom gets knocked out going back to our turn. But with the Binding Mochi, little nice combo there, we poisoned the Badoo, and now we're doing, what, 40 damage plus the poison. That's going to be a knockout on the Fan Rotom with Item Lock.
You think this guy isn't scary until, you get a poison package, and now you're item locking and hitting for 70. What is this, Seismitoad EX? We're back in the past right here, Wancho. Scotty putting these pieces together, a big investment, but is going to take the first knockout. And, now I think Andrew understands. Gotta find some pieces here. Gonna play another Iono. Look at 6 cards, but yet again, he is unable to play item cards from his hand, and that's sort of the backbone of Pokemon Search in the format. Let's see here, just a lot of energy cards. Does find Noctowl and Flareon, though. Those are 2 big pieces. However, the big question is, you get through this Badoo, but then you're potentially facing a big onslaught of damage on the following turn, now that Scotty has this full poison package set up and the energy already on that Terrapagos on the bench.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is we did find the Flareon. That's step 1. Unfortunately, Flareon's attack, again, it powers up Pokemon in the bench. We don't have a secondary attacker here. That means even if we not attack here, do what, 260 damage to this Badoo, and we're leaving our lone Flareon, our lone attacker in the active, all the energies. Yes, we're potentially breaking item lock, but we're kind of hoping here that Scotty doesn't have the return KO. But looking at the board, that might be tough. Again, because there is no Area 0 under depths, that's still a key card to still find here. But yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, this is the first Burning Charge, I believe announced in the stream.
A first here. Andrew wouldn't be, somebody to surprise me to have his fair share of first. Taking the knockout here with Burning Charge. And like you said, the Noctowl was in the hand, but it was really items being shut off. There was no trainer cards Noctowl could have even grabbed to help set things up. And okay, Mew EX potentially getting in the fray. We're going to see the grass energy be put onto that Mew EX, seeing if there's anything even like energy switch to move stuff around. But, hey, you can use, of course, that Mew EX to copy some attacks down the line. It is a potential option, for Andrew going into the latter turns of the game. And here we go. This is a big opportunity for Scotty. There's only one attacking threat on the board. With that Oranguru in the active spot, there's already a guaranteed plus 40 that can be dealt out from this Terrapagos thanks to that Binding Mochi this turn.
Yes, but we're going to need a little bit more than the plus 40, that's for sure. We're thinning out the deck right now with the back order getting 2 more items. Again, we're going to need the Area 0 under depths, and I believe at least there's 4 Pokemon on the field, so 4 more to at least reach the 290.
Yeah, so you have to think there's the 30 from the poison and then 40 from the Binding Mochi. So it's 70 on top of whatever the Terrapagos is already hitting for here. So Flareon has 270, so if you have 7 bench Pokemon in play, then that's going to be enough here. So you don't need to have the full 8, but if you have 7, that's going to be enough in this spot as it stands. And here we go, finding that Stadium card out with the Colress's Tenacity, but now the question is, how many bench Pokemon are there in play? The Lumineon will hit the board. Now a supporter has already been played, so it will find just a supporter for next turn. And that does make me wonder if, Scotty's committing to this resource this turn. Is it going to be a, hit for enough and hope it's knocked out the following turn from poison? Or does he just really want to boost the damage by a little bit? It's always a liability, though, to use a powerful card like Lumineon if you're not grabbing a supporter to be played this turn, which could possibly get disrupted.
Yeah, things are desperate here when you're playing the Lumineon just to boost up damage, just to take up a bench space. Makes me think, is there anything better we can bench? Again, without the A-Spec things, it's a lot harder to find these Pokemon, especially when you're down like a couple of Ultra Ball and the Nest Ball. I do see another Brute Bonnet. I believe we're just missing 1 more Pokemon to take the knockout. We have a stretcher here potentially to take the Badoo back.
Yeah, if there's a stretcher in the hand, then that would be 7 bench Pokemon needed to get the knockout here. So let's see, does Scotty have the Night Stretcher in hand? It's just contemplating, it looks like, what resources are needed. There's the Binding Mochi, so right away, plus 40 damage. And there's the Night Stretcher, a big find. That's his 2nd copy. Remember, 1 got discarded on turn 1 thanks to that professor's research. So now we have the 210 damage minus the 20 from the double turbo energy here, right? So this is actually going to be potentially just short of the knockout as we're looking through the math here. So both Pokemon are getting poisoned. It's 30 times 7 at this point, so 210 minus the double turbo. You see there's a lot of math going into play. So as it stands here, it won't be a knockout, but if this Flareon stays in the active spot, it will be knocked out going into the following turn, it looks like.
Yes, of course, unless there's something like a switch. Yeah, I believe looking at the math, it's just 10 short. Maybe 1 more attack with the Badoo potentially, or we can hope the Badoo cleans it up. But yes, Terrapagos EX, big damage here, lacking 1 Pokemon, 260 damage total, including the poison on that Flareon EX.
we're now back to Andrew. It has now access to all the items he wants. Does draw into an Eevee, so we can potentially charge into something new here. Does have, I believe that's a trumpet too. So if we can put things together, we could, oh, I have to double check. That's the Eevee that can evolve on
it
once
has,
it's
to be
active.
it has to be in the active spot, but it has the same ability as the EX. So the EX can evolve from anywhere. That Eevee with the boosted evolution has to be in the active spot. But big thing here for Andrew, right? You have this Pokemon fully powered up. I do wonder if he's could potentially considering grabbing something like the Switch, which seems a little bit insignificant, right? You know, this Pokemon's already in the active spot where you want it, but by getting rid of the poison, it means your opponent's going to have to attack into you to take the knockout rather than just giving them 2 free prize cards if you leave this Pokemon as it is with the poison on it.
Yeah, that's for sure. And it's, you know, as Andrew, with the Hoot Hoot in the bench and having access to Noctowl, I'm 100% sure he can put something together here. At least the Switch to be able to not give up a prize going back to Scotty's turn. I'm trying to think if there's even a route where we can use like a Glass Trumpet on a fresh Eevee, for example, attach a fire, put it into the active, and evolve into a fresh new Flareon EX or new evolution. Could be maybe try and stop Scotty from taking an easy prize, like taking a knockout here with Badoo. Seems a little bit annoying. If we could prevent that in some shape or form, things could definitely turn things around. As again, Noctowl is now being used. Let's see what 2 items.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity. I mean, when you're finally given a turn to play these item cards, you've got to take advantage of it. You don't know at the next potential turn, you could be shut off from items again. So you see Andrew just prioritizing using the Noctowl's Jewel Seeker to grab a bunch of these item cards. Immediately put the Switch on top of the deck. It will be the first choice, and now just getting a bunch of Hoot Hoot into play, potentially saying, yeah, I understand this Flareon's probably going to go down, and you have a very easy way to do it with the Badoo on the opposite side, but I'm going to make sure even if you do that, I'm still going to have a route to just take 2 more knockouts and win this game.
Yeah, I like the option here. Andrew choosing, oh, no, changes his mind. Choosing to bench a second Eevee onto the bench. He was debating on benching the Fanrotom. Fanrotom does have a pretty easy attack just for 1 energy, and there is a Stadium Play, does do 70 damage, possibly preparing for the easy knockout into the Badoo. Looking what else Andrew can do. There's a switch. Luckily, Mew EX does have free retreat and is just going to be a pivot just to heal up the poison so we don't get knocked out on this going back to Scotty's turn. The nice thing that could have happened too is maybe Mew EX could have done some use the Terrapagos attack, right? The bench is big on both of these players. Both these players do play these Terra Pokemon, so both have access to the Area 0 Underdepths. But no, it's just going to be the
Burning Charge. Oh, yeah, no, not the Burning Charge. Of course, that special Terrastal attack here, of course. We've got the Flareon coming in, hitting hard, 280 damage to the active, thanks to that Carnelian attack. And now Andrew Kennett at 3 prize cards, taking the prize lead after a slow start. And now it's Scotty on the back foot to try and find a way to, of course, have a dealing opportunity to take out this Flareon, but also not get ran over by the next Pokemon that's inevitably going to be powered up in the spot.
Yes, again, the nice thing is there is a response, and even the best response in the field at the moment. But of course, these top players have to be planning ahead. Plan on, like, what's the attacker after the Badoo. Badoo is not going to be able to survive, that's for sure, especially there is energy on Andrew's board. But with that, Nest Ball should be able to find at least the Terrapagos, again, have access to the Area 0 Underdepths. And just like that, we're back into a fairly stable board state, just missing the Double Turbo energy. Double Turbos are a little bit hard to find, but if I remember right, Scotty did find one earlier through the, just Advanced Chorus, did grab the stadium from that. So, things are stabilizing here. Still anyone's game. I'm curious to see what Andrew is going to be able to put things together, especially since he wasn't able to really use the optimal Burning Charge into like an Eevee, right? There is that 1 Lightning Energy onto the Eevee on the bench, but what evolution can help us? Do we see maybe a Jolteon? No.
You know, there are always potentials for things to come out. There is no Jolteon EX in the deck. And now it's back on Andrew. He is yet again put in a spot where item lock is underway. First, though, does have to get rid of a benched Pokemon. An interesting choice is actually going to get rid of the Hoot Hoot instead of the Noctowl that was in play. You know, you want to keep those Hoot Hoots around so that Noctowl can have value later on. And this was a really interesting choice from Andrew on the previous turn. Had the Terra Orb in hand and chose to not play it, maybe out of fear of something like Iono disrupting the hand.
but now he's in a really awkward spot, right? If he had that Terra Orb, he would be able to guaranteed grab something like the be able to grab something like the Sylveon EX. Instead, we're seeing the Eevee come into the active spot. We're going to see Reckless Charge come in. Hello, Eevee. I didn't know you could fight like that. Taking the knockout, going down to 2 prize cards. And now it's back on Scotty here. Has already burned both those Night Stretcher, right? So running low on those resources, only has 1 more of those available. But I have to wonder here, is this just a temporary solution to a permanent problem? The infestation of Budew around on the board here for Scotty now has access to that Pheasantipity thanks to drawing it off the prize cards.
Yes, Pheasantipity is absolutely powerful, able to refill the hand, at least 3 more cards. And look at that grip. If Scotty can do whatever he wants at this point. Maybe doesn't have the Night Stretcher. I think maybe, yeah, the Budew would have been more optimal attacker, that's for sure. But we always have that Cloth. And Cloth, now that I think about it, could have also knocked out something like the Eevee EX earlier. Could have been cool. But again, this fighting type Cloth, unfortunately, that Eevee only has 50 HP. It's about to get hit with, what, 340 damage?
Ooh, and you see sort of a mistake there. It's actually, I don't think, going to matter in this case since the Cloth is going to knock this out. But I really would have liked to see Scotty, use the Budew this turn because I think he's just played into Andrew's trap. A potential option here to close things out. This is the supporter card that makes everything work for this deck. It's that Briar supporter card. Now that Scotty is at just 2 prize cards remaining, right? Now that he has just those left, as long as Andrew can take a knockout on this Cloth with using a Briar and something like the Flareon, things could be potentially difficult. However, looking at this list, I'm not sure there's any way to put extra energy onto a Pokemon like the Flareon, while additionally using that Briar. He may have to tunnel himself into playing a Crispin this turn, and this could potentially spell disaster just because there wasn't a single more energy on board for something like that Eevee the previous turn.
I see an out here where he evolves into the Flareon EX. On this bench Eevee, and benches a new Eevee, right? And then uses the Glass Trumpet onto the new Eevee, and luckily with the boosted evolution ability, will be able to evolve that turn. Unfortunately, there is only a singular Eevee on the board at the moment. I'm trying to think if what else was in the hand here. Does have, again, access to at least 1 Hoot Hoot. That'll get him two cards. There is a Nest Ball.
Does have the Night Stretcher in the hand, and this is another opportunity here where if Andrew decided to, off of the discard from that Area 0, get rid of the Noctowl instead of the Hoot Hoot, he could have used the Night Stretcher here to bring back that and then grab both the Glass Trumpet and another Eevee potentially to make everything happen. Now that it's not here though, I'm not sure he necessarily has the resources and may have to rely off of a backup plan. Assuming there was another Eevee EX or a Terra Pokemon like the Pikachu, he could have made that happen. I think the pieces were there, Wancho.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. Again, if he chose to discard the Noctowl, he'd have access to so much. He'd have access to his entire deck at this point. 2 cards, two training cards in the deck, but I'm looking at the hand. There's no way to get a Noctowl at this point. He would have had it too. There is the Briar, there's the Flareon, there's the Nest Ball to potentially find another Eevee. Could have gone and just won this turn. Is able to find the Spiritomb. Will shut off stuff like the Oranguru at the very least, but at this point, it's done its job. There's an energy attachment to the Eevee. I'm trying to find it out here, but...
Yeah, and if you're Andrew in this spot, I mean, what do you leave up in the active spot this turn? You leave a 2-prizer up, that's a free knockout here for Scotty. If you go ahead and, leave a 1-prizer, it's still 1 boss's orders, right? If this boss targets the Eevee, you're not winning the game. But, how does Andrew win the game on the following turn? And this is just going to be the situation here. It looks like Noctowl comes into the active spot, kind of just, a last-ditch effort, a prayer here from Andrew to hope. Scotty doesn't have access to a boss's orders, but you see it right there. The boss onto the Mew EX, and with the Terrapagos and a full bench, will be able to close game up. It was a little messy, but he got there. Scotty Chesser winning game 1 in not dominating fashion, but in a fashion, that kind of had us all on the edge of our seat, really back and forth in that first game.
That's for sure. And again, Scotty showing why, his deck just won EUIC. This Cloth deck won EUIC, and it really does have the power, right? It has the capability, yes, it has the capability to potentially get a turn 1 knockout on a 70 HP Pokemon, but it does have the longevity as well, good late game as well, just as long as he has the Pokemon again. As long as he has the Terrapagos, as long as he gets the Cloth. As we are going to watch this replay, but the real star, it has to be this Budew.
I think we're going to be saying that a lot this weekend, Juancho. This card is just incredible, and it's no wonder it's seeing inclusion in so many decks, especially with that poison package you saw was able to, take a knockout on that 70 HP Pokemon, also leaving Andrew under item lock, and because of that missing Fan Rotom early, without item cards, really lacked the consistency. You saw eventually was able to claw back in the game, take the prize lead, and did eventually, get responded back to, knock this Budu out, of course, with a reckless charge on the EV. But if he just had that one extra couple of pieces, right? Really just needed the Glass Trumpet and another Terra Pokemon in play. If both of those Pokemon were potentially available, then Andrew could win this game. And it's just, you see in the Pokemon TCG, small decisions like that. One small decision of what Pokemon to discard off that Area 0, it kind of, seemed a little bit inconsequential in the moment, potentially came back to bite Andrew and steal that game away from him.
Yes, definitely the difference between winning and losing a game, that's for sure. As, again, this is, it's a new archetype. I don't blame Andrew. I'm sure, I don't know how much he's tested this EV deck, but it's still, it's a new archetype. There's still the kinks to work out, that's for sure. As, again, we're still shuffling up here into game 2. I'm very, very curious to see. I want to see more from the evolution deck, from the, the cuteness overload deck. Again, it has so many very cool things to do. Again, especially with the Pikachu EX as well, able to hit, 300, upwards of 300 damage. And the Flareon, we got to see the 280 damage attack. Again, these cute Pokemon really do pack a punch. But at the end of the day, is anything really cuter than Budu, technically?
I kind of reflected on what I said earlier. I guess cuteness is in the eye of the beholder, right? So, people like Pokemon for different reasons. Quick point to note, right? The Pikachu actually can't attack. There's no metal energy in this. So that is the one piece missing. But it's just great because of that ability, right? Of course, the Resolute Heart just prevents it from being knocked out. Could be a good Pokemon to have up in some matchups. Not this one. There it is, though, right away, Juancho. Such an important piece to have down turn 1. It essentially shuts off the huge consistency Oranguru and Lumineon provides. It's that Spiritomb.
Yes, the Spiritomb, again, means no Pokemon V, basic Pokemon V have any ability. And we got to see how strong the Oranguru really was the last turn, as Andrew Kennedy, again, getting the ideal start here. Actually got to start the Fan Rotom. So with the Fan Call ability, able to find some colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. That includes Hoot Hoots, Noctowls, and Eevees. That is great to see. What isn't great to see, however, is seeing that EVEX. This is a 2-prize Pokemon, and it's staring down a Cloth.
Yeah, these early turns are really important for this deck, specifically to not have to rely off Crispin to attack, right? You use that Burning Charge and get these energy into play, and Crispin can be a backbone later on to make sure you can string those attacks together. But having to rely off that early on before you have drawn through your deck, have found your resources, could be a lot. And I think that's the question here, Juancho. Do you commit your energy for turn to retreat into, I guess, the Fan Rotom, just kind of accepting that if your opponent has all the pieces, right, Budu, Mochi, the whole poison package, you're going to be, of course, letting your opponent get a prize, but also putting yourself under item block? Or do you just kind of hope your opponent doesn't have everything? I mean, you got to think about it here. It is a little bit difficult to have the entire combo while also having the Spiritomb. However, there is option number 3, and that's just to go ahead and ignore all of that by evolving on turn 1, thanks to that EVEX.
Yes, again, EVEX. Thanks to that Terra Orb, able to find the Flareon EX here. And just like that, yeah, we're no longer afraid of the Cloth. It's going to take a little bit more to take a knockout on something like the Flareon EX. But again, here it is, the Rainbow DNA ability, able to, just able to evolve into the Flareon EX. But can it do it this turn? Yeah, I thought it had the same ability, but no, it looks like it.
Oh, it can't. Wow. Yes. Okay, so that is the difference then between those Pokemon. I kind of just, got so used to energy evolution on the basic Eevee. My mistake there. So it actually can't evolve, and this is a bit of a risk here from Andrew, is potentially giving up 2 prize cards fairly easily here to Scotty, as long as he has just the double turbo energy, the Root Bonnet, and that booster energy capsule. EVEX will be going down as he'll start things off with the Heavy Ball and does find the Latias EX. That's an important piece we saw in that first game to allow these hefty Pokemon to move in and out of the active spot.
Yes, luckily it's Latias EX, not Latias V, so the ability is still live here. But again, I don't envy Andrew's spot, right? He had to think there, did he did he want to give up 2 prizes, or does he want to play under item lock? So yes, he is going to give up 2 prizes here, but at least he'll have access to play the game, maybe turn it around a little bit later. And of course, there's still that option of like not finding the combo pieces, but just hard finding the double turbo energy already before the supporter. All we're lacking now is just the Brute Bonnet and the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, and we are going to see a knockout on the Eevee. There's the Booster Capsule. Do we see the Brute Bonnet?
I'm not sure it's in the hand. Had to resort to playing, not the best supporter on turn 1, Iono. Something like even Arven to just guaranteed grab that precious trolley could have been the difference maker, and instead is going to just have to retreat into Hisuian Sneasler and pass. Things are going completely upside down here from game number 1, as Andrew, with a Terra Pokemon in play and the Noctowl, can start to set up the board, get the Flareon into play, take these knockouts, and flood the board with energy, not having to worry about attackers for the rest of this second game here between these players.
That's for sure, as we do see the Jewel Seeker ability getting activated there onto that Noctowl. Just was evolved, and he's eyeing out the Terror Orb. Again, such a great card. Like, no downside at all. Just able to find a Terra Pokemon, and looks like he's eyeing up the Crispin. Maybe just getting use of it early. So we're talking about flooding the board with energy. We're doing that with what? The Flareon attack plus the Crispin. Luckily, I believe the Flareon attack does do, 130 damage. So it is going to be enough to take a knockout on the Hisuian Sneasler. And then, of course, charge up the bench Eevee. Something I'd love to see that I'm not sure it will be used in this specific matchup is maybe the Sylveon EX.
Okay.
That's something, again, he has access to something like Angelite, which removes 2 Pokemon in play. Maybe could remove like 2 cool Pokemon. But right now, just Flareon EX is the perfect attacker. Doesn't even have to utilize something like his A-Spec. Again, first attack does only require 2 energy. Attaches the Psychic to the bench there, and yeah, just a knockout.
Yeah, taking a knockout, and as you mentioned, accelerating those energy cards into play. Will be able to strike first this time, have his board set up, and item lock will still be annoying for Andrew down the line, but now that these Pokemon are in play, that 10 damage, even if it's boosted up, not going to be, super annoying in terms of having him, be disrupted from his route to victory. Here we go, though. This is big for Scotty. Does finally find Badoo. It could, of course, go into the active spot and potentially attack this turn. And now the question here, though, is do we potentially see, a crazy combination of cards, right? Don't ever count this Cloth deck out. If there's the Poison package plus the Brute Bonnet, right? Of course, that Unhinged Scissors does do the 200 damage after the double turbo energy, plus the 30 from Poison and the 40 from Mochi is actually perfect math to knock out this Flareon. So we'll see if all the pieces are here, but with that Hisuian Sneasler now being in the discard pile thanks to being knocked out, it's going to require a Night Stretcher as well.
Yeah, we're going to need a little bit more, but with that Pheasantipity, able to draw 3 more cards. There's a Badoo again. It was interesting opting not to bench the Badoo earlier. At the end of the day, it is something Scotty can always retreat to. I think it's just a great attacker in general, but maybe really prioritizing having the bench space as Nest Ball is going to be played. I had to guess maybe like something like the Terrapagos, just again to really have access to all the Area 0 underdepths potentially. Again, Terrapagos is another Pokemon that can potentially take a knockout on the Flareon EX as well, but I believe it does still require the use of Hisuian Sneasler, and without Stretcher in hand, we're not taking a knockout this turn, I believe.
Yeah, and the big thing you're really seeing missing from this setup is the consistency of all of these tool cards. The Brute Bonnet comes down, but with that Oranguru V's back order ability being shut off thanks to Fettered and Misfortune on the Spiritomb, you kind of see this deck start to slowly fall apart, right? It's just missing, one of those last couple of pieces it can usually just freely get thanks to that easy ability to access. Without that, you see Scotty kind of, fumbling at his steps, tripping down the stairs as he tries to find some way to advance into the next round at an undefeated record.
Yeah, and again, I'm looking at Scotty's list. He plays a 2 Arven, which is, to me, I feel like it's a little bit low, and especially without having access to Oranguru, that's another like good supporter to find those key tool cards, as it is just going to be the Itchy Pollen for 10 damage there. Yeah, we saw that 10 damage could be important later down the line, so still opens the opportunity to potentially get knocked out with Terrapagos lacking, 1 bench?
Yeah, and you see Andrew just had 4 item cards, nothing else to play. Is just going to say, I'll take the free prize, I guess. You know, 10 damage, not really too bothersome to me. Let's go to 4 prizes, put ourselves potentially 2 knockouts away from closing the game out, as things will be back on Scotty. Of course, flip the script yet again. Access for another turn. You see the Pheasantipity, as per usual, putting in work, as the big find is that Area 0 under depths and deciding to get rid of both Luminion V. You know, while the Pokemon are fragile and can be a liability, you may need to build that bench up to be max in order to take this knockout. And you see 2 Pokemon being found, but if those Luminions even just hit the bench to boost the damage, we wouldn't really potentially having to be worried about missing the knockout. The other question here, though, Wancho, is there even an Ancient Booster Capsule? And I don't think there is. So without that, this Terapagos is going to be way short of knocking out this Flareon. And in response, is being threatened by Carnelian of just knocking it out entirely.
Yes, this is going to be a vanilla unified beatdown. Just 220 damage. No mochis, no extra poison damage. Right now, actually, there's only 7 Pokemon on the bench. It does have Pokemon to try and boost it up, but is there even a point? If we're 2-shotting, might as well maybe keep the bench space open for something a little bit more useful, as instead it is going to be unified beatdown for what, 190 damage. Again, 2-shotting this Flareon, but again, Carnelian.
Yeah, and it's part of the Pokemon TCG. I get if you're Scotty, right? You kind of had a game where you started slow. You were able to kind of claw your way back in. But, you know, with only 16 minutes left on the clock, this is potentially a spot where, you know, your opponent's pretty much guaranteed going to take a knockout here with Carnelian. And then they've got a complete Pokemon on the bench just ready to go ahead and attack again. I would even consider, you know, picking my cards up, going to the 3rd game. You're going to have the option to go first. And there is a very realistic possibility you can just win the game on that first turn.
Oh, yeah.
And just close things out, right? You know, if this game goes a little bit longer, you have the advantage of, you know, picking to go first or second. You could have a game that's completely in your control, go to a tie because you just didn't give yourself those extra, you know, 5-10 minutes to finish things out.
No, I have to agree with you there, Ethan. Again, just eyeing Andrew's board, seeing so much energy already flooded. Didn't even deal with the Flareon EX in the active while he's going to go down to 2 prizes already. I have to agree, but you know, maybe Scotty is maybe banking on that. I can win the game in what, 5 seconds potentially.
All I need is 1, right? All I need is 1 turn. I'm sure you know that has been the case. Of course, that's how the Europe International Finals were finished. 1 turn, Natalie didn't even get to do anything. As we'll see, Andrew, of course, use the Earthen Vessel. That was grabbed thanks to that Jewel Seeker ability. And now the last question is, you know, Flareon is in, you know, very realistic danger of being knocked out next turn. What is the other Pokemon you want to use to attack here? Is it the Sylveon? You know, it's a good wall at reducing some damage, but it doesn't really have the packing power to take a knockout on one of these benched V Pokemon. You know, it may have to be some sort of reliance on even a Night Stretcher to bring this Flareon back in the future.
No, that's for sure. I mean, right now, the energy is a little bit wrong on that second Eevee. Does have the psychic energy as opposed to something like the fire, but you know, a simple energy attachment can fix that, or even the A-Spec tool, as it is going to be the Carnelian for the knockout. Andrew's going to go down to 2. I'm trying to think of ways Scotty can come back from this. There are options, potentially maybe a Iono to a low hand size in combination with something like Badoo, Item Lock, and the Counter Catcher to try and get knockout going back to their turn. That's kind of an option, but that's a lot to ask for. And even then, you're still staring down, what, the Flareon EX and a second Eevee with a ton of energy. Does have the knockout here potentially with the Cloth, so it will only give 1 prize potentially. And since Scotty is nowhere near like 2 prizes, Briar will not win Andrew the game, but it is just a simple boss's orders for game, just to could close things out.
Yeah, and an interesting choice here. The math actually lined up really well for Scotty this turn. Badoo with the Sneasler in play and with the Binding Mochi would actually knock the Flareon out this turn. And, you know, that may potentially have to be a risk that Scotty takes in this spot. Instead, it's going to have to just leave the Pecharunt EX up in the active spot. You are taking the knockout going back into your turn, right? You're not going to activate a card like Pheasantipity since it was knocked out during that Pokemon checkup. And we will first, of course, see the bench get discarded down. Now this time, Andrew's going to get rid of those Noctowl. I think he understands, you know, Night Stretcher is a card he wants to have access to. And with all these cards in hand, you know, I think he's just a piece or 2 away from being able to close this game out. He's got the Ultra Ball. has another Ultra Ball in the hand. Now that Flareon is in the prize cards, that second copy, so if he does want to use the Flareon EX to attack this turn, we'll have to rely on one of those Night Stretcher if he still has those available.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough here. Of course, I'm sure Andrew wants to use this Ultra Ball to find the Flareon, but because it is prize, might have to go an odd route here where he Ultra Balls for the Sylveon EX or even something like the Pikachu, just so he has access to the Jewel Seekers on the Noctowl, and then find Night Stretcher plus Boss's Orders, right? But he still needs to find a Fire Energy as well to be able to use something like the Carnelian. So there's a couple of things still missing in this hand. Again, does have the Sylveon EX. Sylveon EX doesn't do that much. I believe it's 160 and protects itself, like reduces damage. And that's not going to take a prize card here. Well, it takes one. You want to take two, as it is going to be the Sylveon evolving the bench Eevee. So there we go. So we have that step. However,
I think he's close actually here, Wancho, right? Importantly, puts the Sylveon EX into play, so now something like the Glass Trumpet is online, right? You can go ahead and accelerate the energy into play, right? It needs a Fire, Lightning, and a Water Energy in order to attack, and I think Andrew here might have the final pieces he needs.
Yes.
Noctowl can grab the Boss's Orders and the Night Stretcher, and because there is a switch in the hand, can manual retreat the unneeded Psychic Energy off the active spot, and then use the Glass Trumpet plus switch to get all those pieces. Let's see if Andrew can play this out. I think he's got what he needs to close things out here.
Yeah, I believe he can just straight use the Glass Trumpet just to grab the Fire Energy as well.
So it has to be attached to bench Pokemon with the Glass Trumpet.
Gotcha,
That's correct, yeah. So you can only Glass Trumpet onto those bench Pokemon. So Andrew's just going to go ahead and play everything out here. That Jewel Seeker grabs the Boss's Orders to bring up one of these, of course, vulnerable and expensive two-prize Pokemon. And here we go, going through the motions here. So we'll retreat into the Fan Rotom. Now that this Eevee's on the bench and that there's a Terra Pokemon in play, Glass Trumpet can accelerate the energy onto this Eevee. It was a little bit complicated, but Andrew still found everything he needs. The Boss's Orders, the Night Stretcher to bring it back, and the switch means we're gonna see Flareon EX come into play, hit for 280, and close out game number 2, bringing us the distance to game 3.
What a game here for Andrew Kenneth. Again, the cuteness overload. That was a lot of things to do just to get 3 different colors onto an Eevee, into the Flareon EX. But again, being able to hit so much damage, it's a very cool deck to watch, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and this is again a game that, I have to wonder if you're, in Scotty's side as we'll look back at the second game that went place between both of our competitors. I think after, Andrew goes down to maybe 4 or 2 prize cards here, just pick your cards up. Go to the next game. It's kind of hard to, give yourself a little bit of doubt in your mind, right? Could I close this game out? Could I have not? But you are in a spot now where, you've only got 5 minutes left. Andrew, however, without being under serious item lock early and without being under serious prize deficit early, just ran through this game. Flareon powered up all the Pokemon, got things set up, and it was just the Eevee show, the cuteness overload that was able to allow Andrew to get through what he needed to power up this Eevee into Flareon and take that last knock.
I agree. I feel like, the Cloth deck isn't known as this comeback deck. It's a deck that really pushes its advantage. It's able to take knockouts very, very early, but even pushes item lock as well and just continuously take prizes. But when you're behind, it's a little bit tough there. But again, into game 3, I'm very, very curious to see if, yes, okay, that's a Mew EX.
Ooh.
So there's no possibility of just a dunk potentially, but
yeah, big start there. Does, of course, start in the Mew EX, as you mentioned, 180 HP. The maximum that, Scotty can do to an active is 80, thanks to, of course, the Hisuian Sneasler, the Poison, and then the Toxic Subjugation, or excuse me, that's on the Pecharunt EX, right? So, the ability on the Pecharunt to put 5 more damage counters on the active. It looks like Scotty has pretty reasonable prizes this time around, so we'll see immediately Forest Stillstone. We haven't even seen the back order get used, and Squawkabilly will just allow continuous dig through the deck, as Scotty will look to get pretty set up here as we wind down with 10 minutes left in the round.
Yes, Ultra Ball, again, playing Nest Ball, playing the Ultra Ball, getting those key Pokemon out into play, having a back order already in the active. As a Claw player, this is everything you want, except for the fact that your opponent has 180 HP, but your setup is going to be phenomenal. And again, without the Spiritomb in play for Andrew's side, Scotty is free to use this back order and is going to be able to use it right now. He's eyeing up the Binding Mochi. Yeah, if I had to guess, it has to be the Ancient Booster Capsule to be able to attach to the already benched Brute Bonnet. So things are looking good. Hasn't even used the Squawkabilly yet.
No, this is, you know, the dream of any Cloth player, as you mentioned. Just see so many cards. You fill your entire bench up potentially. You know, Force Seal Stone hasn't been used yet. So with the Terrapagos in play, if we see either the Trolley or the Area 0 get drawn, Scotty could, if he wants to, just fill the bench up to 8 this turn. Will use Squawk and Seize, draws through 6 cards, you know, does have access to some interesting supporters down the line, and will get, you know, clear look at what those 6 prize cards are thanks to Hisuian Heavy Ball. But I mean, you've checked pretty much all your boxes you need turn 1. As soon as the dunk potential, right, or excuse me, the ability to win the game on the first turn is no longer available, you kind of know where your potential is capped at on that first turn. And now it becomes, of course, thinking towards what Pokemon is my opponent going to want to leave in the active spot, and how am I going to respond with my variety of attacking choices I have access to.
Exactly, and with that Hisuian Heavy Ball able to find the Cloth, again, we got to see that Cloth could potentially make a big play, taking a knockout, something like the EVEX potentially. You know, just having that option is great. There are a ton of options in the hand. There's even the Petron already that does more damage with the poison. The only thing missing, I think, is the Badoo, and then you technically have all your attacking options that you want. But right now, it's just going to be the poison onto the Mew. And
yeah, so it'll just be a pass over of the turn. There was no way to move this Oranguru out of the active spot. Right, no Latias EX. We did see, of course, the switch card hit the discard pile thanks to that Squawk and Seize ability. And here we go for Andrew. Does have Ultra Ball in hand, the Terra Orb, and this is really the big question here. We see a card we haven't seen get played down before. Of course, the Black Belt's Training could boost the damage up to plus 40, and that's a good piece for Scotty to, you know, maybe know. Of course, there is no Pal Pad to bring supporters back, but it could, of course, change how the game plays out with that plus 40 damage. It just opens up more doors for both of these players.
Yeah, it makes some interesting math, that's for sure, but I feel like that's mainly there to really hit those big Pokemon EX, like the Dragapult EX with 320 HP. You know, Carnelian does 280. That's perfect math right there. So, but I feel like, again, Andrew has the capability to just knock out everything in a Cloth deck in any case, so not too bad of a discard there. I'm curious to see, though, if what Andrew can put together. I don't think there was a second energy in hand, so discarding that basic water. If we miss an energy attachment for a turn, sometimes things could get tough because you do need 2 energy onto a Flareon. But there was the tool in hand, but I would have liked to see at least, you know, a safe attachment. There is still a supporter to play for the turn. Still a lot of cards to be played, but
yeah, this is an interesting spot here. I think Andrew's kind of just thinking through what potential options are available at this spot. Now, of course, the EVEX, as we incorrectly mentioned, it can't evolve on the first turn, but the EV can potentially evolve the regular one if it's in the active spot. You know, there is a world potentially here if the perfect pieces are found, right? You find the Glass Trumpet. You don't even necessarily need a Glass Trumpet, actually. If you can just bench the Eevee, put the Sparkling Crystal onto it, and move it into the active spot with an attachment, look, that gets you the pieces you need to take that knockout on the first turn, assuming you have the Flareon. But instead, Andrew looks like going to just take a little bit more of a passive route, waiting to use that Fan Call ability, and first playing the Iono to draw 6 cards, see what he finds, and then make that powerful decision after he sees what he's working with for the following turn.
Yes, does find a couple of energy, maybe wanted to draw into those pieces as well, right? You know, Fan Call, as powerful as it is, only finds you 3 Pokemon, and, you know, when a lot of Pokemon are fighting for that spot, when you want to get some EVs, when you want to get some knockdowns, yeah, I don't mind that play at all. Just going for the Iono, maybe hoping to draw, as it is going to be 1 apiece, right? 1 Hoot Hoot, 1 Knockdown, and 1 Eevee.
I think understanding, right, if you just leave this 1 EVX into play, there is always the potential your opponent pops off. They find the Claw of DTE, Boss's Orders, knock out your only attacker, and you're kind of at square one on the following turn. Sure, Andrew would have loved to just get down as many Hoot Hoot as possible, but understands there has to be a balance, like all things in life. Does opt for the EV, and now the question is, of these 2 energy, where do you commit it, and which one do you commit to?
If I had to guess, we have to commit it to, looks like it is going to be on the EVEX. That is a little bit harder to knock out. I was thinking maybe attach it to the basic non-EX EV so that if it take a knockout, if Scotty takes a knockout, he's only taking 1 prize, but you did lose your energy. But this is, for Scotty, if he does find something like the Cloth plus the Boss, that's 2 prizes plus the energy. That could be very, very big here. As, again, does have access to something like the Seal Stone as well, so things are definitely possible. Does have the Luminion in hand as well to maybe find something like the Boss's Orders, but more importantly, doesn't have the Stadium. So our damage is still a little bit capped.
Yeah, with this attachment to the Terrapagos, of course, this Cloth option is now shut off for this turn. That is not a potential. But with this Luminion now being able to find any trainer card potentially out of the deck thanks to Arven, you could just draw more cards with Research, and with the Forest Seal Stone still being available, this is really interesting here. We're actually going to see Boss's Orders potentially be grabbed. Now, as things stand, you could, like you said, target down the Eevee that doesn't have the energy card attached to it. You could even go after the support engine with the Noctowl. With this boss being grabbed and, you know, of course, the options available on the table, if you're in his shoes right now, Wancho, what are you going to do with this position?
Well, the nice thing is there is 10 damage on that Mew because of that poison. And if we can find a way to move the Terrapagos to the active and poison it, he's actually doing 170 damage. That is enough to knock out the Mew EX. And I believe, yeah, that should be enough to knock out the Mew EX, even without that 10 damage, actually. But there is no way to switch at the moment. There is still the Seal Stone.
I think there is a switch card, actually. And so that may be a potential option here for Scotty. Let's take a look and see. Is there a switch card? Yeah, there is a switch card. So it does have the switch card. We'll go ahead and move into the Terrapagos, and here's where all the math comes in. So, of course, that 20 damage reduction from the double turbo energy means it's doing 130, but then the math works out perfectly. 10 from poison and the 40 from the binding Mochi poison means that it will be exactly enough, and importantly, will be knocked out going back into Andrew's turn, so a card like Pheasantipede is not going to be able to use that flip the script ability.
Yes, again, just taking a knockout there. I believe because there was that 10 damage, Andrew does have the capability to use the Pheasantipede because it was exactly 170, but more importantly, taking the first 2 knockout, that's what Cloth wants to do. So technically, Scotty is en route to potentially maybe try and go the 2-2-2 route. Yes, it's a little bit tougher to get those big EX or the Flareon with 270 HP, for example, but Terrapagos does have the capability to do that. And more importantly, I don't think this Terrapagos is threatened at all, right? We know for a fact that Andrew has to use something like the first attack on the Flareon EX to maybe charge up some energy. I'm trying to think maybe some Glass Trumpet or some Crispin plays plus the Tool to try and hit the 280. There are options.
Yeah, it is actually pretty doable here, right? If you have the Crispin and the Sparkling Crystal, which you can guaranteed grab out of the deck with the Noctowl, then as long as you have Flareon EX, that gets you there, right? You get the attachment for turn with the card energy you find off Crispin, the energy acceleration you get off Crispin, and then the Sparkling Crystal means you know, no matter how you accelerate the 3 energy, as long as there's a combination of a water and a fire or a water and a lightning or however you do it, you would be able to knock this Terrapagos out. And, you know, I think that has to potentially be your option because I'm not sure dealing 130 and accelerating, while that would have been good 10 years ago, Wancho, I don't know if that's up to par with today's standards in the TCG.
Yeah, that's a good point. I was thinking it was tough, but things get a lot easier thanks to cards like that Noctowl, that's for sure. Looking at the hand, Pheasantipede was played already, did draw into a Noctowl, or possibly already had that in hand. Trying to see if he has everything to possibly put this together. I believe the Flareon EX is in hand as well. Could even maybe try and go for Angelite. no, Angelite isn't going to help out here. But the first attack possibly of the Espeon, on the Sylveon, maybe try and tank some damage, but...
Yeah, it looks like we're just getting confirmation of what happened with the poison knockout here. So just to recap, that Mew EX did have 10 damage on it. The Unified Beatdown was dealing enough damage, and it looks like we are on the same page, right? So flip the script, properly able to be used. You know, a little confusing with that 10 damage. Actually did matter, so that was an opportunity, right? You know, if you're Scotty, you don't poison that Pokemon early on. You ignore the flip the script. That time has passed, though, and here we go. Noctowl, Jewel Seeker, and you immediately see potentially those first couple of cards, and even looks like potentially looking at Counter Catcher instead of something like the Sparkling Crystal. I wonder here what Andrew is thinking about doing in order to keep himself in this game, especially after Scotty had an explosive start taking the first 2 prizes.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the ideal target is for this Counter Catcher. Maybe Andrew could be going for a stall type play for just going to be, no, maybe we are going for the Angelite. Maybe we are going to, again, the Angelite attack can remove 2 Pokemon on the bench. So if we can force the Terrapagos on the bench, it does force a couple of cards from Scotty.
Yeah, it does remove those Pokemon, but I don't necessarily know if that's going to be what it takes. Now, of course, the Squawkabilly is in play this turn, so that could be Andrew's option here, right? Don't invest that powerful Sparkling Crystal and just use the Magical Charm to deal enough damage to knock out Squawkabilly. We'll see if that's what Andrew decides to go for. I have to imagine with him grabbing the Counter Catcher, it's going to be a little bit better of a play than to, you know, go for the Angelite. You're not taking prize cards, and your opponent can just kind of play nest ball and put all those Pokemon back into play. The big question, though, is that Magical Charm. It's really not great when you're just knocking the Pokemon out with the attack damage, as it's not like something with Goodra where you reduce damage done to yourself. You're reducing the attacks of the active Pokemon. So this Sylveon is still very much in range of just being knocked out by a full bench plus poison with the Sneasler. Unified beatdown from this Terapagos. This is another risky turn here. If Scotty can find those pieces, he's going to be in an excellent spot.
Yeah, again, and that's the tough part of playing these decks that require so many energies, especially these stellar Pokemon that require all different energies. It came down to having that psychic energy attached, right? If it was the fire energy, Andrew would have just had knockout on the Terapagos. Might just have to be the Angelite just to sort of make things a little bit tougher.
I mean, this is a powerful attack, right? We saw Plegiax back in the day on the Sylveon picking up Pokemon. You're not using the expensive resource like a V-Star power. And I mean, you get to put these Pokemon back into the deck, but, you know, Scotty has still his V-Star power. He's still got Lumineon in play. He's still got, you know, a decent amount of cards in hand. Usually this would be an attack you'd like to pair with something like an Iono to disrupt. You're leaving Scotty with so many pieces in hand. I have to wonder, you know, this is disruptive. It is definitely annoying for Scotty, right, to, you know, get these Pokemon back into play, attach those energy cards again. But with that being said, you know, Andrew didn't take any prize cards this turn. He's still at a deficit, and he's still going to need to find pieces to win this game.
Yes, very, very unfortunate that indeed. But yeah, more importantly, though, the things attached to those Pokemon that were removed might be key here. Again, it is hard to find those special energies like the double turbo or, you know, removing the Oranguru with the Forest Sealstone does remove access to your V-Star power at the moment, yes, as Iono is the only thing played. Drawing 4 cards. 4 cards is not that much. And I'm not looking at anything here.
Yeah, and at this point, let's, of course, note time has been called at this point. Scotty is turn number 1, and that maybe was Andrew's understanding from this spot, if we look at his perspective. If there was no time going into this game, I think that we could probably agree knocking out this Pokemon, taking prize cards is your way back. But Andrew understands there's no way for him to win this game if he were just to take 2 attacks with him being turn 0. He made a disruptive play. It ends up paying off here as Scotty's not able to take 2 prize cards this turn, thus meaning it's going to be a tie between both these players.
That makes sense. You know what? I'm glad we got to see the Angelite play. It came in clutch in that very, very specific scenario. Yes, it may not have been the most ideal attack to win the game, but it was the most ideal attack definitely to take that tie as, you know, take the tie. Still very, very much in it. They're both at 3-0-1. So a great record.
Still a great record, and, you know, that game really showcased, you know, the good and bad of some decks that are, you know, not the top tier decks, but have a lot of strong potential. Let's look back at that set, see what went down between these competitors. You really have to, I think, point back to this first game from Andrew. You know, he is playing a little bit of a weirder deck, but, you know, and this is, you know, giving critique to a player who is excellent at the Pokemon TCG, a 2-time regional champion. But you can see in these games, even as a regional champion, even as someone who is extremely a veteran in the game, has played a while, sometimes you can just overlook these small micro decisions. And I, again, have to look back to this big decision, right? Where the Noctowl was not discarded with the Area 0, and then eventually MUEX still in play, knocked out by that boss's orders after Andrew missed those final pieces.
No, that's for sure. As, again, I have to give it up to Scotty as well, being able to, you know, that game 1, so many key cards were prized. So he definitely had to play through. He knew his deck probably like the back of his hand at this point, and was able to find a way to really sneak out that win as, again, just really taking advantage of how much push, how much pressure the Terapagos deck really does give.
And so many options, right? This deck used to be Cloth. Now, as you said, it's like a Terapagos toolbox style attack at this point. You know, being able to use the Binding Mochi as kind of unintended, you assume. I don't know if the game designers were thinking to themselves, oh yeah, this is going to be a perfect card with the Budu to come out, but that's where players innovate sometimes, right? Budu hitting for 70 damage, it may or may not have been tested, but this is reality now, so we got to wake up and smell the roses. Smell the buds, maybe, potentially. I think it's almost a flower, right?
Yeah,
so
it's going to
the roses
bloom
then.
eventually.
It is Roserade, right? I mean, you evolve into Roserade, so maybe it's not too far off. Smell the roses. I'm going with that. I'm sticking with that.
I'm sure it smells nice, but yeah, again, the Budu, and I love how our players really try and innovate boosting this damage, just because it's such a powerful attack, despite only doing 10 damage, the item block attack being so massive, and the fact that it's free. It doesn't require too much investment, leaves leaves your deck really open to having those techs, right? I've even seen people play that, I don't know what it's Skeletor to try and boost up the Badoo damage, right? There are so many ways, and again, our players are absolutely amazing to be able to find those ways. But I still want to talk about the cuteness overload deck, really, if we're really talking about innovation, right? Again, the Flareon EX, the Angelite on the Sylveon EX, these are so cool. Would have loved to see maybe more of those evolutions. I don't know, just not too many of them are really good, but they have some cool attacks, like the Umbreon discards a card from hand, for example. And can you imagine just rocking up a regional with the most expensive deck that you can play in the standard format?
The Moonbreon is gone. What do they call the Sumbreon now? It's called the Sumbreon. Moon, Sun, Day, Night. Whether you're playing Badoo or not playing Badoo, these players all have one goal in their mind. They want to become a regional champion and gain all the glory that comes with a regional champion. They're competing for lots of prizes, which we'll go ahead and take a look at here. This weekend, of course, in Vancouver is like all others for the regional championships. Players are battling it out for those $10,000. Of course, becoming a regional champion, you have the regional championship points that come with everything here. There's a lot to compete for if you are trying to become a regional champion.
Yeah, I mean, just the Worlds invite by itself, I feel like that's such a big deal, especially of how hard it is to really, qualify this year, being only top 125. Might as well just win a regional and guarantee my spot at the World Championships. I'm sure a lot of people are playing for that. But you know what, $10,000, that's nice and dandy as well.
The history of the Pokemon TCG, it's been really great to see that more and more prize money is going to the players. It was $5,000 a while for the Pokemon TCG Regional Championships and the Masters Division. It went up 2x in the last couple of years, $10,000 now. And don't forget those booster packs. I know lots of people are loving the most recent expansions. They're not giving out Prismatic Evolutions, unfortunately, this weekend. There's no booster box for that set. But hey, Surging Sparks, still a great set with plenty of chase cards and competitive cards at that.
I was about to say, if that's 108 Prismatic Evolution, I'd be tough to choose whether I want $10,000 or 108 Prismatic.
Are you leaving the caster desk to get those 108 packs? Monster, talk to me here.
No, again, I need to build that Flareon deck. I need the Cuteness Overload deck at this point. And those are cards found in, again, Prismatic Evolution, or maybe even just Badoos.
The Master Ball Badoo. I personally didn't get any of the Master Ball Badoos, but some people like their bling. They like to roll up with some of the special arts. That was really cool to see in the Prismatic Evolution set. A lot of the competitively viable EX Pokemon, the Blood Moon, Goldango, Dragapult, they all got really cool special art rares. This is a competitive TCG stream, but I know you like your collecting, Wancho. Do you have a favorite art from that set? Do you have a card that you really like to see?
Is it too cliche to say the Sunbreon? I really do like Umbreon. Okay, and I know I'm probably never gonna be able to own the cards. It's more of a admire from afar.
Sure. Yeah, those special illustrations are really cool. And what's even cooler is when the illustrators come out to the events. At EUIC, they had a panel where they brought some of the illustrators, including the person who drew the Moonbreon. I was a little bit busy playing in the tournament that weekend, but, for competitors, spectators alike, those experiences are what making these regional championships and international championships so fun, because there's just more and more to do. If you're watching this event, you're seeing the stuff that's going on, and you're like, wow, I want to go to these. You should go to Pokemon.com/play, see the events that are happening near you, and come out to one of these events. It's a great time. You're going to have a blast.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't even have to go that far, right? Yes, these regionals, the ICs are a lot of fun. They're end game, but at the end of the day, sometimes you want to go out of work and just go straight into a Pokemon League, for example. We have a ton of Pokemon Leagues, all across the world. I think the best, again, just like here in the Vancouver area, definitely check out, these games here, like Everything Games, Draw for Turn, Van City CG, and Bastion Games. We have the addresses here as well. So if you're in the Vancouver area, definitely check these places out. I know my favorite thing to do whenever I travel around for these regional championships is seeing the local scene. Right? See, maybe picking up a couple of cards that I'm looking for, and just saying hi to all the local players.
Right on. Yeah, and all these places just have so much history, right, behind what these venues essentially provided for places. I know Sierra talked specifically about Bastion Games as the place where she started to play the Pokemon TCG out in this area. That's kind of incredible to see through time and time again. These are where players essentially start their Pokemon journeys. This is where they get information on how to play the game, where to collect cards, how to grow, and everybody starts there. And if you're looking to start your Pokemon journey, go ahead and scan that QR code to find these events and Pokemon leagues near you. It's worth going on this journey. We've come a long way playing the Pokemon TCG. We want to see your stories. Go ahead and scan that code. Get started with the Pokemon TCG. You can't go wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure. Honestly, the best friends I've ever made were really playing at the local league, and in fact, like a junior I used to play with was just so great. I ended up being my son after that junior.
Wow.
Just because I was just like, he had such a good personality. And I wish if I had a kid in the future, he grew up to be just like him. And I found him at the local league, you know? It could be life-changing, right?
You find great places or people where you don't expect them. You know, my story is I had some great role models, some great judges who still judge today, were the people who taught me how to play the Pokemon TCG, were the people who supported me at the local levels growing up. So, you know, whether it's in different ways, Pokemon League is where these players start and where you're going to learn all these things about the Pokemon TCG.
No, that's for sure. I mean, I love Sierra's story as well. I'm sure if you tune into the VG stream, she'll share it there, but we're going to seal it here. Like, she used to cast the pre-releases that you used to have. And, you know, that is, and now she's here in the big stage, like casting VG for Pokemon. You know, it's humble beginnings, right?
Humble beginnings for all, and I'm sure players are looking to, you know, find a next chapter, conclusion to their story on their road to becoming a regional champion. We're over halfway through. We've still got plenty of Swiss action remaining. The Pokemon TCG stream is going to continue after this short break.
There are tons of vendors at every single Pokemon Regional Championships, and I'm always curious, what are the best-selling cards? What are the players picking up? And also, what are some of the high-ticket items that collectors are looking out for? Let's go down the line and ask each of our vendors what they've gotten rid of so far this weekend.
Hi, my name is Ian Ram. I'm here with Magic Stronghold Games, and the card we've sold the most of would be Goldango EX. That card's really nice, looks really great. And the most interesting item we've probably sold would be the Detective Pikachu coins.
So my name is Caitlin. I represent Kayfabe Cards. We're from Utah. The most cards that are the most of one item that we've sold is probably Badoo. A lot of Badoo, and a lot of Crispin. My favorite that I've sold is just any of the old, like really old EXs and like level Xs. I love it when we sell all of those, and people really like to see them. So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Noah of Mr. Magic, and I would say the card that we have sold the most of this weekend would be the Pheasantipity EX. One of the most cool things that we brought with us that we've sold is probably the exclusive from Pokemon Center Thailand. And it would be a Dragonite holding a berry basket. Very neat item.
Hey, how are you? I am Bobby. We're here at the side deck. It's a very fantastic weekend here in Vancouver. We've had a very well success this weekend. Our most popular card by far selling has been Arcalodon. Very crazy card. I'm really excited to see how it does post-rotation. And the card that I feel like would be the most interesting that we sold this weekend had to be Ancient Mew, the old promo. It's very, very nice. So I was really excited to get that one.
So there you have it, a ton of unique items being sold this weekend, and also, of course, tons of very competitive cards. What I'm really interested by is the fact that each of our 4 vendors had a different answer for which card they have sold the most of this weekend so far. The Goldango EX, Pheasantipity EX, Archaludon EX, and Badoo, all extremely powerful meta-relevant cards, and I'm sure we'll see each of them have their moment to shine this weekend at the Vancouver Regional Championships.
Sou Gabriel e eu nasci em São Paulo. Meu Pokémon inicial seria o Pikachu. É meu Pokémon, um dos Pokémons favoritos meu. Eu jogo bastante com meu irmão, ele sempre me ajuda nos treinos. Competitivo, os 2 primeiros anos ali foi mais na brincadeira, aí depois umas pessoas vieram falar com a gente dos torneios maiores e a gente foi acabando entrando nesse lado competitivo do Pokémon TCG. Já fui em 3 campeonatos mundiais. Em Londres, no Japão e no Havaí. Uma das memórias favoritas foi quando eu ganhei o Mundial do Japão, em Yokohama. Foi incrível lá. Porque é o maior torneio que existe no Pokémon Mundial e no Japão, onde foi criado, é melhor ainda. A estratégia que eu usei para esse torneio não era ser muito agressivo, meu deck é mais calmo, passivo e esperar meu oponente começar a ação para eu voltar e finalizar a partida. O deck que eu escolhi era o Charizard Pidgeot. Ganhei o regional de Joinville anteriormente ao Like, então só mudei 2 cartas e vim com ele. A minha última final do Like, ano passado, foi um outro formato. Eu acho que foi uma partida bem parecida, era uma partida entre 2 decks pau a pau e veio para quem comprou melhor. A parte da jogabilidade que eu tento melhorar sempre é o nervosismo, que minha meta é acalmar tudo, mas sempre tem aquele friozinho na barriga antes das partidas, que às vezes acaba também fazendo eu errar. Acho que é muito bom estar na final, a sensação de chegar longe.
You can hear the crowd chanting his name. They want him to take it home yet again.
No último turno da partida, não tinha mais o que ele fazer naquela situação do último turno, então dava pra ver que já tava o jogo na mão. Essa sensação foi incrível, sabe? Que todo o nervosismo que eu passei durante o jogo acabou, foi um alívio.
And that's it! He extends the hand, back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title as the international champion here in Latin America.
A sensação de ganhar o evento é uma sensação incrível. Sim, não tem muito o que falar porque eu tô sem palavra praticamente. Olha, não podia ser melhor, né? Significa muita coisa, que por ser minha última temporada de sênior, também meu último internacional no Brasil, gostaria muito de ganhar esse torneio e acabei ganhando. Eu vejo como mais um título que vai me dar confiança para jogar aí os próximos e conseguir mais títulos por aí. O conselho que eu daria para os treinadores de Pokémon é treinar bastante, que não consegue chegar numa final e ganhar sem o treino, sem o preparo bom. E também olho de inspiração o Thor de Recleve, que é um dos melhores jogadores aí, se não o melhor, do Pokémon TCG, e o Azul GG. Ganhar o segundo Mundial significaria muita coisa para mim, que indo para Master, os torneios vão ser maiores, a dificuldade aumenta. Eu acho que os outros treinadores têm que me considerar como uma ameaça, porque já vim aí de muitos títulos, ganhei os 2 internacional no Brasil, o internacional no Londres e o Mundial do Japão. Eu fui bem no Havaí, então tomar cuidado.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to the Vancouver Regional Championships. Our trading card game tournament well underway. We're getting to that halfway point of the day. Now at this point, 8 Swiss rounds to play today. We'll be playing a few more tomorrow until we get into our top cut. Now, we only get to feature one single match every single round, but there's tons of other games happening out there on the floor. So let's get a quick little update on how some of the notable players in this event are doing. Nathan Beck, who is actually last season's Vancouver Regional Champion, he is actually starting off very hot this year at 4-0, and he's playing Golden Go. Quite a change from the Miraidon that he used to win last season's tournament. Azul Garcia Griego, of course, a fan favorite and one of the best players in the game. He started off 3-0, but did take a loss in the last round. He is now sitting at 3-1, running it back with Miraidon. Of course, he recently won the Merida Regional Championships with Miraidon. He made day 2 at EUIC with Miraidon, and he's continued to stick with that archetype for this weekend's event. 3-1 there for him. A few Canadian players we want to give an update on since we are here, of course, in Vancouver. Callie White, 2-2. Off to a little bit of a rocky start. I'm sure would have loved to have started a little bit better, but still very, very much in it. Callie has had an incredible last couple of months here in the Pokemon TCG. Second place finish, top 4 finish at regional championships. We'll see how they continue to push forward. They actually played in round 3 up against Kieran Farah, another one of the top Canadian players. They played each other at 1-1. Callie got the better of Kieran in that game, and Kieran did lose down to 1-2, but did win the last round, so he is now sitting at 2-2, and I think, to no one's surprise, for one last ride, he is sticking with Lugia V-Star, which he's been playing now for quite a few months. 2-2 there for Kieran Farah. A few Canadian players that are 4-0 right now that we're keeping our eye on. Simon Trottier-Lacasse, someone who I love watching. He always brings a really unique build to whatever tournament he's playing in. He is playing Lost Zone Toolbox with of course, that Pikachu EX. Started off 4-0 at this point, an excellent start. And Christian Labella is also 4-0 with a pick that might seem a little spicy for this specific meta. Regidrago V-Star, something that's been very, very good, but has fallen off quite a bit in the recent weeks. So he's decided to run it back with the Regidrago. He played it a lot earlier in the season. He is now 4-0. And just a few more players to update on. Ross Cawthon, one of the greats of the Pokemon TCG. He's qualified for every single World Championships ever in the history of the game. He is starting off 4-0 with the Miraidon. And then finally, Henry Brand, 3-1 currently. He is the 2019 World Champion. He traveled all the way from Australia to compete at this event in Canada this weekend. He started off 3-1. He's playing the Gardevoir. We'll have to see how he continues to do moving forward through this event. It's going to be an exciting rest of the tournament here. We've got a few more Swiss rounds here for day number 1. We're going to throw it over to the casters and get into this next Swiss round number 5.
Thanks so much, Chip. As you mentioned, still plenty of action, including the next round here, round number 5 of Swiss. We have the community choice. This is where things get exciting because you, the viewers on Twitch, get to choose out of our special matches who you want to see on stream. So if you're not watching already or you want to hit in on the action, make sure you guys go to twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG and get in and get ready to vote for who you want for the community choice match. Because we're still getting so much Pokemon action here. We just got a cuteness overload. Let's see if we get a, what's the opposite of a cuteness overload? A terror, little terror? I don't know, man. I'm at a loss for
Under
words.
terror?
Under terror?
No,
Okay.
but yes, you guys have the power to choose what we're going to watch next. Lugia Visar, come on, please.
Hey, look, no commentary bias here, all right? I do not want to see well-played Dragapult. If you are a good playing Dragapult player, I do not want to see you win. I want to see you win, please. Don't win.
I'm sure whatever they pick, we're going to have a blast to cast, that's for sure. I have 100% complete trust in our community.
No, Twitch chat has picked some good matches before. Twitch chat actually always picks good matches.
Yes.
I'm contractually forced to say that Twitch chat always picks good matches. So whatever you guys pick, I'm sure I would have picked the exact same thing. Go ahead and again vote on that. Twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG. Or if you're watching on YouTube, look, guys, you can't vote, but we still love you guys. Thanks for tuning into this stream.
I'm sure it's easy to just move on a little bit. Just one time, click do your vote, and you can move back over to YouTube. That's for sure.
When you watch the streams back, do you like to use Twitch to watch them back, or do you use YouTube to watch the VODs back?
I like watching it live on Twitch, just because I love getting that one-to-one interaction.
if you're commentating an event, right? Assuming you have the option to choose either back and forth.
And then yeah, if I have to watch it back, I watch it back on YouTube.
Okay, right on.
Give both our systems some love.
You gotta share the views, right? You have to have what's the distribution chart, right? It has to be even between everything. Okay, yeah, I rock with that. It's about the same for me, right? You get the live experience of a platform like Twitch, and then YouTube is great at keeping all that content recorded. If you guys didn't know that, if you're missed a stream or you want to go back and watch, YouTube has all of the live streams as well as Twitch from essentially the last 3+ years, even more. So make sure you guys go check streams out if you missed them. If not, though, you're gonna want to be here live to watch the content.
Oh no, yeah, I feel like nothing beats it. Nothing beats watching it live right here, right now. So much Pokemon action. Well, maybe the only one thing that beats watching it live here on the stream is watching it out there on the field with the people.
It's like a pyramid, right? It's like watching the VOD back, watching it live on Twitch, watching it on the stream, and then playing in the actual match is number 1, right? It builds its way up.
Yeah, playing the actual stream match. That has to be the top. That's for sure.
All right, well, enough antics here. Of course, we do have the Pokemon TCG action that concluded in Europe last week. As we mentioned, Ryuki Okada, now a 2-time event champion, did win the Dortmund Regional Championships, and now has won an international championship. As a player, though, that is historic for Japanese Pokemon TCG. In TPCI events, previously there had not been a Japanese champion outside of the last 2 years, right? Until, of course, we had Maku, or his name in Japanese, of course, won the regional championships in Australia in Brisbane, right? Of course, does work with Haru Nishikawa and that group out there. Kaito Arai is his name, of course. So we did have that this season. So this has kind of been the trend as we go into these decks. Japanese players now able to get their invite off of finishing not based off points, but their top placements.
Yes.
And they've been taking a lot of spots up here. We're going to be seeing them at Worlds one way or another.
No, I love to see it as well because, yes, we don't really get to see as much of the TPC circuit. They're really competing with their own region, but seeing all of these talented players really come out here to TPCI, steal some wins, steal some invites from us. It's I don't know. I love seeing it. I like rooting for the I wouldn't say underdog, but for someone who flew all the way.
He flew all the way and he won in style. Let's take a look at the deck list that Ryuki used to win the Europe International Championships. This is a deck that was on people's radar. It got a lot stronger thanks to Badu. We saw, what it's capable of the last round, but that was one of the most historic finals matches. One turn was all he needed to win both the first and third game. The second game went longer than a turn, and it was very clearly in Natalie's favor, but that was a rush of a feeling there. It was over before we even knew it, and he became an international champion. Just so much going on in this deck, and so many options a deck like Cloth with Terapagos and the Poison package has.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to build something like this, I personally would have so much anxiety just having so many of these Pokemon at that one count, right? The one Sneasler, one Latias, one Squawk, one Fez, one Oranguru, one Cloth. Your main attacker, yes, you bumped it up to 2, I guess, with the Badoo and the Terapagos. But again, it's really finely tuned, especially with the Hisuian Heavy Ball, that we got to see it really come into play, really come together, and getting that turn 1 knockout to essentially win it all. That must be one amazing, amazing feeling. I'm sure for Ryuki anyway.
Yeah, Pecharunt is at times almost a broken card in this sense. It, of course, has that ability where Toxic Subjugation, where you can just put it in the active spot and Pokemon take 5 more damage counters. You know, the Pokemon TCG is designed in a way, right, so that the player going first can't attack, so that these aggro-aggressive decks can't knock out a single Pokemon. However, Pecharunt is the one exception where you're not attacking, but you still put enough damage counters that you can knock out a lot of these basic Pokemon that evolve into more powerful Stage 1 and Stage 2 EX Pokemon later on in the game. And that was how things ended in game number 3. Hisuian Sneasler, Brute Bonnet, Pecharunt, and on top of everything else, it just allows you to get that extra bump that maybe wasn't intended with some of these Pokemon's damage cap. Elevating the damage cap, we've seen be a super successful strategy for lots of decks over time, even with the thanks of cards like Electro Power to give certain Pokemon more boost in their attacks.
No, yeah, I have to agree. And I want to give it credit as well for there's not that many decks ever in the history of Pokemon really that really change how you technically play the game. But Cloth forced us as a Gardevoir player, as a Dragapult player, if you're going first, you have to bench 2 of those 70 HP Pokemon.
Yeah.
Does have to, you made that sort of change, but that was pretty big.
Big indeed. There were also some really cool inclusions in this list that weren't necessarily popular with the other Cloth variants. The one copy of Monkey Dory with that 1 Darkness energy not only gives you the protection against things like Dragapult's Phantom Dive to move counters back, but specifically, moving damage back is great with the Terapagos, since the one piece it really struggles with is getting those big one-hit knockouts on Pokemon EX. There's a lot of math getting involved, but to cut things short, if you've got a Monkey Dory, a Dark Energy, and the whole Poison package with Mochi powered up, Unified Beatdown can knock out any Pokemon, essentially in the TCG, right? You've got all the damage plus the Poison, and then you go ahead and tick the Poison to 3. It's just huge damage out of nowhere for a single energy on a basic. That is unprecedented power.
Might as well add the Kiernan in there as
Sure,
well.
yeah.
What's our damage cap at that point? Added with the 30 from the Monkey Dory, what, 350? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's too much damage. You know, there's just the power of all these different Pokemon, and it's also kind of cool to see Carmine and Kieran in the same deck. I don't really think we see that a lot, so, you know, some little bit of video game lore coming together, that's pretty cool to see. You know, sometimes you don't really have the privilege of the Pokemon TCG to play your favorite trainer cards in your deck just because they're your favorite trainers in the game. But when it does fall out this way, you know, it's a little bit of a nice, cute synergy with each other.
Yeah, it's very, very cool to see. And we talked about the big damage, but I still think the main star of this deck is going to have to be that Badoo for 10. Plus some, you know, go up to 80 or 70 and all that.
70, yeah.
But yeah, I 100% think that we should name this deck Poison Badoo, to be honest.
The Poison package?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's evolved so far past being just a Cloth deck at this point, right? To the point that there's only 1 Cloth in the deck.
Yeah, and this is also really just showcases the power of double Turbo Energy as a card. You only play 4 energy cards in your deck. This feels like, you know, 2013, 2012, when you were only playing, you know, 4 double colorless energy sometimes in your deck. So this is no Night March that we're talking about, right? But this is just, you know, the flexibility of playing a deck that only has to play 4 energy cards, and the flexibility of using a main attacker that requires no energy, again, allows you to commit more deck slots to either playing consistency cards or cards like, you know, the Kieran and Monkey Dory package that give you damage cap options to surprise your opponent and take big knockouts. I can't tell you the amount of times I first tested against this deck, thought a Pokemon was safe, and then my opponent, pulled a couple cards out of their pocket, played them down on the board, and all of a sudden, my main attacker was gone. That sort of surprise element and all the different modifications coming together can make it really hard for players to know when they're in danger and when they can afford to, take a risk and attack with a Pokemon. That element of surprise is really valuable.
No, yeah, I 100% agree. I've lost to this deck because a surprise Iron Valiant took a knockout on me.
Oh, yeah, Tachyon Bits, a little bit of a throwback. That card, saw a lot of play when it was first released. But yeah, just as you said, having, all these surprise cards, especially when we're later into a format. We haven't really talked about rotation a lot, but this is the last regional championship in North America with this F regulation block. All cards from Sword and Shield after this regional championship, once we go to Atlanta in just a few weeks, will be rotated out. So when we're at the end of this card pool, like you said, Wancho, there's just so many cards and so many options that it's hard to know, what tricks your opponent can have up their sleeves, because this is the most full they're ever going to get.
Yeah, these are possibly the strongest these decks are going to be. And we had to talk about rotation. Now I'm thinking about Lugia again. You're gonna make me tear up.
In the arms of an angel. One farewell to salute to Lugia, just in case, to get it out of the way. If we don't see Lugia in top 8 or whatever, I can proudly say, I gave a proper farewell. You may have to, take some time to yourself. If, say your goodbyes. I was not personally as connected. I won some tournaments with the deregulation Lugia, but after I lost the amazing rare Pokemon and Aurora Energy, we broke up. We were no longer together. It wasn't the same without those Pokemon.
No,
For me personally, I know you've been a true fan for a while though.
Yeah, I was through it thick and thin, highs and lows. Even before we even had Minccino, I was playing that deck and Chip was laughing at me.
It was the colorless version, right? It was just like the Snorlax unfazed fat. Okay, I remember this. Yeah.
Yeah, I had Chip laughing at me. And think about like the history of the deck too. Do you remember like Stoutland V, pre-Iron Hands, powerful energy?
No, that's the wrong ability. Yeah, but take an extra.
Extra prize.
So broken, man. That card was so good.
Yeah. So much history with the deck, and I hope we get to see one more time. But again, there's so many cards we're losing, and Regidrago V-Star too, right? We're losing that, and that I feel like really cemented its place in the history of the Pokemon trading card game, just being so absolutely dominant for so many formats.
Yeah, I think all things considered, Silver Tempest ended up being such an impactful set in the Pokemon TCG, right? It was really only looked at for the Lugia set for a while. Then it also had the Refinement Curlia that came out, right? Then it had the Regidrago package that came out.
That's true.
If there was no Capturing Aroma, Lugia would cease to exist as a deck. You're not telling me 4 Great Ball's going to cut it, right?
Ooh, yeah. To this day, I still open the Silver Tempest packs. There's so many great cards in it. But just getting the Alt Art Lugia, nothing beats that.
Right on.
No, but yeah, again, looking at the 70-30, I love seeing all our players. We saw the scramble earlier. Being a part of that is something in itself, like trying to find your seat and trying just being part of the scramble to get to your game. That's to be honest, it's its own rush.
Yeah, and as you see here, there is so much happening right in this event hall. You see all the way down, it's just Pokemon action. At these front tables here, the Pokemon Video Game Championships is happening. They're going to be crowning regional champion. You see by the green area, we've got, some TCG for the seniors division, the red for the TCG juniors, and then the big C all the way in the back. You can kind of see the prize wall with the Iron Bundle back there. Masters TCG action is happening. And let's not forget, Pokemon Go will also be crowning a champion this weekend.
No, yeah, almost all the Pokemon games, that's for sure. And yeah, but look at TCG. Look how many we are. So dominating in this
We
field.
are strong in numbers. We have lots of competitors here this weekend. This has been a weekend and a season of records and breaking records and record-breaking attendance when it comes to prize money, champions. So much has grown within the Pokemon TCG. I look back to some regional championships, and I'm sure you look back to them too. The game has just grown so much.
Oh, yeah.
We can go on and on about stories. The fact is, thousands of players want to play the TCG. They want to win championships, and it's so great that the system supports for that.
No, I agree. I mean, I've seen regional championships with less than 100, and now we're what? Thousands upon thousands.
Yeah.
No, but yeah, speaking of the regional championship, I want to get back into the action right now. I believe our players have taken the stage. I'm very, very curious to see what the opponents have been, or what you guys have chosen. Well, it looks like maybe not just yet, so let's talk about a little bit more. But
yeah,
I'm curious to what the the community has chosen?
I think I got a little peek. You know, I approved Twitch chat on this one. I think Twitch chat, you know, you got my approval. You picked a good match, so we're going to see things, how they play down at this stage. And okay, here we go. These are some familiar faces. I recognize that person on the right anywhere I'd see him. That is, of course, two-time runner-up at the World Championships, Ross Cawthon, an experienced player playing the Pokemon TCG. We keep reiterating it because it is just such a jaw-breaking statistic that he has qualified for Worlds every single year, that it has been a potential option for him to qualify. For those not familiar, the first official World Championships happened in 2004. So let's do the math here. So 2004 to the... So, you know, taking into part the seasons we didn't have, he's coming up on 20 World Championship invites. That is historic.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. I mean, when we were just talking about the history of the game, this man is the history.
He is history.
Yeah, he is the history of the competitive Pokemon TCG scene. I feel like literally, you throw a rock at any of the archives, you'll hit Ross Cawthon. a deck Ross Cawthon has played. But of course, he's up against Christopher Silver, again playing that Archaladon and Dialga V-Star, while Ross Cawthon's playing Miraidon EX and, well, Miraidon EX, Iron Hand EX, which is just the lightning package.
Yeah, and these players have been playing the TCG for almost the same time. Chris Silver actually has a lower player ID than Ross Cawthon does. He's been playing essentially at the same time they started playing. So, you know, while Chris doesn't necessarily have a lot of accomplishments in the recent time, he was a huge competitor in the Pokemon TCG. I know he's an organizer. He helps take care of some of the events out where I am in the San Francisco Bay. He is a player and a judge who has been involved in Pokemon for years and years. I'm happy he gets his spotlight up on the main stage, but if you got to play against anyone, this is the face you probably want to see the least. It's an experienced player playing an experienced deck, a deck that he is very used to playing, these beat stick fast decks. He played Roaring Moon last year, you know, around this time in Vancouver. Now he's rocking it with Miraidon Iron Hands. We're going to be going fast in Ross's.
This is definitely going to be a fast-paced deck, and I'm just curious to see which one of them will he come out. Again, both have, what, over 20 years of experience behind their backs. It's definitely going to be interesting. Again, looking at the matchup, though, Archaladon has 300 HP. Could be tough for something like Miraidon to really deal with without... of course, except for the last attack, when he can attack with the Raichu. It's going to be a matter of how Ross Cawthon is going to be able to take those first 4 prize cards, really. And, you know, I'm very, very curious to see the mapping he chooses. And if you're a Miraidon player, this is definitely the one to watch. Personally, Dialga V-Star is another Pokemon I'm actually going to miss after the rotation.
Okay, yeah.
Very powerful V-Star power. I feel like in the history of the Pokemon Trading Card game, the most powerful attacks are the ones that break the rules, and nothing breaks the rule more than taking an extra taking an extra turn.
Excuse me. That's even better, right? Go ahead and do it all over again. You know, could be a hard Pokemon to establish in this matchup, mainly, of course, since it is in that perfect range of being knocked out by something like Miraidon EX's Photon Blaster, right? That is an attack that is always scary for this deck. Both players will be setting up, getting things going. We'll take a look at the prize cards. That is not a piece you want to see. Radiant Greninja, the backbone of consistency for Christopher Silver's deck. He wants to use that to get those Metal Energy in discard pile. Ross's side, it's not as bad, but 2 of those boss's orders being prized will leave him with just 1 way to gust in this matchup.
Ooh, that is tough. Again, it's a double-edged sword, really. Playing that Greninja, yes, it allows you for more consistency, but at the end of the day, that's a Pokemon, maybe something like an Iron Hands can take an easy 2 prize card. So maybe I'm not too beat up that it's in the prize cards as long as Chris is able to set up, but we'll have to see. There's so many ways to get energy into the discard pile, something like Ultra Ball, maybe even Squawkabilly, but that's also another Pokemon you probably don't want on the bench.
Yeah.
The name of the game is to stand tall, be 300 HP, and hope Miraidon can't knock you out. But right now, let's go ahead and start the action.
We'll get into things here. It looks like Nest Ball, Jamming Tower immediately coming down. That is super disruptive on the first turn. Miraidon has a lot of valuable tool cards it wants to use. A lot of times, you know, to get those first 2 prize cards on the first turn will rely off the use of something like the Forest Seal Stone. You're going to have to find one of your counter stadiums, the Area 0, to be able to get that out of play. And we did see one of those in the prize card, so Ross will only have 1 way to get rid of Jamming Tower. If he's unable to, could spell disaster.
Might be tough. Might be tough to even retreat, right? Sometimes you do use that Arven just to get the rescue board, so might have to find something like the Latias as, again, Chris Silver here is able to set up, finds the Squawkabilly, so we'll be able to discard the hand, draw 6, and fairly enough, an army of Duraludon.
Yeah, and this is always the question when your opponent starts a generic Pokemon like Pheasantipity EX is, are you willing to put a liability like Squawkabilly in play when you don't know your opponent's deck? Usually that's the question, but I think looking at Christopher's hand here, he doesn't really have much else going on, and you know, whether he likes it or not, is going to have to rely off Squawkabilly to discard this hand and see 6 fresh new cards. Lumineon gone, Night Stretcher gone, that Black Belt as well, not super relevant in this matchup. It can always be really good. We'll go ahead and draw into 6 new cards. Does find some Metal Energy. Nest Ball, however, not going to be as impactful without that Radiant Greninja. That would be a great card. I'm sure Chris would have loved to see on this first turn to draw some more cards.
Okay, definitely. This is the position you definitely want that Radiant Greninja. Especially, I didn't see a supporter in hand as well. Well, besides the boss's order, as we're going to pass it on to Ross. I see double Electric Generator in hand, plus that Arven to work with. So we could see an upcoming explosive turn. I want to talk about, looks like Ross is going to grab that ace back.
We got no time for comments here. This is going to be fast, fast, fast. I think as you were saying, though, that Secret Box, right? It's a super powerful ace spec. Talk to me a little bit about how that card has opened up Miraidon to have more options in this format with the release of Stellar Crown, and more importantly, with the release of a Terra Pokemon like Pikachu EX.
No, yeah. I mean, Arven, very, very powerful supporter that is able to find like, one item plus a tool. But if that one item is able to find every type of trainer card, it opens up so many possibilities. Again, with you get the stadium bump, even if there's only one stadium in the deck, it's just that consistent and able to find tools as well. It literally gets Ross anything he needs. But more importantly as well, something of note is it thins the deck, right? You're taking out 3 trainers that in itself take out more cards from the deck, making Electric Generators even more powerful. That's definitely a card you want to see on the first turn of the game. As Ross here eyeing up what to grab. Again, you're able to grab an item card, a tool, a supporter card, and a stadium. There's only one choice for the stadium, which is the Area 0 Underdepths. I'm curious about the rest, though. If I had to guess, maybe Forest Sealstone and...
Yeah, Forest Sealstone could definitely be good. Right now, there's no Miraidon or Squawkabilly down, and that could be the big thing here for Ross, however, is you want to use the tandem unit to, of course, get those Lightning Pokemon into play thanks to Miraidon EX, but at the same time, you kind of want to dig through the deck while you have the option to use Squawkabilly on that first turn. And the question for me here, though, is does Ross have the opportunity to do both of those things? If not, he may have to settle for, you know, taking a slower approach, maybe using Instant Charge and powering up some Pokemon on the bench. This is where things are going to be pretty interesting, and, you know, Ross's experience will sort of guide him which way he wants to go in this situation.
Yeah, and there is the capability to do both. I feel like Squawkabilly might be a little bit too tough in that because there's 2 Electric Generators. We definitely have to find that Miraidon EX. The nice thing about Miraidon EX, again, it finds more electric Pokemon, thins the deck even more, possibly makes the Electric Generators that much more powerful. Does have access to Forest Sealstone too, so Miraidon EX can find something like the Rotom V, the Raichu V, or the Raikou V, any V Pokemon to grab the Sealstone and still decide to Squawkabilly if he chooses to do so.
Yeah, and with this Miraidon EX and the Area 0, Ross is kind of free to just chain these tandem units together. We see this is why tandem unit is even stronger than what maybe people expected from an earlier. You're not limited to using one of those tandem units, so use the first to grab another. And now essentially this one Nest Ball has found Ross 4 Lightning Pokemon to put onto the bench. Importantly, does now have that Pikachu EX. You're not attacking with it. It's just there to extend that bench, thanks to it being a Terra type in combination with that Area 0 Underdepths.
Yes, again, and this all started with 1 card. This was a 1-card Arven to grab the ace spec, and suddenly, how many cards did we thin out of the deck?
Too many. Too many cards have been played.
But there it is, the Raikou V and the Iron Hands EX. Again, the ideal attackers. The unfortunate thing is Iron Hand EX does only do 120 damage. That might be tough, but maybe Ross here is thinking about if he could grab even more Lightning Pokemon. Does play something like the Pokemon Go Zapdos to up the damage. If he can take the first 2 here, that's 2 on the Duraludon, potential 2 on the Squawkabilly, and then just the last 2 could be the Raichu. So the mapping is getting a little bit clearer. Can we put it together, though?
Yeah, the big question is it worth investing all these resources to go for this knockout? And if you don't have Zapdos, how do you want to split your energies up this turn? You know, if you're kind of passing your turns, a lot of the times Raikou would just be better just being a Rotom in this situation. So here comes the Forest Seal Stone, and you know, this could potentially signal Ross just trying to extend the turn even longer to maybe find something like Squawkabilly EX just to see 6 more cards this turn. You've already got the generator, you already have the pivot thanks to that rescue board. Ross could potentially be doing even more this turn. We may not even be halfway done here, Wancho.
Yeah, it looks like Nest Ball is going to be the grab potentially. Yeah, it is going to be the Nest Ball, just even more thinning, right? Could have straight grabbed the Pokemon, but looks like it is just going to be a Nest Ball for that Zapdos. It's like Ross is eyeing up that Iron Hands play. It's in a matter of how much do we hit off the electric generators. I think Ross has done a great job thinning the deck. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we get a full 4 this turn.
Yeah, this was a situation where, you know, Ross could have gotten a little bit greedy and gone for the Squawkabilly, discarded the hand, saw 6 cards, but if he misses the Zapdos, then, you know, his capped potential this turn is a lot worse. Here we go. Big 5 cards of Generator. Does find 1. He needed to find at least 1 energy, but this is going to be a big second electric generator here, Wancho. If Ross can find 2 lightning energy here off the top 5 cards, he'll be able to use that attachment from hand and have 4 lightning energy in play on the first turn and respond essentially to Chris's normal start with pretty much exactly what you want as a Miraidon player. Turn 1 amp you very much to take the first 2 prize cards thanks to the lightning symbol on Zapdos, meaning it does exactly enough to knock out this Duraludon.
Yeah, speaking of how, like, important these 10 damages are, the extra 10 takes a knockout on Duraludon. The nice thing is, Iron Hand EX actually has 230 HP. Wait, real quick, let's see. There's 1. Just 1. We're not going to see an Ampu very much this turn.
Just finds the 1, and now, Wancho, if you're in Ross's shoes, your plan kind of went array. It didn't go as you wanted. How do you go ahead and attach these energies? It looks like Iron Hands will potentially still get in the fray, but now it's just going to be taking only the 1 prize card. And at that being the case, you know, if Christopher is able to just go 2-2-2, there's really nothing this Miraidon deck can do to respond in kind, essentially.
Yes, and again, just to continue what I was talking about earlier, is Iron Hand at EX in itself is just the perfect attacker into this matchup. Is the 230 HP is something our Chaladon doesn't have the capability to reach, right? Because we did see the Black Belt hit the discard pile earlier, this Iron Hand should be able to at least survive another turn, as we do see an Ultra Ball for double metal. That's definitely a good sign here for Chris.
Yeah, really good top deck. Actually, top deck the other metal energy. That means just with the pieces alone, Chris is going to be able to do exactly what I said. Take those first 2 prize cards, has our Chaladon and Boss's Orders already in the deck, and now is free to grab, you know, a different Pokemon in this spot. Something like Pheasantipity EX to just draw more cards with that Flip the Script ability and see what he can do to combo back. This is where understanding the pieces are really important. Ross is not playing a card that is very common in a lot of decks, but it's not common in Miraidon, and that is any form of hand disruption. Wancho, how is that going to affect how Chris potentially plays his turns out and plays the rest of these potentially only 2 or 3 remaining turns?
No, it definitely puts him in like a better position. He could plan ahead, well, so much farther ahead without having to worry about disruptions. Plus, Pheasantipity is just a continuous +3. This Boss's Orders to get rid of Ross's own Pheasantipity as well. Absolutely massive. But again, could potentially even put together a big Dialga play if something like a Thornton is in the deck. If not, still something that he could have a possibility to do, because there is no form of disruption, as Nest Ball is going to be another Duraludon. But yeah, it's looking good here for Chris. Takes the first 2, just has to worry about the next 4.
Yeah, and you know, this is a spot here where, you know, Chris could have grabbed the Dialga, but not having 2 Duraludon down means that, you know, Dialga's really not getting a lot of value. You got to kind of power it up in 1 turn to have a good shot in a matchup like this. Still very solid for Chris here. Takes the first 2 prize cards. Does also find the Iron Bundle. You know, could be a potential card down the line if there's only 2 prize Pokemon in play. In this case, though, we'll see how much impact it truly has, as now if you're in Ross's shoes, things didn't go according to plan. Things went exactly how your opponent wanted to. How do you bounce back in this spot?
So a perfect way to come back is, yes, Ross only took 1 prize last turn, but he has the capability here to take 3, right? Amp you very much into something like the Squawkabilly. It means you take 3 prizes and you're back to like an even prize race. You essentially took a 2-2-2, but with extra steps. But I believe he's missing a lightning energy. He's missing an attachment for turn here to really make use. His hand is not too much, to be honest.
as...
Looks like Tandem Unit right now, right? So the Magneton or Magnemite will come down, and that is another card that has been a big inclusion from these recent sets. That Magneton's ability is just so strong. You give up the prize, but it's for so much value in this deck.
No, and sometimes that prize doesn't even matter since you've been giving up 2 prize Pokemon anyway. Putting your opponent down to 1 doesn't matter as much as if you're winning the game.
Exactly.
As Rotom V is the grab, you think there's a world where it's just an instant charge this turn?
Yeah, I think if you instant charge, there's really no coming back at this spot, especially if your opponent takes another 2. That's the big question, right? Lost Pheasantipity. I wonder what these last 2 cards in hand are. It looks like, oh, there's nothing going on. Latias EX and Boss's Orders, and, you know, Ross is maybe considering just to take the 2 prize cards out right here in this spot. Will bring up the Squawkabilly, excuse me, so many birds in play between, you know, both of these players, the Squawkabilly, the Pheasantipity. Ross Coffin goes to 3 prize cards, but is still going to now be 2 knockouts away because while Squawkabilly went down to Arm Press, it didn't get an extra prize card taken on it, thanks to MP very much, and that's a big, crucial missing piece here.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Ross's chance here is he has to hope this Iron Hands EX eats up a hit, essentially buying him that 1 more turn to try and, you know, take this race. Because if Christopher Silver does what he wants to do and just takes 2 and another 2 prizes, he should end up to win this game. As Stadium is bumped, that means we do have to discard 3 Pokemon.
The bump is there. Oh, this is a big choice here now for Chris, though. Does have the Luminion, but while you will be using the Night Stretcher to put Luminion into play to play another Boss's Orders, now another Amp You Very Much target has come into play. You know, if you're in Chris's spot, but finds the Black Belt's training. So while you are putting Luminion into play, you're going to be removing this Iron Hands. It's a little bit better, but another door has now opened up for Ross to potentially find a way back into this game after it seems like doors keep shutting and opening and shutting over and over again.
It's just a matter of, did he draw his Boss's Orders from his deck? Does he have access to something like the Magneton? Yeah, there is a window of opportunity here for Ross.
And a little interesting choice of sequencing there. We did see Luminion grab the supporter first. You know, if Chris maybe was just a little bit more patient and used the Pheasantipity first, could have avoided potentially finding or having to bench the Luminion V, and meaning he would be in total control of winning this game. Now, you know, there's a slight creek open for Ross, and good players like him, they're going to pry that door open with all the tools they have in their bag.
Yeah, promoting the Raikou V means getting 1 extra card. Could be the world. Looking at the hand, I see the Boss's Orders. There's a Lightning Energy as well. I believe it's missing the Magneton. Oh, no, yeah, just the Magneton. There's an Ultra Ball.
That is the perfect top deck, I think. The question now here for Ross is there an Iron Hands in the deck, and is there a Magneton in the deck? And I think that's exactly what Ross wanted to find. Here we go. Tandem Unit gonna look through the deck. As long as there's an Iron Hands and the Magneton, Ross may have found the blessed Fleetfoot to get himself in this game. The big question now is, can he discard the cards from his hand with Ultra Ball? I think he's got this here, Wancho. As you said, it doesn't matter if you put your opponent to 1 prize card if you're winning the game, as Ultra Ball can grab the Magneton, power up this Iron Hands, and out of nowhere, Luminion V is a prime target for a feasting Pokemon like Iron Hands EX.
Ooh, just like that. Chris was thinking, just dealt with an Iron Hands, but here's another one. Again, thanks to that Magneton. Out of nowhere here, didn't have to use any generators. Just using the Magneton's ability, attaches 3 from the discard pile, and just like that, Ross Cawthon wins this first game in round number 5 in such a, I think, a very, very cool way. I honestly counted him out, but all it took was 1 fleet-footed.
And you see, that's where Magneton really shines, and that's where Raikou really shines. Just needed 1 card. You know, had potential options there, was thinking about, you know, whether to use the Tandem Unit first, whether to potentially use, you know, a different ability, but wanted to leave the bench space open because, you know, you never know what you're going to get off that 1 card. Do you find a Night Stretcher for Pheasantipity? Then you get to draw 3 more cards. What do those options look like? Ross deciding how to sequence everything through perfectly and gets rewarded with finding the perfect card, Ultra Ball, to help him close out this first game.
That's for sure. Let's go ahead and take a look at the quick replay here. Again, Iron Hands EX, just the MVP for Ross Cawthon. Again, took knockouts, even if it wasn't Amp You Very Much knockouts. Those were very, very key indeed. And again, just taking the 2 prizes off the Squawkabilly, using a Boss's Orders. I believe that was the 1 Boss's Orders in the deck, but one boss finds another. And again, looking at this hand, Raikou for the game, absolutely huge.
Yeah, Iron Hands was a star of the show. It used, you never really see this card use Arm Press more than it used Ampu very much, but it did in that game. Arm Press was just exactly what it was needed to take these knockouts, close the game out, and it was really the combination of the Magneton, Energy Acceleration, plus the threat of Iron Hands to either just knock out these 2 prize or 1 prize Pokemon, plus the ability to use Ampu very much. That gave Ross the potential. You see him, instinctively just going to put the prizes to the left side. Got to put them on the right. See what these prizes look like for both of these players. And there is some bad news for both. We're going to have some crucial cards unavailable. We'll see how these players navigate through the game. Chris will be starting things again. First here will be the concealed cards to kick things off. Are there any benched Pokemon?
I believe there's an Ultra Ball at the very least, but that is one pricey Duraludon you're about to find, I'm sure. But at least we're living.
We could potentially be living, but let's not forget, of course, Iron Bundle can switch a Pokemon to the active spot, and, Ampu very much can take 2 prizes, but, knocking out your opponent's only attacking threat is essentially taking 2 prizes at the same time. There are those prizes for Chris. 2 Duraludon in the prizes, so we'll only have access to 2, not playing any cards like the Hisuian Heavy Ball to fetch Pokemon out of the prize cards.
Yeah, luckily there are Night Stretchers. As long as we can establish 2, if when one gets knocked out, we can try and still grab 1. But at this point, I'd worry more about getting to that point, finding your 2 Duraludon, which getting 2 prize definitely makes it tougher, as I believe there were some tough prizes for Ross's side as well. I believe I saw a pink card, so maybe not have as much thinning ability. But again, here does get Chris does get the attachment for turn. Does have an okay next turn at the very least, but we just have to get to that next turn.
Does again find that turn 1 jamming tower. That is exactly what you want to find, because you see in the hand here for Ross, Forest Seal Stone is just not an option. You can't use that Forest Seal Stone unless something like the stadium can be found. And a little choice here from Ross is actually going to play the Arven before Nest Ball. And because of this, I'm sure wanted to grab Secret Box. We'll see that card is not in the prize cards and now has invested his supporter, thinking that there was the Secret Box in play, and now has to potentially reroute his entire turn in his head to find a way to put himself in a winning position.
Yes, again, those stadium cards are a little bit tougher to find. There are not too many cards in the format can really find them in the deck, besides something like this Secret Box. So getting that card prize, again, means, no access to Forest Seal Stone. We might not see such an explosive turn here from Ross, but I'm curious to see what can happen. It doesn't take too much, right? You mentioned it earlier, the Iron Bundle, and just any attack. Even if we don't take 2 prizes, if we take care of the only threat on the board, that may just be good enough.
It's getting to that point, like you said, Wancho, that is the most important. Ross is now going to take opportunity to just see what pieces are available, deciding what to take off of this Arven. And, it's not just the Forest Seal Stone being shut off. Even something like the rescue board to allow the Pikachu to retreat to the bench can be an important unavailable piece. This could be a potential turn where we may have to see a little bit more dig from Ross coming into this spot. It will just be the Forest Seal Stone, already in the hand, so rescue board plus the electric generator, followed up by the Nest Ball. And it looks like we'll be seeing a Miraidon come into play yet again, use that tandem unit, and fill the bench up.
I'm curious to see if he's going to choose to grab a second Miraidon as well, just because of how limited he is without that Area 0 Underdepths. That's always a tough choice for me if you just grab the 2 good Pokemon you want in the deck, or a bank on expanding your field a little bit later.
So Miraidon is the choice, tandem unit now being used. And this is the big choice for Ross, maybe potentially thinking in his head, how likely is it that I find not only the attack, but also the Iron Bundle? Do I just go for an energy-efficient attacker like Raikou in this spot? Do I try and get greedy for, Iron Hand's Arm Press? It's going to be easy for me to use Ampu very much next turn. This is where he's got to really think about what probability looks like so he can make the most calculated risk in order to kind of get the best of both worlds in this spot.
And just like you said, looks like it is going to be an energy-efficient attack. I was wondering if he was going to bench a second Miraidon, but he doesn't even bench a second Pokemon at this point. Oh, looks like the second Miraidon was a prize, but doesn't even choose to bench a second Pokemon.
Yeah, may have, enough Pokemon in the hand. I do think we saw the Squawkabilly is already there, so that could potentially, draw some more cards, wants to have that as a space. And we're actually just going to see the Electric Generator for 5. Ooh. Big hit there. The last 2 cards, 2 Lightning Energy. Raikou V now fully powered up, and this means, you can attach the Pikachu EX and just kind of solve your pivoting issue right here and right now by manually retreating and still being able to use that Lightning Rondo attack.
That means all we're looking for here potentially is just that Iron Bundle. Trying to do the math here. If 5 Pokemon on Ross's side plus that 1 means we're doing 140.
That's correct.
So after the Iron Bundle, you still need 1 more Pokemon to take that knockout potentially. As Raichu V does hit the board and that Forest Seal Stone, which doesn't work at the moment, as well as that rescue board.
Yeah, it's actually going to go ahead and just attach the rescue board to Miraidon, accepting that, there's a high probability. I'm going to need to find something that's not the stadium here. Does find the stadium and the Nest Ball. What a huge cards to be found. The Nest Ball can grab Iron Bundle, and there's actually another Nest Ball in the hand. Those 2 are super important. That means the Hyper Blower gets used, and then a new Pokemon can fix the bench spot. Ross found almost the perfect 6 cards here off that Squawk and Seize.
Not too bad. Who needs to thin the deck? Who needs your ace spec? Again, these Miraidon decks, they're big basics, so there are just so many consistency cards in the deck, so many ball searches as Nest Ball is going to find that Hyper Blower. And I don't like Chris's spot here if the lone Duraludon is about to go down.
Duraludon brought up to the active spot. The chill from Iron Bundle, meaning there's no escape. Duraludon comes into the active spot, and now for Ross, he's going to be able to grab that last Pokemon he wants, and even has the Area 0 in hand. Could play it down this turn, hold it for next turn, but it means either way, the bench can be extended at a future point.
I like the grab here of the Magnemite. It is your stage 1 Pokemon, but looks like opting for the Latias instead. Maybe conserve the energy on that Pikachu for, a later big Raichu attack potentially. I like that as well. So not too bad there. And again, still has the option potentially, maybe a little bit later. Doesn't have to necessarily expand the bench right now.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think another point to note is, you're not really in a rush to put Magnemite down this turn, and you've got a great way to search those Lightning Pokemon with Tandem Unit.
Yes.
So grab the non-Lightning Pokemon right now, next turn deal with that issue, and we'll see, a little bit of a boost to end the turn off, that nice fleet-footed ability. Maybe not as clutch as that one at the end of Game 1, but it will still be Ross taking the first knockout, and Chris is left with just the Greninja and has to play the Iono, hoping to find these Pokemon off these 6 cards. Otherwise, he's in deep trouble.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, there is only 1 Duraludon left in the deck. Could be harder to find, but luckily there are a lot of ball search options still.
Oh, does find the Night Stretcher, but we're sort of in the same predicament as turn 1. If you Night Stretcher for the Duraludon and it's the only Pokemon on your bench, Ross can play that 1 copy of the Night Stretcher to then just do the same thing all over again thanks to Area 0. Go ahead and bring the Pokemon up, see what else is there, and the big find, however, getting bailed out with concealed cards. It is the Nest Ball for another Duraludon. That problem, no longer a thing.
For a second there, I was thinking, Ethan, it might be even worth it to bench the Squawkabilly just to protect that Duraludon, but luckily, again, Nest Ball bailing us out, but a little bit risky here, opting to grab the Pheasantipity EX. Yes, this does protect Chris from something like the Iron Bundle, but if he doesn't find a way to get a second Duraludon here, he is still susceptible to something like a Boss's Orders.
A little bit of a risk here. Gonna go ahead and hope to find the Duraludon plus some other cards. Here we go, big 3 cards. It's gonna have to be either the 1 copy left or another Nest Ball, and doesn't find that at all. He is in essentially a very similar spot in this situation. Has lots of powerful pieces, but those pieces mean nothing when you don't have an attacker to have go ahead and use them as a complement.
Yeah, he still has access to something like the Scoop Up Cyclone to pick up Greninja and try and reuse that to try and draw more. Might have been worth it there just because we're a little bit in a desperate spot.
Wow, it's just going to be a pass over. Chris still left with just 1 Duraludon in play. The only thing that Ross has to be kind of conservative about or careful about is potentially something like a Thornton to change out that Pokemon, but that may not even be an option in this spot. We're going to see the Bravery Charm be put on Raikou. That now puts it out of range, and there's another Boss's Orders. Ross has taken the first 2, but in an even more dominating fashion since there's going to be no attack response from Chris on this following turn.
Absolutely massive here. Chris, unfortunately, getting punished for getting a little greedy with the 3 cards. Top decks, a Metal Energy. Again, goal is to at least find a way to get 2
Wow, and just going to go ahead and ditch the hand, getting rid of everything. You could, you know, if you wanted to, at least use the Greninja, then use the Scoop Up Cyclone, draw some more cards. But Chris is like, enough of this. I want to see a fresh 7. I don't want anything to do with this hand. And those are probably some of the best 7 cards you can find, all things considered. Nest Ball for the last Duraludon on the deck, and the Night Stretcher to get that back. This turn, Wancho, it's got to be getting 2 down, or this is not going to be a good spot.
Yes, I feel like an Archaludon will hit the board at the very least. But again, is it too little too late? Yes, Ross has taken 2 knockouts, 2 prize cards. There's a Pheasantipity in play, which is an easy 2. There's the Radiant Greninja that could potentially be a 2, and the, again, just so many energy already in board without even having to use something like the Magnemite. And only 1 electric generator as well.
Yeah, there's still so many resources. Hasn't even used that Forest Seal Stone V-Star power. That's still a potential option. Night Stretcher being utilized. It's going to be that other Duraludon coming down into play. And does still have access to flip the script, so can still draw even more cards to fill the hand up, but draw as you may. If you're not taking prize cards at a even close to similar rate as Ross is with this fast lightning aggro deck, you're not going to be able to come back in this game. Chris has got to go in the tank. It's going to leave the Radiant Greninja active, and now there's several ways that Ross can go ahead and, you know, take another 2 prize cards this turn. You've got Amp and even a knockout on that Pheasantipity. Still a really poor spot, and Ross is still in the driver's seat.
Yeah, a lot of options. I wanted to see, again, from that earlier hand, before the research, there were a lot of options. There was the energy to try and draw a little bit more. Yes, you may lose it from the research. Maybe that's what Chris was thinking, but maybe even just using the Pheasantipity at the very least, draw 3 cards, and then picking it up, getting it out of harm's way and discarding it. Just because you really have to deny your opponent prize cards at this point of the game, especially when you're behind. And again, 2 liabilities right now may be too, well, just maybe too much.
The big piece here missing, though, for Ross, I'm sure would love to establish something like Iron Hands, but with there being no Area 0 underdepths, there's no bench space for this Iron Hands to start receiving energy via attachments or electric generators. And while Ross can, you know, go to 3 prizes in this spot, how much is he really going to be advancing his board this turn? Don't get me wrong, still in a comfortable spot, but this could be, you know, one thing that, you know, later down the line could come back to bite him a little bit.
Definitely. I mean, I believe the Area 0 underdepths was in hand, so if he wanted to, he could try and do that, but looks like it is going to be the electric generator. 2 cards anyway.
That was fine. Those 2 energy. Now the supporter card has already been used for turn, so there's no way for Miraidon EX to knock out something like Pheasantipity, but with it now, you know, potentially being fully powered up, it means, you know, come next turn, if Pheasantipity is still in play, Boss's Orders can secure another 2 prize cards for Ross to put him just 1 prize card away from winning the set.
Yes, I like this. Ross splitting up the energy just to make sure that 2 Pokemon are 1 energy attachment away from attacking. Definitely better placement there. But again, just so much energy in the field. This is very, very intimidating. The Raikou V, again, does have 250 HP, but thanks to the jamming tower still in play, that means still only has 200. So a knockout is lined up at the very least.
Looks like attachment for turn onto potentially the Miraidon. I feel like there's really not a better place to put it. You could, you know, put it on something like the Squawkabilly, or I guess on the Pikachu. Hold on, Ross. You don't want your energies there. That Pikachu can't attack. There's no grass or metal energy in this deck, but, you know, the good thing about Pikachu with Resolute Heart, its energies are always going to be safe.
Yes, it's technically the safest place for this energy. Because of its ability, you know, it's never going to get knocked out unless we're going to 2-shot it. As we move back now to Chris with 2 Duraludon in play, at least a better board state.
And a nice 3 cards there from Flip the Script. Does find Boss's Orders, has the Duraludon, or excuse me, the Archaludon in the hand, and, you know, one of those last couple of energy cards thanks to that Earthen Vessel. So while Chris can take 2 prize cards here and he's not in threat of losing, the question still remains, Wancho, for Chris, is this still too big of a hill to climb with the 3 prize deficit?
It's a very, very big hill to climb, but again, Duraludon is a very big Pokemon that can potentially climb that hill. Would love to see maybe something like a knockout on the Raichu, potentially, maybe, just to protect your Duraludon a little bit more. Nothing else on the field really threatens, the Duraludon.
Yeah, that could be a good potential. You could even potentially use a, you know, Professor Turo this turn to pick up the Pheasantipity, so it limits, you know, your opponent's options on the following turn. They've got to, you know, use that big Dynamic Spark to take a knockout. Instead, it will be, like you said, Wancho, Boss's Orders on the Raichu, knocking it out. And now Ross has not only a bench space open, but also still plenty of energy in play, plenty of attackers in play. Now has to just decide what he wants to allocate this Pokemon to be on the last bench spot, and it looks like there's two great options, the Pheasantipity and the Lumineon, but it's not an easy choice.
That's for sure. Maybe I was hoping Raikou maybe just bails him out there, finds the boss's orders. Again, it has to be the boss's orders here if he wants to take a prize at the very least. Could maybe target down something like the Duraludon instead. He is in the odd prize deficit, right? Take a knockout on the Duraludon and then take the 2 prizes later. Some way, somehow, maybe something like set up the Magnemite plus something like a Rescue Stretcher, excuse me. There's a lot of ways to take 2 prizes, but yeah, we need to find some prize right here, right now.
And you see the lack of Area Zero being in play is really just limiting Ross on his total options, not just for attackers, but also for support. Would love to also put this Pheasantipity in play, maybe start to get the Magnemite down as well, but all those options are just not going to be online because without the Secret Box, there's just no way to search the stadium out. You've got to just naturally draw into it, which this deck plays no real draw supporters, and that's a tough task.
That's for sure. That's why we have to depend on Pokemon like these Lumineon to find some key cards like this boss's orders. So Ross definitely going to take a prize this turn. Again, would love to see the knockout on Duraludon. From there, I'd like to see Chris maybe just have the Lone Bridge, right? Try and find a way to use the Professor's Churro, remove any more liabilities. If Ross takes one more knockout, he wins the game after this. So maybe just the Lone Bridge to win it all, really. We are going to see the boss's orders. It is going to be on the Duraludon.
Yep, so it is going to be on the Duraludon. So, we'll force Ross to 2 prize cards. He'll have, as you mentioned, the Archaludon as an option. And if the Pheasantipity is not removed out of play, that will be another option. We'll see if Chris, sees this line to maybe just play the Professor Turo, pick up this Pheasantipity, say, look, if you got the Night Stretcher plus the Electric Generator, I have no way to stop you. Or will he go for maybe a disruptive route with Iono to put Ross down to a low hand size, especially since he doesn't have pieces? It looks like it's going to be the first one. Okay, Chris, picking up this Pheasantipity. It's just a bridge and a dream right here. Archaludon against the world. Raikou will be knocked out. Chris will go down to 2 prize cards, and it's not all said and done here for Ross. He's still going to need a few pieces. Let's see if he can put it together.
I'm trying to think of how he can take a knockout here. He's going to need to find that Raichu again with that Night Stretcher, but this, instead of depending on something consistent like the Magneton, is going to need to use Electric Generator once again to at least hit 1 card. Does find the Electric Generator. Do we have the Night Stretcher?
No Night Stretcher in hand, and the big thing is you can play Pheasantipity down here to draw 3 cards, but if you don't find Area Zero, you're not going to have space for that Raichu. Ross now has to think about how he wants to proceed with his turn to maximize his outs. It's either, you can't even Fleet Foot for 1. The Raikou is gone. I think there is no choice other than benching this Pheasantipity. I think he's just debating, do I play Ultra Ball first? Do I just play the Pheasantipity? Here we go, big 3 cards. Does he find a Stadium? No Stadium card here. That means without any space for another Pokemon in play, it's just the Miraidon and 5 other Pokemon that can do nothing but sit around and cheer on Miraidon to knock it out. But no matter how much they cheer, this Pokemon is not going to be doing enough. And in fact, it will just be knocked out from another attack from Metal Defender.
Yeah, Ross's best play here is to do nothing. Hide behind that Pikachu. Pikachu can eat at least 1 hit, maybe 1 more turn can save him.
It's just going to be a pass over, and the boss top deck, that's going to seal things out. What a game from being totally in Ross's court to shifting all the way over. Chris Silver comes back and forces a game 3.
Huge props to Chris Silver finding that way to bring him back into the game. He was so far behind. Ross Cotton took 3 prize cards before we even saw a single Archaludon. But again, Chris finding that way. Lone Archaludon for the win.
What a game. This is, how you draw things up for comebacks in the Pokemon TCG. Did everything he could. Took a knockout on the Raichu, and then just combine that with the Professor Turo. Who knows here, naturally having those 2 Duraludon prized could have been the key to victory there for Chris, just to give him easy access into that route of leaving just a single Pokemon. But like you mentioned, Wancho, all domination for Ross. There was no safe play for these Duraludons to come down.
Yeah, I feel like things could have been different if instead of the Raikou attacking, Ross was taking 2 prize cards with the Iron Hands, which is the most ideal board state. But you can't have it all. I mean, he did what he wanted to do. Took knockouts on the only threat. But Chris Silver, again, it's not that hard to set up the Archaludon, and all it takes is 1. All it takes is 1, 300 HP. How do you deal with me?
Yeah, and again, it really just have to go out and highlight not having Area 0 was really the one piece Ross was missing. You know, just having even one turn to extend the bench means, you know, if your opponent does ever play another stadium card to remove yours, you get to discard all the liabilities and keep the important Pokemon in play. Just having that secret box unavailable as an option really could cause a big fixture here. But we don't have a lot of time left in this game. Ross is going to be going first in Game 3, and you're going to see him put on the Jets. He understands with 15 minutes left, going first against Archaladon, he's in a dominating spot if he draws what he needs to be able to win this set.
I respect the option to go first, just because Archaladon is an evolving deck. It does need a turn to at least set up. Maybe Ross here is trying to get like that one little extra energy attachment, that one extra turn to set things up a little bit better. And with Ultra Ball able to go through the deck, I believe nothing too important prize. Maybe the Zapdos here for Ross. Actually, Zapdos, Latias, and the Magneton. These are actually all really tough prize cards.
Yeah, you can use the Heavy Ball to grab out both the basic Pokemon, but the Magneton being prized, you got no access other than taking knockouts to find that out of the prizes. We saw how crucial that was for Ross to close out Game 1. I'm sure we'll be hoping that he doesn't need that backup net to close the game out as he starts this first turn off. Looks like immediately thinking about grabbing Squawkabilly. That means he may not have a lot of other resources. It's just going to be the Miraidon, so not bad, can fill the bench up, but there's nothing like Electric Generator or maybe some other important, you know, tools or items or even stadiums to put into play. Is just going to go ahead and use the Squawk and Seize, see what these 6 cards are, and also decide what basics he wants to put into play with this tandem unit.
I mean, there's not that much Ross really needs this turn. Really, an energy attachment and a fresh hand of cards. I don't think you can ask for more. But Miraidon being able to find something like the Rotom V. I think Rotom V is such a great addition to these Miraidon decks. It makes going first, blind going first anyway, hurt a little less.
Sure.
And really, again, Ross is going to find, what, 9 fresh cards here?
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of options. We'll end the turn off with, you know, at most a 9-card hand. You know, he can maybe plays down a few more cards. It's just a little bit more boost of a consistency. You know, Chris does have Iono in his deck. It may not be his ideal supporter card, so having that as an option, always solid. Well, we will see the Bravery Charm come down onto the Iron Hands. That means it puts it out of range from, you know, a Black Belt's training to potentially take the knockout. Of course, with having the 280 HP instead. And now the choice here after using Restart is, does he want to get rid of these resources? Those actually would have been pretty solid cards to find off of the Squawk and Seize. Is essentially just going to have to discard all 3 to see 6 more cards. And that's not bad at all. A couple of Generator, the Stadium for next turn, and of course, let's not forget Instant Charge can boost the hand up to give him more options the following turn.
Question is, do we use the Generators now? Looks like Ross is going to choose to do that. So do so now, possibly protect from an Iono. Finds 2 off the Generator, attaches both to the Iron Hands EX.
Double Lightning Energy. Iron Hands becoming a threat immediately, threatening Ampu very much on the following turn. We still have to point out, though, big piece missing. That Zapdos in the prize cards means, as it stands, Ampu very much will not be able to knock out Duraludon. So that is still something Ross has got to keep in the back of his mind as he plays his turn out. We're firing another one off. Do we see another 2 energy? No, it is just the 1. And you see him full committing to Iron Hands, knows how valuable this Pokemon is in this matchup, and for good reason.
Yeah, that's for sure. And not gonna lie, this is a pretty ideal going second board at the moment.
Sure, yeah, this is something that you usually would be able to do with a supporter card. I mean, Ross wasn't even able to do that with a supporter in game number 1. He's done it without in game number 3 with turn 1, and can even just draw more cards, so he has plenty of options to work with on the following turn.
A lot of pressure here from Chris's side of the field. Looking at the hand, does have the Stadium, but I don't see any Duraludons just yet.
It does have the energy in hand. I'm wondering maybe if he wants to use something like the concealed cards now. It's always a risk, you know, if you hold off on using the ability, not using it now and not drawing into metal energy could be a risk. Chris is willing to go ahead and take that risk, playing the Iono, seeing 6 cards, and hoping he's not in a Duraludon shortage again. Game number 3, looking to get 2 of those down so he can at minimum attack next turn.
Very, very tough. Talk about the disparage in like the board state and card scene. There is the Duraludon, there's the Nest Ball. Chris is going to be able to stabilize, hasn't even used concealed cards yet, but things got scary there for a second.
Hasn't used concealed cards, but there's now kind of a big reliance off of Greninja here, or even the question of, do you use Greninja? What do you think, Wancho, about using Greninja to maybe not have a way to retreat That way you avoid Amp, or do you think you just have to draw the cards here to keep yourself in this game?
Because Iono was played the last turn instead of something like a Research, there's no Metal Energy yet in the discard pile. I don't think I saw an Ultra Ball, but in any case, I think we still need Metal Energy in the discard pile. Seeing 2 fresh cards as well could be good. We may lose 2 prizes here with a Radiant Greninja, but that may just have to be the risk we take.
So here it goes, concealed cards. What do we see? 2 fresh cards. These are going to be the last actions of Chris's turn. Does find another Nest Ball. There's now a trio of Ultra Ball in the hand. Could we be seeing Duraludon number 3 come down? You know, it is nice to get those into play, but I always wonder, you know, how valuable is something like Pheasantipity versus that card on the following turn? And you see him, you know, now kind of thinking, do I even go for this? Even, you know, potentially thinking about preemptively grabbing the Pheasantipity. It will be the choice, making sure that Flip the Script is on and available next turn. Does seem a little bit unnecessary, though, knowing your opponent doesn't have hand disruption in their deck.
That's for sure. Maybe would have loved seeing, if we're going to put liability into play, maybe something like, I'm sorry, Chris doesn't play Dialga. So
it's a lie. No Dialga.
That's for sure. So I would have loved maybe seeing just a second Duraludon, but maybe Chris hedging there, played the Nest Ball already. 2 Duraludon should be enough.
And finds the heavy ball, the big find we were talking about last turn. Zapdos is now available. Won't be needed for this Radiant Greninja, but you never know if your opponent's going to leave one of those Duraludon in play and give you an opportunity to take 2 prizes with Ampy very much.
Yeah, and Chris is going to need a lot to deal with the Iron Hands. Again, Iron Hands by itself has 230 HP, which is already out of range from Duraludon. Adding the Bravery Charm, 280, now puts it out of range of something, even if he had something like the Black Belt. So, again, luckily the Jamming Tower is still in play. I believe Ross does have a Stadium Bump in any case. No, there's no Area 0.
So it looks like just thinking through the options, plenty of cards to work with, has not committed an energy attachment for turn. Now with the Pheasantipity being in play, may just be worth putting energy on Miraidon to threaten that Photon Blaster later on. There is Iron Hands EX and an Amp You very much. Ross Coffin yet again taking the first 2 prize cards, putting himself in a spot where he is just 2 knockouts away from closing this game out. If you're Chris here, you're staring down a huge Pokemon, you're unable to knock it out in 1 hit, and you're still lacking a lot of resources. Flip the Script, it does find the boss's orders, but I'm not sure there's 2 Metal Energy available, so that boss can be played in combination with an Archaludon attack.
Yeah, that's the tough thing here. There's no way to discard energy in this hand. You have 3 Ultra Balls in hand. If you use this Research, you draw 7. How are you getting that Metal Energy into the discard pile at this point? You need to depend on your last Ultra Ball, maybe something like an Earthen Vessel, hopefully. Very, very tough. Again, Pheasantipity was used there before something like the Research to try and draw into energy. Very, very tough spot here for Chris.
Does find the Archaludon, but, you know, that Assembly Alloy is just, you know, not going to cut it at this point. You're going to have to use, I guess, 1 Duraludon now and then hope you draw into energy later and then accelerate again with your other one. But then you're going to leave only 1 Duraludon fully powered up, and if you don't put another Dura in play, things can spiral out of control. Essentially, this is dire in this spot. We're just going to see 1 energy accelerated and not even going to play the other Ultra Ball, just playing Professor's Research, you know, could have thinned the Squawkabilly out of the deck just to not draw into that piece if it wasn't already discarded. Here we go, big 7 cards. Finds the Earthen Vessel and the energy to discard, but is missing the Archaludon to go along with it. And now not only is Chris left a 2 prizer in the active spot, not only is he not responding with damage, but he's also not responding with an attack whatsoever in this spot as things continue to spiral out of control. Just an attachment and passing things back over to Ross.
This is possibly the worst spot Chris can find himself in. Again, maybe he should have left the Archaludon in the deck. I mean, getting 1 energy doesn't help out as much, and you're going to have to find another Archaludon anyway. Very, very tough position. Ross, however, top decking the secret box, will be able to find an Area 0 underdepth at the very least. Could we see a knockout here on something like the Duraludon?
Yeah, is maybe debating if it's worth, you know, going for this secret box now. You know, you may only get 1 Stadium Bump consistently in this game. So is this the opportunity to fill your bench up? And I mean, you maybe agree or disagree with me, Wancho, but I think now is best.
Yeah.
You know, get those Magneton into play, or rather the Magnemite. And if you draw into the Magneton, you're going to have a really easy way to close this game out. Otherwise, it's going to be hard to get those pieces into play if you get Iono'd later on.
Yes, grabbing a supporter as well, and an item. These are all great things to do literally right now. And honestly, Ross is just in such a comfortable position. He has boss's orders in hand. He can take 2 prizes on something like the Duraludon if he has the bench space open. Very, very good spot.
Yeah, and that's another question here. You know, the Duraludon, thanks to the Zapdos being found with the prizes, that's amp you very much for 2. Or there's the Pheasantipity in play, which can be knocked out by Photon Blaster. You know, assuming all energy is where you want them, Wancho, what do you go for in this spot?
I like taking the knockout on the Duraludon just because that is the Pokemon that can evolve and then turn into a bigger pain later, while Pheasantipity sits there and is 2 prizes for you to take, unless, of course, Chris picks it up just like he did the previous game. But this time, the difference is this Magnemite. Magnemite was missing from Ross's second game, and this is a way to really power up something like the Raichu out of nowhere. Electric Generator, cherry on top. 1 energy attached at the very least.
Yeah, and that 1 energy is big because, like I mentioned, it now opens the door for Ross. He's got to decide, do you go for the knockout on Pheasantipity? We remember last turn he held off on knocking out Pheasantipity, and then not having access to those 2 prizes at the end of the game because of that Professor Turo ended up costing him. So I have to wonder if he's maybe thinking back to that, or if he's going to trust his gut again in game number 3 and hope it proves him right.
Yes, seeing the Zapdos put into play there makes me feel like he's going for that play. Even has the Pheasantipity of his own. Now, essentially Iono-proofing him because he is very, very, very close to winning this set. Attachment for turn. He hasn't even attached for turn yet. He hasn't even used a V-Star power yet. Still has access to something like the Seal Stone he can attach now. And it's just going to be the boss's orders on that Duraludon.
Duraludon comes up, so we're seeing almost a repeat here so far of what has happened in the second game. Don't count Chris out. He still has more than a shot. The big issue, though, and the reason I think this play is really great from Ross, is he can't play boss's orders and play the Turo the same turn here for Chris. And we didn't even mention the Scoop Up Cyclone is in the prize cards here for Chris Silver. He does not even have access to that card. Understands he needs to take prizes. We'll see the knockout get played, but Ross is going to have access to so many cards this turn. Let's see if he can close things out.
Getting the knockout there on the Miraidon, I feel like might have been just the best case scenario at the very least. That does remove a way to get the Raichu. Never mind, it's in the hand anyway. And the Magneton.
He's got it all. Magneton plus Raichu, and the boss's orders means Raichu will pump out more than enough damage with all 1,000 volts. Ross Coffin putting on a show, advancing to 5-0, doing it again, proving why he is such a veteran, an experienced and talented player in the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, again, Miraidon EX defeats Archaludon. Such a huge Pokemon to really take a knockout on, but Miraidon just has the tools to really find those prizes. I think, again, and Ross Coffin, again, playing it absolutely perfectly. Only missing, again, 1 card off that game 2 to just ending the game sooner.
Yeah, I mean, you can see in both game 2 and 3, right, having that A-Spec prize could have been the difference maker. You know, Chris could have, removed that Pokemon. It wouldn't have mattered as much in that third game, but this set had a lot of showcase on why you never count out either of these decks. Let's take a look back at our set, see what went down between both of these players. Game number 1, Chris had the advantage early on. Early jamming tower, Ross didn't take, the first 2 prize cards just with the arm press to take 1, but Squawkabilly EX looked like the liability. It ended up not being a huge liability, and then it was Luminion, sort of a parting gift for Ross to close that first game out.
Yeah, again, it's a matter of just trying to take hits. Again, Archaludon has 300 HP, but if you have these 2 prizes with less than 200, kind of maybe defeats the purpose. There's so many ways to pick them up. Unfortunately, Chris could not find the pieces.
And in this game number 2, it looked like Ross was in even more of a dominating spot in this first and second game rather than the first. No Duraludons were safe to come into play. Ross got off to a 3-prize lead to begin the game, but Chris limited his bench. Ross targeted Pokemon, but it was really just leave only 1 Pokemon in play, hope your opponent doesn't have the pieces, and hope and pray. As much as it fails a lot, it worked in this case, and Chris was able to squeeze out a third game.
Yeah, sometimes you don't need all these fancy other Pokemon, you just need your Archaludon. Yeah, again, there it is, the winning boss's orders. That was a top deck as well.
And then game 3, you know, I didn't know what to expect going into this game. Who knows who's going to win? Nobody is safe with the lead, but, you know, Ross just had an impeccable turn 1. Iron Hands was fully powered up, Rotom drew cards, and Chris just did not have the start to back it up. If you're not able to attack on your second turn, and you're already down a 2-price deficit, you saw how easy it was for Ross to run away with this game, improve to a 5-0 record, and continue to chase that next World's Invitation and potentially another regional championship win.
Yeah, again, we saw how explosive that game game 3 was. Despite Ross going first, he actually saw more cards than Chris with a supporter card, right? Because of the Squawk ability, because of the Mew EX, he saw, what 12 cards, as well as with the Rotom.
The restart as well. So he restarted for 3, Squawkabilly,
6,
Rotom, so of course the 7 cards originally, thinned the deck out with Tandem Unit. You know, Miraidon is a deck that of course gets acknowledged a lot, but a lot of the times it's important to step back and see how powerful these cards are by themselves. Not only that, but when the cards now combine and synergize with each other, like Iron Hands, an insanely ridiculous card. Taking extra prizes is the second best effect in the TCG. Taking extra turn number 1 for sure, as you mentioned. Next one's taking prizes. Then you combine that with a built-in acceleration engine, a Pokemon that can just cover all your weaknesses with Raichu, the support of Miraidon, and you see why this deck is so strong, why this deck is so powerful, and why it, at times, is just consistent, and once it gets going, you can't run it over.
Yeah, again, this deck was piloted absolutely masterfully by Ross Coughlin, and you know what? I want to hear it from the man himself. We have an interview ready. Let's get to the booth.
Thanks, Wancho and Ethan. Yes, that's right. I'm here with our winner from the last round, moving to 5-0 here at the Vancouver Regional Championships. Ross Coughlin, 5-0. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty good. That was a pretty tight match. I drew the cards I needed there at the end, and I'm really happy to be 5-0.
Yeah, let's talk about the last match and your opponent specifically in that round, Chris Silver.
Yeah,
you
Chris
guys
Silver.
have both been playing for such a long time.
Yeah.
We were talking before the game. You said, I mean, we've known each other over 20 years at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys have seen so much change in the Pokemon TCG over these last 20 years. Is it cool for you to be able to play against someone who you've known for that long on a big stage like this?
Absolutely. I mean, it happens so rarely these days. I mean, I play people who have started playing last year, 5 years, all the time. But, you know, Chris I've known for at least 20 years, and I know he doesn't play a whole lot anymore. So we played more back when he was also very competitive years back. So really, at first when I saw the pairing, I was like, is this the Chris Silver I know? I mean, you know, kind of a common name. Like, it could be someone new, but no, it was him, and I was thrilled. And then we put this on stream, and yeah, it's pretty cool. Like, you know, 2 real veterans of the game.
Yeah, it was a great one to get to watch. It was the one when we did the community choice that I was definitely voting for, that I was hoping to get to see. So glad we got to have that happen. Let's talk about the match a little bit. You know, on paper, Miraidon versus Archaludon. It feels like it can be a tougher matchup for the Miraidon, but you've got some text for the matchup with Zapdos in there.
Yeah, I think with the Zapdos, it's at least even. I feel pretty good about it. I mean, it's certainly close, but with the Zapdos, you can take a nice lead and really put pressure, and you know, eventually the pressure was enough to win 2 of those 3. So yeah, with the Zapdos, I don't feel like it's unfavorable, but it's pretty even, I would say.
I feel that. So it was a 3-game set, and in game number 2, you had a really strong lead. You were able to take out Duraludons without Chris really ever being able to establish, but then he ends up finding a path back into the game. Where do you think things went wrong for you there in game number 2?
Try and remember. Did he won game 2? I won game 1?
He won game 2.
Okay.
It was the game where you took a knockout on Duraludon at the end, and he Turo'd up the Pheasantipity.
So yeah, my real issue was I needed to get a stadium down, and I could have. And it happened in game 3 as well. I had a chance to play a stadium, but I think in game 2, I think I already tandem united. So like I couldn't get Magnemite. I wouldn't have been able to get Magnemite down that turn. So I held the Area 0. He Ionos. I can't find the stadium all game, so I just really couldn't solidify my board. Like, if I could get Magnemite, Magneton down at any point, I think I win that, and I just couldn't. And then I think I needed, Generator at the end, maybe win with Raichu. The games are kind of blurring together. But, like, I was, like, fleet-footing for one, like, multiple turns in a row, and I just couldn't finish it off. I mean, that's Pokemon today. Like, you're never, it was probably likely for me to win at many points in that game, but you know, if you don't draw it, you don't win. So it's good for him to play it out. And yeah, I felt like all 3 games were really back and forth. I didn't know who is going to win for sure until like the end of all those games.
Definitely. Yeah, and you end up getting the 2-1 victory. I got to ask you about the deck a little bit here, choosing Miraidon for the tournament. Now, you are someone who is very well known for your innovations in the game. You're very well known for picking a spicy deck or something that people aren't a huge fan of. I mean, you played Shaman V-Star to the World Championships this past year.
Yeah, I worked hard on that. Yeah.
But you landed on Miraidon for this tournament. Tell me about that.
Well, I mean, I started testing Miraidon like when the new set came out. I mean, even before Azul won the regional with it, I was on that. I was like, oh, this is really good, winning some locals with it. And I haven't really found a reason to switch off of it. I mean, it's a pretty good deck. I mean, it takes a lot of... It's hard during the school year to really come up with the innovation, especially if something's working. So it's been working. I do want to say I do feel in sync with this deck right now because I'm currently teaching the physics of electricity and magnetism. So I've got that synergy with my deck, so I'm feeling good about that.
Just on the same wavelength right there with the Miraidon. Love to hear it. Well, let's talk about Worlds a little bit. You know, you are the only Pokemon player who has qualified for every single World Championships, and you've done it in years where it's been a little easier when the championship point threshold was low, but you've also done it in years where we used the ELO ranking system and only the top 40 players got into the World Championships. How do you feel about the qualification requirements this year, and are you feeling like you're going to be able to get there?
It's definitely harder. I mean, I wouldn't say this is the hardest ever, but it's the hardest in several years. You could argue it's maybe the hardest in a decade because, they reduced the number of invites, but the player base, as we all know, has grown 2 or 3 times in the last few years. So, yeah, it's pretty intense. I was busy with some life things the first few months. I did do a couple regionals, but I missed a couple. So I'm kind of trying to see if I can still make it at least one more year. So I've signed up for a bunch of events. I'm definitely not in the top 125 right now, so I'm trying. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. I mean, I have 20 invites. I've played 20 Worlds, so if it ends this year, that's fine. But I'm giving it one more shot with this new system, and I don't know how many more years I'm going to go at this anyways, whether I make it this year or not. But I've determined to go for it this season, and we'll see what happens.
I'm certainly rooting for you, Ross, and I'm sure many people at home are as well. It'd be great to see you to continue that streak year in and year out. Well, we'll let you get a little bit of rest before your next round. Before you get out of here, you got anyone you want to say thank you to, any shout-outs you want to give before we get to the next Swiss round?
Sure. Shout-out Team X-Files, my friends. Some of them are here. A lot of them are based in Seattle, where I grew up, so I've seen a few of them. I'll see some of them later. Some still playing like me, some not so much. Some of them are judging. But yeah, it's always good to see old friends, and including Chris, seeing, he's in California, so I don't see him that much. Yeah, so shout out to Team X-Files.
Thanks a bunch, Ross.
All right,
good luck in the rest of the tournament, and yeah, let's get back to the desk.
Great to hear from a veteran in the game, Ross Coughlin, 20-time World Championship invitee. Looking to make it 21. And as Ross said, when you start to have more things happening in your life as time progresses, it gets harder, especially, like you mentioned, the player base is just 3 times what it was, even in just the last couple of years.
No, I have to agree. I'm definitely rooting for him, though. I don't want that streak to end. I'm rooting for 30, to be honest. No, but again, it's so amazing to see from him. Honestly, the amount of experience that was on that stage, if you combine it, it's definitely a lot older than a lot of the players here. Actually, if you just count Ross's experience, I feel like that's a lot older than a lot of the players we have.
Ross has been playing the Pokemon TCG longer than I've been alive. If that doesn't solidify the point, then I don't think much else will. He is one of the greatest players, and once you build that level of experience, that repertoire, cards change, decks change, the game has changed a lot even in the last 5 years, let alone the last 25. You kind of get a knack for learning what's good, learning what's not good, finding ways to build creative decks. And sometimes, while that creativity can shine, like he said, I think his point was extremely valid. You don't have to reinvent the wheel if the wheel's already spinning.
No, yeah, I agree. I mean, just bring his experience to an established deck. He was already practicing it. I'll give it to him there. He was practicing it even before Azul did well with it, and it really does shine here. We got to see just the masterclass of how to play Miraidon EX, and again, from one of the best teachers, Ross Coughlin.
And like he mentioned, he's going to be going to future events in North America for the upcoming regional and international championships. We've got, of course, the roadmap to Worlds. Everybody's competing to see if they can qualify, get one of those coveted 125 invite slots. Vancouver happening this weekend, and then we enter a new era of the Pokemon TCG, Scarlet and Violet on for Atlanta, all the way up until the World Championships in Anaheim.
Not too many events left. We're more than halfway there. We're finished 2 ICs. There's 1 IC left. Every single slot is now unlocked. You know, we know that the one slot is the Portland Regional Championships. So again, make sure you guys join in or tune in at the very least. Again, not too many left, and we're so close to Worlds.
Of course, these events are not the only things that you guys can find on the Twitch channel. There's plenty of content happening in between tournaments over on twitch.tv/Pokemon. This week, we've got some X and Y, the series, Kalos Quest coming up. A blast back to, international championship, or rather a regional championship that happened for the video game championships, if you guys are interested in seeing that. And hey, let's have some more X and Y to end the week out. Make sure you guys tune in. It's always fun to watch some of the other Pokemon media. For me, X and Y is sort of a weird period. That's like, by teenage years. I didn't really watch the show a lot. If it was like, Indigo, maybe some older stuff, I might tune in a little bit more, but that's not to say X and Y is not a good time period.
No, I absolutely love X and Y. It's the time of the Mega Evolutions. I know everyone here, they tune in for the competition. That's where I know that's their favorite thing to tune into. But the anime definitely has to be second best. And I wonder why we're going to X and Y. Why we're watching X and Y. You think Megas are going to be important anytime soon?
There's a number 3 and it's coming back. So you guys better get ready, because 3 Prize Pokemon are coming back. Maybe we'll have a little bit more of an in-depth discussion over, Mega Pokemon coming back, 3 prizes. I mean, look, we got a little bit of a teaser on Pokemon Day. Of course, we're alluding to Legends ZA coming out later this year. That will refeature some Mega Evolution Pokemon. Of course, plenty of details to come for that. Are you excited, Wancho? I can tell you're excited.
Oh, no, yeah. The Mega mechanic has to be one of the best. Well, visually, anyway, one of the best mechanics for me. Mega Rayquaza has to be one of my favorite decks. I piloted Mega Gardevoir, so actually when they announced that new Mega Gardevoir, I got excited. I know everyone preferred the other Mega Gardevoir.
Which one are you talking about? The one from Ancient Origins, or the dual type one, the Mega Gardevoir?
The Ancient Origins, the Brilliant Arrow. I piloted that to win a state championships, actually. So I got very, very excited, but I know everyone likes the dual type one more. And so that one's a little bit more competitive, but good callback. I mean, I absolutely love the Mega mechanic, and honestly, to me, you can grab your pitchforks, but I didn't mind the prize cards.
We'll see if that stands the test of time. I'm going to think about 3 prize cards over this break. I hope you guys think about what you want to see next on the stream. Maybe manifest that matchup, that deck you want to see. I know what he's going to be manifesting. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with more Pokemon TCG action.
Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. You started at the bottom and you worked your way. You showed them you were awesome, and you won the day. Striving for the top spot, no room for mistakes. Yeah, you showed us the way. You showed us how to train up, how to pass the test, how to make your mark, be the very best. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Making friends all along the way, memories always here to stay. And that's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Now we have our champions, they've joined the best. To every single trainer, we give our respect. We all have a story, we passed the test. Yeah, we become legends. We learned how to train up, how to break the mold, how to build our team, how to win the gold. And when the lights are up and the pressure's on, how to push and push till you're the only one. Finally show the world today, legends are always here to stay. That's why we say, shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. Your light will never fade away. Shout out to all the ones who came before. You showed the way, you opened up the door. Now we stand among legends and shout your names. The world will never be the same. Never be the same. So here's to you, here's to you. Oh, the ones who came before. And all I know. So here's to you, here's to you, the ones who came before.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, to our trading card game regional championships here in Vancouver. It's a rainy day outside, but things are looking bright here in the venue. We're getting wrapped up with Swiss round number 5. Pairings for Swiss round number 6 have gone up. Players are making their ways to the tables. We're going to get even closer to day 2 of our competition kicking off tomorrow. Let's get some updates from some players out on the floor, some players we've been looking at throughout the course of the tournament. In the last round, of course, we did see Ross Cawthon get to a record of 5-0, taking down Chris Silver on our stream match. Ross, of course, the only player to have qualified for every single World Championships, and he's looking to make a run here in the back half of the season to qualify for this year's World Championships in Anaheim, California. One of the other matches that took place in the last round was one I was really excited to see. Simon Trottier-Lacasse on the Lost Zone box with Pikachu EX, facing off against last season's Vancouver Regional Championship winner Nathan Beck. And it was Simon Trottier-Lacasse able to take Nathan down. Nathan is on Golden Go this weekend. And it really came down to a situation where Simon put a Pikachu EX up in the active spot, put 6 energy on it, discarded 3, took a knockout on a Golden Go. Nathan couldn't knock out the Pikachu, and it was just set up to take out the next Golden Go on the following turn. Azul Garcia Griego is at 4-1. He did get the win in the last round, so just 1 loss so far in the tournament. He, of course, is playing Miraidon. A few Canadian players we're keeping our eye on this weekend. Callie White and Kieran Farah, both at a 3-2 record. Callie on the Gardevoir for this event, and Kieran Farah, of course, playing his signature Lugia V-Star. The 2019 World Champion is still hanging out in the midst at a 4-1 record. That is Henry Brand, traveling to the event from Australia. Hopefully we'll get to see some more from Henry later on today. And then Drew Kennett, wanted to give an update on him. We got to see him earlier on in this event with his Flareon EX, Sylveon EX EV box deck. It was super unique. He did tie his stream game, and then unfortunately immediately lost a quick 2-game set to Caleb Rogerson, one of the great young American players. Drew prized both Flareon in game number 1 and went hoot hoot pass in game number 2, and Caleb Rogerson's Miraidon proved to be a little bit too powerful for those various situations. There's some updates, lots of matches happening. Very excited to see where we continue to move forward here in the event. Let's get to the caster desk and get into Swiss round number 6.
Thank you so much, Chip. Jeremy Jallin here with Kyle Sablehouse. We are Ballin' going into round 6 soon, and it has been a day so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of interesting decks so far, a lot of great players featured on the stream. We've had some younger players, and of course now some older players joining us too. It's just great to see all the different players that are giving this this format one last opportunity, see what's out there, and maybe try to lock up one of those Worlds invites. I know Ross would want one of them.
Yeah, could you imagine if Ross just spikes this tournament?
One time.
Yeah, it has been a pretty great day so far. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings for this tournament, see how our players are shaping up heading into a potential locking up day 2 spots.
Yeah,
and
some big names on this list.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron right there, 4, that's a big name.
That's a long name. Yeah, absolutely. We see Piper Lapine there at 5-0, Christian Labella, Lee Bui, Ross Cawthon, Bodie Robinson. My goodness, the list goes on and on. It's some excellent talent that we have here, and of course some potential for either some of those Seattle players or the Canadian players as well, starting to creep their way to the top and try to lock in this region.
Yeah, definitely a good mix of both new and old players as well, and these players are again trying to make it to the at least 5-2-1 record. So they're pretty much locked in here. They're 5-0. Just one more win can do it and make it into day 2.
We know that's not what they're aiming for.
Oh,
at
no,
this
not
point,
at all.
though. Once you get to 5-0, you start licking your chops, thinking, okay, we might be able to make a good run out of this. If you take a lot of the work on this opening day, you have a lot easier path to that top 8 spot.
And then let's take a look at our notable matches for this round as well. Now we are going to have Simon Trottier-Lacasse up against Piper Lapine. But other than that, some pretty good ones there. Even Brent Tonneson hanging down at the end there.
My goodness. Always finding a way onto the matches, but for good reason. Brent Tonneson travels all over the world playing Pokemon. It's unlike any other player we've seen before, just finding so much success and locking up so many of those stipends.
And there's a pretty good mix of decks that are doing well at the undefeated tables so far. A lot of cloth that we've expected, which Should we just stop calling it Cloth now?
It's not Cloth.
It's Toxic Terapagos.
It's Poison Party.
Poison Party.
Just in time. Yeah, we've got some really interesting matchups here. We see Noah with the Dragapult up against Libui's Roaring Moon deck.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on out there. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to feature one of those players moving on in the tournament, but I mean, we've got so many good matchups.
Yeah, I think Lei actually did the mirror match last round, Roaring Moon versus Roaring Moon.
How did he find that?
Yeah, and then of course Lugia still sticking around. I think the biggest thing is Regidrago V-Star kind of creeping back in. One of the last big tournaments in North America for you to play that in before rotation. And it has been one of the most dominant decks we've seen in a while. Might as well, right? And I mean, Trifrost is still good against a lot of these decks cutting Manaphy.
You've got opportunities here where you can manipulate the deck list a little bit, feature in that Latios that we've seen players now use, and maybe that's the additional piece that you need. Just some extra retreating and helpfulness to avoid getting that Badoo lock that we've seen so many players fall flat on their face against.
Yeah, Itchy Pollen has been a nuisance in the format. We haven't really seen it as much on stream other than that Poison Party versus EV box, right?
Not Claw.
But it is one of those cards that really is just format defining. Before Prismatic Evolutions, which that, and then I think Black Belt's Training and Regigigas have been the cards from Prismatic Evolutions. Before that, it was Regidrago all the time. And now it's still in the mix, but just not as popular.
It takes all of the deck lists, and you have to manipulate how you build your deck. I think of Grant Manley playing one of the more obscure Lost Zone lists we've ever seen, but it's correct in the sense of I'm going to face against a lot more Badoo. I need to avoid playing some of these item cards that I'm used to using, and you set your deck up for success, and he found it.
And that is another name we're hoping to keep an eye on throughout the weekend. Grant is one of those players that is just really hoping for that big weekend and get that big win.
Would be cool to see, and it's one of those decks once more. We've seen so much of Comfey. This is one of the final runs for Comfey as well.
Yeah, Lost Zone Box is one of those decks that people just really stick onto. Ever since Tordreklev won Peoria Regionals with the very first iteration, it has gone through so many changes throughout the history.
Yeah, we saw a fun debate over on X of which was the best Lost Zone Box deck that you've ever played. And
I know your answer.
There's so many, but you know it's all about Tina.
All right, looks like our players are at the stage, have their headsets on. Let's get ready and introduce you to them yet again. And we're going to have a great one for sure.
Absolutely. Two phenomenal players here at the stage. Simon Trottier-Lacoste, Piper Lapine, and we have ourselves an interesting battle between the Pikachu Lost Zone and the Gardevoir EX. Pikachu doesn't work very well here, though, does it, Jeremy?
Not at all. With 3 copies of Monkey Dory, it helps you manipulate those damage counters any which way. That Resolute Heart ability is not going to be very useful against a powerful Miracle Force from Gardevoir EX, but that does not stop you from just dealing 300 damage out of nowhere, and you still have a lot of good plays against a deck like Gardevoir. Cramorant attacking for free. You have Iron Hands EX as well. It could be a very back and forth game we see here.
Yeah, one of the interesting points is players have not been able to feature a lot of those Lost Zone cards you tend to see over the years. The Sableye is no longer an inclusion in this deck, so you don't have that ability to manipulate the damage, take advantage of the fact that your opponent's going to play their Pokemon down to 10 hit points remaining, but you may see something like that Moonlight Shuriken come into play, as we don't see that Manaphy featured on Piper's list.
Yeah, both people are making cuts, you know? You gotta fit in a lot of these cards that are new and shiny for the decks, and we'll have to see how things shape up for this round 6. Remember, both of these players are 5-0. A win will lock up a spot in day 2 and push them ever closer to getting the match points needed to eventually top 8.
It's great to see both these players here at the stage once more. It's I feel like every time we see Piper, she's got that ability to manipulate damage counters, throw them around at the speed of light, and really make you question, did I have the perfect play? Because she always finds a way to disrupt and end up coming out on top. It's going to be a difficult battle, especially for Simon and some of these deck the choices in the deck list, but maybe that speedy Iron Hands can get the job done.
Yeah, it is a very scary card, especially in this matchup when you're just really playing slow. There's no rare candy in the list for this Gardevoir, so you're really relying on that Technical Machine evolution. And oh, wow, yeah.
No! Stop!
Okay, Cramorant and Iron Hands EX in the prizes for Simon. Double Kirlia, Ralts in the prizes for Piper. This is not good for either player. And then you see that Hisuian Heavy Ball up top as well. No! None of those Pokemon are going to be accessible until you start taking prizes.
This is not good. Maybe this is what it takes, though, to have some fun and friendly Pokemon. Just a huge disruption to start things off. And I'm going to be looking for some open eyes on that deck search.
Now, of course, Simon is no slouch of a player himself. He has a top 8 in Toronto a few years ago and just consistent placings in international events throughout. Meanwhile, Piper, 2-time regional winner, and honestly, one of the fastest players of a control deck that I've ever seen.
Yeah, we've seen time and time again so many different decks. We saw the Mewtwo V Union from Piper. We've seen the Bayonet Gardevoir. We've all these different styles to disrupt an opponent. But missing the disruption here on the opening turn, pretty crucial to see. It's the Scream Tail in the active spot when there was the option for a Klefki or a Fluttermane.
Yeah, the fact that Piper is choosing to play both the Klefki and the Fluttermane really puts a hamper on Lost Zone Box just as a deck, being able to start with Klefki, then build up that Fluttermane, start spreading some damage. But Simon's going to have full access to these flower selectings this turn, along with this Buddy Buddy Poffin. We're going to see 3 Comfey. Now, just if you have the switch cards to be able to use them.
Yeah, I was going to say, the magic number here is 3 for Simon. Of course, yeah, you do have that 1 copy of Lost Vacuum. You could find access to 5 cards in the Lost Zone, but 3 on this initial turn where you're gifted an ability to use your own abilities with that Scream Tail in the active spot means that you only have to play those 2 Colress Experiments to have access to your Mirage Gate.
Yeah, Kyle, Simon's face looking through this deck, checking those prize cards.
What do I attack with?
I mean, we could see some spinning attacks, you know, you never know.
Whatever, man, just Jewel Breaker, let's just go.
3 Comfey. There is at least 2 switch cards in the hand, I believe, so Simon will have a pretty good turn 1. Now it just depends on those flower selectings. And there you see a Crispin. There is 2 in this list, which you normally don't see too much. I know Grant played, what, 1 in EUIC, but it is one of those ways to kind of get around Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, we've seen that featured from players now, and looks like it won't be the case this time. Simon has plenty of resources to continue to draw at this point. Could even see the energy attachment just to preserve one of those switching effects for later on.
Here is that last flower selecting. Gets rid of the Lost Vacuum, but finds a Colress's Experiment. That's going to be great for next turn.
Oh, what a choice.
Yeah, you really want both.
You talk to the opportunity of being able to use that Lost Vacuum, get 5 in the Lost Zone, and Colress. Turn 2 access to Mirage Gate would have been spectacular, but that is what happens with the double-edged sword that is Comfey.
Now it is action on Piper. Starts with that Arven. Always what you want to see when you're going second. Able to find that Technical Machine evolution along with a Buddy Buddy Poffin. It basically guarantees 2 Kirlia. Now that's going to be pretty much the only 2 Kirlia, with those 2 being prized.
Yes, you have access to use that Technical Machine on this turn if you want. The issue then is you're not going to lock out these Comfeys. There's no switching effect to move that Scream Tail and have a different Pokemon in the active spot. So you have to make a decision. Is my setup more important than slowing down my opponent?
And there is that Klefki. Why not both, you know?
Well, you could do it next turn. I'd like to see how the Scream Tail moves.
Slowly?
Probably. Kicking and screaming as it goes.
Yeah, I think it's just the retreat. Gonna focus on that Klefki in the active spot with that mischievous lock, shutting down the flower selecting. Simon does have that Colress's experiment though, so at least 5 in the lost zone, but getting rid of the lost vacuum, that is the 1 in the list, so there's no real way to actually get to 7 this turn.
Yeah, it's gonna slow down at this stage. We've seen, some players, if you're lucky enough to find the prime catcher, you could make that turn happen, but not going to be in the cards here.
Honestly, this hand isn't really looking that good anyway.
Yeah, what do you even start working on at this stage? You don't have a Pokemon that you really want to start attacking with. You have the Nest Ball and an energy as well, so maybe a Pokemon like that Radiant Greninja would be a good Pokemon to incorporate here. Your opponent was a little bit slower and you didn't see that technical machine evolution, so perhaps a small window of opportunity.
Yeah, just Nest Ball for Radiant Greninja, attach an energy and pass. May seem like the best route for Simon this turn. This Klefki is putting in a ton of work for Piper already.
It's wild that just its presence alone is enough. And no attack, no threat of a bench with the technical machine evolution. Just being in the active spot slows down Simon's deck completely. And we did not see the additional Colress experiment found, so there's no real hope next turn either.
Oh yeah, next turn is where we really worry.
Help!
Now it's back to Piper yet again. Had a Kirlia in hand, so I think that probably maybe was the choice to not use the evolution, just because you would only get 1 with the 2 in the prize cards.
That's a good point as well. Slowing down your opponent with the Klefki active is pretty beneficial, and then also having this evolution here means that if you go for a technical machine evolution here, you could choose to evolve that Kirlia, and your opponent only has access to that prize card on a single Kirlia and instead of both, and that's so much more helpful to not give your opponent that much of a lead.
Yeah, you still run the risk of Simon having Colress's experiment, and then Mirage Gate is active and able to get both of those Kirlia. So evolving into the Gardevoir EX here is just the safest play possible for Piper. Again, not really doing too much, but you're slowing down the game so much with that Klefki. You kind of force Simon to make the first move.
Yeah, ugly Pokemon is looking really good for Gardevoir. That's all you need to do is just slow the game down. It's like having Badoo out there. You just make the game go so slow that your opponent just can't do anything. And we're used to seeing all those cards in the Lost Zone, the Mirage Gates flying, and that's just not the case with this hand. You can't do anything.
Yeah, Simon drew a Jet Energy for the turn, and that's not really going to do too much. It's actually maybe even worse for you because you wanted an energy to attach to the Radiant Greninja, but you're going to bring it to the active spot.
Yeah, it's just not good. It slows you down. You'd have to use a switch cart to come back to the bench.
I think that's what Simon's eyeing up here. There is the Jet Energy. Radiant Greninja shoots up to the active spot. And then there's multiple switching outs in the hand for Simon as well, but we're just going to see a pass of the turn. Now, Piper's hand is not the best. Just drew Flutter Mane for the turn, which is amazing against a deck like Lost Box.
Ooh, see the Hero's Cape and a supporter to go along with this, so things are turning around. 3 Psychic Energy in the discard pile to go along with this.
Yeah, and that supporter is an Iono. So it will put Simon's big hand to the bottom of the deck, but you kind of know there's not a Colress's experiment.
I don't want to play that card. My opponent just went Jet Energy pass.
I like the Hero's Cape on the Kirlia. Just keep it around for a potential water energy, but there is the Iono being played, and Piper has a few options for this turn as well. 3 Psychic in the discard. You could potentially attack with Gardevoir or Flutter Mane. Good 6 cards found for Simon, a Pokegear, and at least that Prime Catcher.
Yeah, now decisions to be made here for Piper. You can bring that Flutter Mane into the active spot and have a little more longevity against these Comfeys. slow down a few more of those abilities, or you can get aggressive. You can attack with that Gardevoir, just remove this Radiant Greninja from play and really put some pressure on. Suppose there's that third choice there too, the Scream Tail even, to get the job done and take a knockout.
And Scream Tail being brought up, you can attach up to 4 energy on there with Psychic Embrace. That means you're dealing 160 with Roaring Scream to anywhere. Opting for the active though, gets rid of both of the energies on that Radiant Greninja as well as the potential draw power. And now Simon has access to full abilities. We'll have to see if he can cobble things together.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity. A fresh hand needs to deal 10 damage to knock out a Pokemon, which is actually kind of difficult at this stage, knowing the prize cards like we do. But certainly a chance now with Flower Selecting available.
Yeah, this is just like an insane play into a potential Iron Hands EX from Simon. But we know that is not possible. And maybe Piper just kind of sensing like, all right, I think I have control of this game right now. Super Odd going to the Lost Zone. It's always rough to see, but Nest Ball is a pretty good card to grab. You need an attacker.
Really tough thinking about what attacker you even like at this stage of the game. Radiant Greninja was seemingly the best choice, and
I think it
looks like it once more will be the choice. The Super Rod play there to bring that card back, and you have an opportunity to maybe take some of these prize cards and to find access to a card like that Iron Hands and just put pressure on some of the lower hit point Pokemon on the other side of the board.
Now Simon does have access to a few more draws now thanks to that Radiant Greninja, has a Lightning Energy in hand. I believe there's still that Pokegear. I don't know if I saw a Colossus Experiment just yet, but that's going to be the card that he's going to definitely try to dig for. And found it off the top. What a way to get that powerful supporter. Do we see Mirage Gate at all? No. I don't even think there's any switching outs either.
It's still some really impactful cards. We see the Water Energy, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the Boss's Orders, all very reasonable choices for the current stage and the later stage of the game. So I'd like to see all of those held on to at this point, but still needs a little more help from these Flower Selectings.
Yeah, this is where you want all of the cards that got Iono'd back in the deck. There was 2 switch cards, a switch, Mirage Gate.
The hand that you were just cursing previously because you couldn't use any abilities.
Well, we do see a rescue board, able to retreat that Comfey, another Flower Selecting, but you need 2 cards off this. Don't need Regigigas. Oh, I guess there is the Prime Catcher. So you already have the switch out.
Was really hoping to see the Mirage Gate there so that the Prime Catcher could happen, but unfortunately he's going to miss out on that opportunity. I mean, we can't deal 10 damage right now.
That is true.
This is brutal.
Oh, no. Yeah, you remember that Greninja you just got back? All right, it's going to get KO'd again.
Scream Tail providing so much impact on this board right now. Anything could be knocked out. The 10 damage was seemingly too difficult, and Piper has a free turn to maybe work on a Pokemon like that Monkey Dory that we've seen be so impactful.
And again, just thinning the hand out, getting rid of cards you don't need. Gonna find that Dark Energy, and again, like you said, that Monkey Dory is a big card in this matchup.
Yeah, it's so helpful to maybe spreading out some of that damage that you'll see. You could even steal prize cards by working on Pokemon like a Comfey on the bench and taking it off the board, but pretty comfortable at this stage just removing that Radiant Greninja. Not playing around with any of these additional energies here.
Didn't even use Adrenabrain. You want to keep that 8 damage counters on that Scream Tail. This is looking like it is all Piper's game so far, but there is the Colossus Experiment yet again. Still no Mirage Gate found. This is pretty crazy.
There's just no good attacker what
are you even Screamtail with 10 HP left?
Like, what are you looking for here? It's not great. There's all these different resources that are so helpful in all these different matchups, but we can't deal 10 damage.
Next turn, we can Crispin. Spinning attack.
Yay! I'm so excited. Oh, it's absolutely brutal. We do see plenty of cards in the Lost Zone now. Mirage Gate would be a welcomed choice.
Oh, there is a Mirage Gate, but this is a difficult decision for Simon on this flower selecting. What could it even be?
Was it a Super Rod?
One's already in the Lost Zone.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a Nest Ball. I don't even know what Pokemon you'd want at this point. It's just not
Super
great.
Rod for the Greninja again.
Yeah, the third Greninja has to be the charm at this point. It's just brutal. Spinning attack might have been a way to go if there were psychic energy.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
I mean, how many times can we see Simon just throw his hands up?
I don't even think we can attack with the Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Mirage Gate. You still can't retreat.
There is the Prime Catcher. You could go for an aggressive route and try to remove the Curlio with the Hero's Cape, but not the way this is sequenced. I suppose you can do it with this because you have the rescue board on the Comfey for your retreat. You can sneak in an additional flower select.
But still, I think Blood Moon is going to be the attacker
this
this
it is,
turn.
for sure.
Energy and another card off this flower selecting. And at a certain point, how many energy are left in the deck?
I was worried about the sequencing here, just in case. There are chances that you just run into too many energy. It's 11 that are played. We saw the Super Rod to bring some back. It's only the one in the discard pile right now, so should be fairly comfortable, but it's still not great.
All right, third time's the charm for this Radiant Greninja.
There is Artisan, so if you want to go for that, you could. However, it will be the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Can't Artisan.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Excuse me.
There is 3 energy left in the deck. The rest is in the hand for Simon. And that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX is going to do a ton of work just for a measly 1 prize.
It was a long time coming, and thankfully for Simon, he has a knockout here. But at what cost? You do remove the only draw that we see on Piper's side of the board, so fairly reasonable. But retreating off of this Screamtail, finding some additional psychic energies, there's plenty of play here from Piper to be aggressive.
Yeah, I guess the one route that Simon has available is just hope Piper takes another knockout next turn, Roxanne, and hope Roxanne sticks.
We have seen so often that be the answer for a lot of these Lost Box decks. They just end up losing a lot of that early game, trying to get to that magical 7 number for the Mirage Gate. You see the Comface fall left and right, but no, it's just been a pile of Radiant Greninjas hitting the discard pile, and it's been a pretty one-sided this way so far.
Yeah, and you have to think about, as this game goes on, 3 Super Rods are gone now. You have 1 left. Simon just got that Iron Hands EX from the prize cards, but can you even charge it up at this point?
Yeah, very difficult. And we see the choice from Piper. The Radiant Greninja played back onto the board, and it's a really helpful tool to maybe find your way out of an issue like that Roxanne. Just give yourself any bit of draw that you could use.
And here we see Adrenabrain being used, 30 damage on that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. Remember, it cannot attack as long as it's in the active spot. Already used that Blood Moon attack last turn. So this Screamtail is going to be able to kind of attack around it for a turn. And then another Adrenabrain will be able to help you knock it out next turn.
Yeah, really nice to include that second Psychic Energy now. Use that as the retreat and get the damage moved over to the Blood Moon Ursaluna. There's no real reason to go too aggressive into this Pokemon. If you want to hold on to that for a later turn, you could continue to put pressure on some other Pokemon on the board, but it's the only real threat I see right now. There's not much else that Simon was able to establish.
Professor Turo is going to pick up that Klefki, And Buddy Poffin will replace that bench spot with a Ralts. That means Piper's going to at least try to get a Curlia set up. Or at least make a top deck Curlia a good draw. And then you just, what, Screamtail the Comfey with the rescue board?
It's seemingly one of the better Pokemon that's left, or you can just place all your damage on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's getting to that point where maybe you could have the double Monkey Dory if damage starts to stick around.
And that is true. 190 on that Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Almost there.
And Piper doing this in a way where she's actually playing around Roxanne. So one of the few avenues for Simon to try to claw back into this game is now being shut off at least this turn.
Yeah, and we've seen plenty of switching cards at this point. It's could be difficult to even move this Pokemon if you don't find the resources off of the Colress experiment.
This has been such an awkward game for Simon. Starting off with just all the Pokemon in the prize cards. And
triple Mirage Gate.
Wow.
Is what he sees off the opener. That is pretty defining of how this game has gone for Simon. All there's left to do is a little bit of a smirk. It has not been going his way so far. He's got a lot to work with. And once more, it is the same 10 damage that is in his way.
Yeah, can you like Hyper Blower yourself to reset the Blood Moon? I think there's only one Colress's experiment left for Simon in the first place. Greninja finds Energy Switch Card. Switch Card's pretty good here. It's going to put that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX out of range of a double Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory. And it will reset the attack as well. Simon brings up that rescue boarded Comfey. We'll at least get another flower selecting. Try to thin through the deck as much as possible. Found
Mirage Gate.
Oh, all right. That's a pretty good card. I don't know if there's energies left.
There's a lot of energy in the hand right now. We see 4 that are played, 3 in the hand. What, 1, 2 in the loss zone. So it should be, what, 2 available? I don't think any are in the prizes. But of course, one of those is a Jet Energy.
Simon does have Boss's orders in hand. Could potentially, again, try to take the knockout on Ralts. Take a knockout on that Monkey Dory, but just not really being able to do what you want to do in a game like this.
It's so awkward that you just can't remove this Screamtail from play without having to sacrifice your Blood Moon Ursaluna of all Pokemon. Finally has all these great pieces. Has the Iron Hands that he's been waiting for, but there's no energies to accelerate this Pokemon, no bench space to work with this Pokemon, and just has to find the biggest threat, not named Gardevoir, and take it off the board.
It's Monkey Dory?
I'm scared.
All right, well, there is the knockout on the Monkey Dory. Pheasantipity EX is the prize card taken for Simon now. Piper immediately starts her turn, benches another Monkey Dory, and really just trying to thin the hand down as much before this Iono has a Curlia as well. This Iono's actually going to help Simon. All those energies are going to the bottom of the deck now, and we know Mirage Gate is in the deck. So.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see like 2 drawn here with how many we've seen, and that is not the worst hand. We see the Colress Experiment and the Super Rod with an energy to go along with it. A small window certainly opening.
More like a porthole.
It's not big, but it's enough to keep you going at this stage. But we see Piper has a pretty strong turn here. The Dark Energy was found for the Monkey Dory. The Screamtail, still plenty to handle the Blood Moon Ursaluna if you're not worried about that Roxanne, which seems like we can move past that point.
For how long Piper has been in control of this game, for it being only 4-4 prizes, it's pretty crazy. But already has one knockout lined up with that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
I mean, there certainly is some fear here when you see that you still have 2 Pokemon that could be knocked out by the Radiant Greninja on that side of the board, take it down to 2/2 prize cards. So I do like removing this Pokemon from play. It's one real way for Simon to have a turn 2 clock in this sense. If you knocked out the Screamtail and the Curlia, maybe a Boss's Orders big knockout on something down the road could have been available. But instead now, no longer the case. Continue to take advantage of the fact that this Blood Moon Ursaluna does not want to knock out a Screamtail.
Hear me out, Kyle. We could use the 4th Super Rod to try for Greninja for the 4th time.
I love it. I don't love it. It's been so difficult to find reasonable attackers here. It seems to be the Colress before the Super Rod, so maybe not looking to draw into that Radiant Greninja. But there is that Stretcher lined up, ready to go. So we might just see it once more.
You have Stretcher, Super Rod, and Mirage Gate available, along with the Water Energy in hand. And seeing the switch card, actually go to the Lost Zone here.
I mean, at this point, if you do remove the energies from Blood Moon Ursaluna, your opponent's probably going to be taking enough prize cards to where you don't need these energies.
That is true. That is true. I honestly think we might see it. Take the knockout on the Screamtail and the Curlia.
Very reasonable play here. And somehow, some way, Simon continuing to battle back in this game. 5 energies, 6 if you include the Jet energy, now in the discard pile. But it's not going to stop him from taking the 2 prize cards here and potentially finding a route here.
The last Super Rod in the deck. Gonna grab 2 of those energies with Mirage Gate. Yeah, take a look at that deck. That is 4 energies, Iron Hands, Mirage Gate, Roxanne, and
you know what?
Zone.
It's just enough energies to Topaz Bolt and Boss's Orders a Gardevoir. So there is a route, and somehow he could actually get there.
Well, I don't know now.
Well, we'll have to see what else is in the hand now. I mean, you need the energy to continue to attack. Lightning energy is in hand.
Okay.
So as long as the lightning energy isn't, or one of those energies isn't drawn for the turn.
I do have something to tell you, though.
What?
Pikachu EX is in the Lost Zone.
I thought it was in the deck.
No,
was that Iron Hands? Oh, man. Come on, Lightning guys.
And finally, we are going to see the Moonlight Shuriken from Simon. 4th time is the charm. And now it just depends which Pokemon you go for. I think it has to be the Curlia, and opting for the Flutter Mane here. This Screamtail has been sticking around.
10 damage is impossible. I'm convinced it can't be done.
Cramorant was also found from the prize cards. That is a way to take a knockout without any energy.
That is a way to deal 10 damage.
110 damage.
At least. At most as well.
Second Monkey Dory for Piper, but the counter catcher on the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. There is the Night Stretcher for the Dark Energy.
Oh, looky there. The double Adrenabrain lined up.
Love to
That's
see
huge.
It. And then a Miracle Force for the knockout. Piper Lapine taking game 1 against Simon in pretty exciting fashion after a whirlwind of a game 1.
Yeah, you have to continue to play that game slow. Make your opponent have every single answer. Remove the Radiant Greninja whenever possible. Finally, we see this Pokemon come down, make an impact, and it's the last turn that Simon ever had.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the replay of game 1 while our players are getting shuffled up for game 2. And this was the pretty first part of the game here, where you have Roaring Scream taking out that Greninja for the first time, then Roaring Scream taking out the Greninja for the second time. And Simon still just trying to get things together. Finally got an attack off with that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, taking the knockout on that Hero's Cape Curlia. And then just some damage built up, but you kind of had the writing on the wall. Just too far ahead Piper was. There is the Roaring Scream taking the knockout on Reading Greninja for the 3rd time.
There's a trend here. And this is just a very clean answer to close out the game. The double Adrenaline, you had the 10 damage on the Comfey to go along with it. It just lines up so nicely. A pretty swift game 1 there. Not much to sweat about when your opponent just can't put the pieces together, but I don't think that's exactly what we have in store for us here in game 2, so long as the hands and prize cards follow the rules.
Rules?
There are rules in the Pokemon TCG, Jeremy. One of them is you get an extra card when you mulligan, and that's happened twice already, so maybe Piper's just gonna run over him, who knows?
Yeah, it's always scary to give the Gardevoir player extra cards to work with, just more cards to try to find that Buddy Poffin, get those Ralts in play, maybe find that Klefki or Fluttermane in the active spot, and from there, who knows what's going to happen.
Oh boy, that's not great. There's a surprise coming for the people at home if they didn't get to see what that active was.
Does it rhyme with Mikachu EX?
No.
No? Oh! Reggie Gigas in the active spot. Jewel Breaker is not the kind of attack you want in this matchup. So
oh, that's the hand you wanted.
Yeah, can we swap
great.
hands? Double Buddy Poffin, double Comfey in the prize cards. At least you know you have some attackers this game.
Yeah, there's plenty to work with. It's now the issue of, well, I know what Pokemon my opponent wants to counter, catcher, and lock forever.
Can I say how much I've missed Jet Energy in Lost Zone box decks?
It's so refreshing. It's such a pivotal card that we see lead to so many draws on the opening stages of the game. Unfortunately, that was it. The Cramorant was so valuable that the Nest Ball has to be tossed away, and there's nothing else to do on this opening turn. Only one card to the Lost Zone against a Klefki deck. Ruh-roh.
Look at this hand. Multiple Arven, couple Curlias in there as well. Piper is going to have a pretty good turn here. Also taking a look at the prize cards. Nothing too bad for the matchup, at least.
Yeah, we've seen that sometimes the prize cards can get a little difficult for you. We saw the double Curlia last time. Not going to be the case this time around. Do see cards featured like that Cresselia, which can potentially make an impact in this match, but if things just go smoothly like last time, you don't have much to worry about. Unfortunately for Piper this time is going to face off against that Cramorant, which can remove some of these Pokemon pretty easily.
Artizone finds the Klefki. Earthen Vessel will find the energy, and we're going to have a potential retreat into the Klefki.
You think?
I think.
I like it. Seems reasonable here. Have that energy in the discard pile exactly where you want it. Lead to some future plays as well. And I know some people are saying, hey, why don't we use that teleportation burst? Get some extra damage onto this Pokemon. Sometimes it's reasonable, but sometimes that energy in the discard pile just means a little bit more.
Simon will get to use this Artizone, finding a second Comfey, but can't really use it right now. And I don't know if I saw a Chloris Experiment in the hand from the previous turn.
Yeah, but I think it's a Pokegear.
Okay. It's going to be a big 7 cards here.
Could even be a Roxanne. Or a Crispy Boy.
Oh, there they are. Hello, sir. Welcome to my hand.
a welcomed sight to see. And there's some options to maybe see some big plays this turn. You could find a card like that, A-Spec, to move this Klefki out of the active spot. Maybe find that one-of copy of Lost Vacuum. Or just find a pile of energies and a Roxanne.
Don't forget the Blood Moon. That was our attacker last game.
All right. I really don't like it now.
That along to go with Night Stretcher. Yeah, I think you just have to get rid of that Blood Moon and an energy.
Piper's like one down.
I don't think there's much else you can do with this hand. There's no one you really want to attach an energy to.
Yep, Simon's just nodding. You can fan it as much as you want. It doesn't make it any better. It's a pass of the turn. And Artisan leads off this opener here.
Yeah, this is exactly what a Gardevoir player wants to do. Slow the game down enough. Just make the game about yourself. You want to do everything possible. Get those energies in the discard, draw a bunch of cards, and then finally, when you're ready, all right, I'll take a knockout.
Do you think that this Monkey Dory is a trick or a treat Pokemon? As we see that Halloween
both.
stamp.
Yeah.
You can't pick both.
I think Piper's picking both.
Oh!
She is drawing with refinement, finds plenty of these great cards. Technical Machine, Evolution, grabbing that Gardevoir EX and the Corellia as well. This is where you want to be. Switch card off the top of the deck is not going to do anything for Simon, and Piper has another free turn.
Yeah, that was a monstrous rip there. The last card seen I saw was that Technical Machine, and it leads right into a full-blown setup. Really slow opportunities for Simon to start to build on this board. To do what?
Nothing.
You're
Nada.
You're catching on, Jeremy. It's not looking good. It's so brutal to see. Just has to thin out that Pokemon, an additional Comfey, down onto the bench for hopes of whenever your opponent allows you to play the game and removes that Klefki from the active. But by that time, your opponent feels comfortable and just trying to win the game.
Yeah, we have seen Lost Zone Box as a deck kind of go up and down in the meta throughout the past year or so. A lot of people kind of attributed its downfall to Regidrago being so popular, but honestly, with the way these Gardevoir EX decks have evolved, they just seem to have such a good matchup against a deck like this.
It's really lined up so well. We see the addition of that Flutter Mane. It's not as much of a lock as that Klefki that we've seen, but it's also has that ability to put a little more pressure on the board, using that Hex Hurl, taking knockouts, spreading some damage, starting to move the damage that you have on your board with the Adrenabrain. You really can start to put some pressure on your opponent here and maybe remove multiple Comfey as early as next turn.
Yeah, now you can move those 3 damage with Adrenabrain, set up a Comfey for a potential 2 prize turn next turn.
Wisely put the damage onto the Pokemon that already has the energy. It's less likely to be the one that uses a switch cart. And now up to 5 damage counters on that Pokemon, lined up to be knocked out on the following turn.
How about a Super Rod?
No thanks. Can we reject that? I don't like it. 10 cards in hand, nothing to do.
You can Artisan.
Nothing to do from hand.
Actually, I don't even think you can find a Pokemon off. Oh, there's an Iron Blower. It's fine.
Fantastic.
Or Iron Bundle. Yeah, this is just not what you want to see for the Lost Box side of things. Simon has been trying to do everything possible, but you just have to rely off the top of your deck. You need to find those Colossus experiments, chain those together. Hopefully you can build up a Lost Zone and then your Mirage Gates are active. But Simon doesn't even have Mirage Gates in hand yet again.
Yeah, and even if you got to that point, there's not nearly enough cards in the Lost Zone. You don't have a direct answer. Even if you get one more card in the Lost Zone, Cramorant can't respond at this point. There's just nothing that deals this small amount of damage here at this point in the game. It has to be finding that counter or that A-Spec Prime Catcher to get out of this situation and start to draw some big resources.
Well, there is a Night Stretcher bringing back that Comfey yet again, but Piper is going to blow through this turn, do everything she wants, and really just set the tone for the game here. Not behind in prizes, so you can't counter catch her, but will at least just spread some more damage.
Yeah, so clean here. Just remove these cards from your deck. Continue to thin out. You still have an additional refinement here at this point to see another Psychic Energy in the discard pile. Just have access to all of these resources for when your opponent finally gets to play Pokemon. And until then, have fun. You got a cool monkey. Free prize.
Yeah, free prize, taking a knockout on the active spot, moving just the 20 damage. You still want to keep that 1 just for more damage to move later on. And now Simon's going to be forced to bring up a Pokemon to the active where you don't really want it in the active.
Can I not? I don't want to.
I guess this is signaling that you have Roxanne in hand, forcing Piper to take the knockout here, going down to 3 prize cards, and just hope that you can draw something.
The miracle that we're asking for at this stage is...
There's 4 Super Odds in the hand.
Well, you need multiple Comfey. You need to move that Fluttermane. You need to Roxanne Lockout, and you need to find the Lost Vacuum if you want to use Mirage Gate as a way to attack.
That's a lot of cards.
I don't like that. But Roxanne at least gives you some play. Unfortunately, if it's not combined with a way to remove at least a Kirlia, you're not taking advantage of the fact that you put your opponent on a low hand size.
Now Simon can use that Iron Bundle on the bench to move the Fluttermane to the bench, but if you do that, Piper's just going to bring up that Klefki, and it's kind of worse for you.
Exactly. There's no win in that spot. All the resources that get shuffled back in with Roxanne seem fine at this stage. You're just looking for ways to move this active Pokemon, and it is singularly the pink card.
I believe.
One time.
Roxanne is one of those cards that is going to be rotated soon in April. It has been one of the more defining comeback cards in these formats, although kind of been replaced by Iona.
It is a lie, as we've heard from so many players over the years. Does it have a chance here? It is not a lie.
All right.
A very small window. Once more, the portal, as Jeremy has mentioned, opening back up. Opportunity to perhaps bring up that Curly on the bench that does not have the Hero's Cape, work in some flower selecting, and take a knockout with the Cramorant. A lot of switching effects in the hand too, so multiple flower selecting.
We'll need to hit the perfect cards off flower selecting here just to try to get an attack off this turn. Does Prime Catcher up the Kirlia without that Hero's Cape? First flower selecting, I think it's what, Colress's Experiment and something else? No, switch card. Oh, more switch outs.
Who needs them? 4 in the Lost Zone, the magic number for that Cramorant. Have to feel a little more confident now as Simon, knowing that you've got a little bit of a game plan here. Removing the 10 damage from this Comfey also has to feel pretty good too. We know that that can come back to bite you in situations where we see that double Adrenabrain.
Yeah, honestly though, with the way things are set up, I guess you do have the switch card to heal that 10 damage. Piper can eventually just start moving a ton of damage counters around the board.
Yeah, this is the spot where she just continues to bring up Gardevoir and then just retreat this Pokemon over and over again. Suppose you can do similar things with the Monkey Dory. Just make use of the psychic energies, retreat as ugly as it can be, and move the damage around.
And there is the second Monkey Dory hitting the bench. Thanks to that Artizon Stadium, you almost have to think Piper just has the Dark Energy in hand already.
Yeah, not sure what our counts are on the psychic energies in the discard pile. With that second one in there, I still think I'd like to see the Gardevoir as the Pokemon in the active spot. Then you have that additional 10 damage to use, but doesn't need it at this stage.
Yeah, this is easy. Just getting that 20 off that Monkey Dory. This is now perfect math for the Hex Hurl from Fluttermane. And you're going to be able to spread some damage to those Comfeys yet again and try to set up a double Adrenabrain prize next turn for game. Even finds the Cresselia off the prizes. Piper is looking in a really good position here.
Yeah, that Hero's Cape on the Kirlia, I just keep going back to that in my mind. It's so pivotal to continue to give yourself opportunities to draw on these spots. The only way that your opponent has a chance to come back in situations like this is if you were just found on a dead hand. And Piper's taken every avenue possible to avoid situations like that, throwing cards away at every chance with the Arven, with the refinements, and it leads to spots like this where you have everything on board, in discard, ready to go. Everything is working for you.
Simon does have the boss's orders in hand to be able to get that Flutter Mane out of the active spot. Does bring up the Monkey Dory, but at least right now you don't have the knockout, and you're going to have to rely off these flower selectings yet again. Pheasantipity going to the Lost Zone's pretty big.
Switch card in hand can bring up that other Comfey. You could finally find 7 cards in the Lost Zone this game. It's taken a long time to get here, but finally is available.
Who even needs 7 cards in Lost Zone when you don't have Mirage Gate in hand?
Oh, yeah. This hand is not great. We do see the Crispin.
Oh, Colress going to the Lost Zone. Is
Mirage
Gate?
A Mirage
I think we might see the Iron Bundle attack. Is that all you can really do? Refrigerated Stream? Okay, no, we're going to Super Rod the Cramorant back to the deck. Artizone the Cramorant out. You're going to be able to switch into that, take the knockout on the Monkey Dory, go down to 4 prize cards, but Piper having just 2 left seems pretty inevitable. You are getting rid of one of the Monkey Dories, though.
Yeah, and that does help in a little bit of this spot. Maybe there was a chance to put some additional damage counters down at a different point, but we don't see it just yet. But at this point in the game, Simon, with still plenty of prize cards remaining, needs a few more turns to stick around, and we do see Monkey Dories back-to-back.
Back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah. Too bad you can't go back-to-back-to-back Darkness Energies.
Yeah, only can attach one of those per turn. I'm going to start things off with that first refinement, though. Does find an Arven for the Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher will be able to get that Darkness Energy back, get you an attach for the turn. You can Psychic Embrace to retreat to the Flutter Mane yet again, do this exact same play that you did on the previous turn, and Piper is just firing on all cylinders here.
Yep, forcing your opponent, if they want to dig deeper into the deck, to have boss's orders at this point. We've already seen the A-Spec, we've seen the Roxanne. There's not much else to work with here, as you have to take down this Flutter Mane. It has been an inevitable Pokemon, much like the Screamtail in the opening game.
Just more HP.
It's hanging around.
Yeah. Taking a look at Simon's hand, there is just nothing really you can do. Crispin? Attack with Regigigas? Maybe?
I don't love it. But there's not much else to look at here. We've been grasping at straws for what is now 45, 47 minutes as Simon. It's so difficult to find avenues to victory in a game like this where your opponent is just being so oppressive.
Impressive and oppressive. This is a Nest Ball, does find that Iron Hands EX. We got an attacker on the board, Kyle.
Hey.
Watch out.
We're getting down to 2 prize cards again. It's certainly a moral victory to take that.
First Mirage Gate, 2 energy on that Iron Hands EX. Crispin to find that last 2. Just how you write it up, right?
Yes, this is exactly what Simon envisioned in this game.
Yeah.
Was desperately trying to knock out a Flutter Mane, but it will work out in this instance. Has the additional energy now to attach for turn. The switch in hand and can take a knockout on the Flutter Mane.
I'm fully expecting Piper to just drop that Darkness Energy, take a Adrenabrain knockout on the Comfey on the bench, or just, boss's orders, Miracle Force for the knockout, and there you have it. Piper Lepine 6-0 going into day 2 and potentially with even more match points.
Yeah, a lot to think about here as Piper continues to move through this tournament, having so much success. Could maybe make it to that beautiful 8-0 mark that so many players are trying to accomplish, and it looks like this is one of those perfect decks to get the job done. Just have so many opportunities to manipulate what you can do against any different matchup, and we saw every card in this deck start to really show off.
All right, well, let's take a look at the replay of our 2 games here. Game 1, it was this Screamtail sticking around with 80 damage on it for the entire game. Knockout on that Radiant Greninja, and you know what? So good, I'm gonna do it twice. Knockout on that Radiant Greninja yet again. Then we took a turn off. Some damage on that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, and then you know what? Roaring Scream, knockout that Radiant Greninja yet again. This was just unfortunate game from Simon, prizing literally basically all of your attackers, finishing things off with that triple prize turn. And now in game 2, that Hero's Cape putting in a lot of work on that Curlier, like you were saying, just having a guaranteed refinement to stick around in case something goes crazy wrong. But starting Klefki in the active spot, or retreating to Klefki in the active spot, and then going into Flutter Mane to attack, that is just what you want to see against a deck like Lost Zone.
Yeah, this is a more casual setup that we've seen, the more typical, I'd say, of the two, using the Flutter Mane as your main attacker and just spreading that additional damage. That 20 damage really starts to add up that you see as it's spread onto the Comphase, and it just leads to these really clean setups with the Adrenabrain, taking knockouts and also continuing to be oppressive with your Midnight Fluttering in the active spot. It just leads to spots like this where you can take big knockouts fairly simple, and Gardevoir closes things out.
Again, Piper has been one of the players that has been so fun to watch on stream throughout her playing career these past few seasons. If she has the potential to go and make it in the top 8, potentially even further, we're in for a treat.
Yeah, we've seen so many different strategies that are just very complex. So I remember seeing some of that in Inteleon Radiant Charizard, the Mewtwo V Union, the Bayonet, a Gardevoir, and then of course this Gardevoir as well. Just a lot of thinking that has to go on. And you know what? I know you're in school, I know you take time off every once in a while, but it is an absolute treat to watch Piper work and get the job done. You don't have to do it for 9 rounds today, so maybe just do 8 and then get some good rest.
Well, speaking of treats of watching Piper play, now we have a treat of listening to Piper explain all that happened in the last round. Take it away, Chip.
Thanks, guys. Yes, that's right. I'm here in the lounge with our winner from the last round, Piper Lapine, moving to a record of 6-0. Only 8 Swiss rounds today, so I got to imagine you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah, it feels great to start 6-0. I was definitely not feeling great about Gardevoir as a whole, but yeah, being 6-0 is great.
Yeah, it ends up being a pretty solid choice. So let's talk about the deck choice and also the list choice as well here, because there's a couple different ways people are playing Gardevoir right now. Yeah. You got some people out there playing Badoo plus Hyper Aroma. You've chosen to go the Hero's Cape route. Tell us about that.
So I've basically played every A spec in Guardy in testing. They've all kind of sucked, and Hero's Cape has felt like it gives you the most complete board states in the end game to like set up checkmates and just make it so your opponent can't get back into the game. There's also a lot of niche uses, like you can put on your Curlias so they can't get killed by Radiant Greninja like you saw in the stream game there, especially against like decks like Pult. There's a lot of bench interaction in the game right now, and it lets you get away with no mana fee. It lets you get away with no text for Lugia because they can't really deal with a 410 HP Gardevoir EX, especially when you can fully heal it with the Monkey Dories.
Exactly. Well, tell us about a couple of the card inclusions there I want to ask about. The Klefki and the Flutter Mane. They turn out being very good in this specific matchup here on the stream. Tell us about the reason for including both of those cards, because some people may look at it and say, oh, they serve a similar purpose.
Yeah, so Flutter Mane is more of an attacker than the ability. It's really strong spread into a lot of decks like Pult, Goldengo, and Mirror. But it also does have the ability, but that doesn't really come up as much except against Lost Box, which is really nice when I play against Lost Box. And then the Klefki is really strong against all the big basic decks like Miraidon, Cloth, I can't think of Raging Bolt, and also Lost Box. You kind of just shut off their deck. They don't get to draw cards, attach their energies, and it gives you time to set up your board. And it also lets you get away with the no mana fee that I mentioned earlier, since you slow down your opponent enough that you're able to have like 2 or 3 Ralts and then evolve one into a Curlia and then TM Evo, which I did into a Gardevoir EX, which I did in both games to keep my Curlia safe, or just so that I'd have a board.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally makes sense. That game, you know, ends up being really solidly in your favor, it seems like. Klefki plus Flutter Mane, very good into that matchup. Have you had any other games today that were of note, that felt like they were really interesting, maybe a little bit more back and forth, any cool things happen? I feel like Gardevoir is one of those decks where unique situations come up all the time that you don't really experience in testing.
Yeah, I've played like so much Gardevoir at this point that I don't really notice them. Like I just kind of vibe it out and it works pretty well. I'm like 12-1 in games right now, and the only game I lost was not benching any Raltses. Like I don't know. Nothing really crazy has happened today. I don't know. I just have been setting up and winning, which is nice.
In your Gardevoir flow state. Love
Yeah.
to hear it. Well, congratulations on the start so far. Two more rounds. You know, you've had a chance now, starting X and O, to see what else is kind of out there, what else is succeeding so far in the tournament. Is there anything you're kind of hoping to stay away from in these last couple of rounds?
I mean, the Goldengo's a little bit of a tough matchup. I have some lines that are pretty solid, but it's can still get a little tricky, especially with their Monkey Dory. It can mess up a lot of my math, and their ability to hit, like, they can hit 410 on my Gardevoir EX super easily, so it makes it really awkward. I haven't seen a ton of it, though, past the early few rounds. My mirror matchup feels pretty good because I have the Flutter main, so overall I'm feeling solid.
Do you think that this is the deck that has what it takes to get you regional win number 3?
I don't know, this deck kind of sucks sometimes.
Well, plenty of time to still figure it out. Lots more Swiss rounds out there. Anyone you want to say thank you to? Any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, shout out to Ben and Matt for working on the list, all my friends for supporting and testing me, and also Remy for classing me with his Necro Shroud Gardevoir deck on Friday.
All right, well, thank you so much, Piper, for your time. We'll get you out of here and get you ready for the next Swiss round. Let's get back to the casters.
Thank you, Chip. Now, the deck might suck sometimes, but if anyone can win with it at this tournament, it's going to be Piper Lapine.
I mean, come on. You went your 12-1 in games, and the only time was without Ralts. I think you're doing okay.
Yeah, maybe. A little bit. You saw there, Piper was kind of saying how the matchups might go for the next few rounds. Let's take a quick look in again on our day one meta, see those decks that are popular for these players here.
Yeah, so many tech conclusions to help out in almost every deck that we see featured here. I suppose besides the Archaladon, but yeah, there's so many ways to give yourself a little bit of an advantage, maybe a little more help to balance the scales and let your skills start to reign supreme.
Yeah, and again, we didn't really see Gardevoir do that well at EUIC just 2 weeks ago in this format, but Piper starting off 6-0 here. North America loves their Gardevoir.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Gardevoir players that are seeing success right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe bump that 10% a little more into the day 2, as a lot of top players end up choosing this deck. And you got to think about what you might be seeing in the future here. Dragapult numbers probably going to decline from that 19%. It just seems inevitable at this point that you can't see that many translate over.
Yeah, it's going to be a little rough. Have we even seen Dragapult EX on stream? We saw it in Golden Go.
Yeah, exactly. It's just not happening so far. There's a few of them that are still hanging around here, but a lot of the decks that I'm seeing right now, it's going to be the Cloths, but also
the Poison Party.
Yeah, some Poison, Miraidon, Golden Go, and of course we've seen the Gardevoir now too.
Now, we want to remind you yet again about the hotel for NAIC. We have a QR code that you can scan to get more information about that and book before the rest of the people do. We're going to be expecting a good number of Pokemon trainers for that tournament.
So many. Even if you choose not to actually play in the event, use this opportunity to meet some of your favorite players, watch on the big stage as we show off some of the best matches in the world, and maybe playing some of those side events. There's so much going on at the International Championships. It'd be an absolute pleasure to have you join us and get to see what this tournament and what this whole community is all about.
And speaking of the community and some of the players that might even be playing there, let's take a look at the leaderboards. We could start off with North America and see how these players have been doing this entire season, trying to lock up those stipends, those invites. Sitting at the top, Raul Reddy, 1345 championship points, but right below there, Mr. 2 invite himself, Henry Chow.
Yeah, just grinching everyone as we heard earlier in the day. It's some young talent sitting at the top there. Michael Davidson as well with a phenomenal start here. My boy, Mr. Kieran Farah, doing phenomenal too, off to one of the best starts we've seen for him and representing Canada so gracefully. This is a pretty fantastic list.
Yeah, numerous regional winners, IC winners in Alex Szymanski, and it is just a wide variety of different play styles as well. These players kind of lock in a lot of different decks throughout the season, especially someone like Kieran or Raul, where they're just Lugia believers. Not really after this weekend. Gonna have to try to figure out something going forward after rotation. But let's go ahead and take a look at the EU leaderboards now and see how things are shaping up over the pond.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these players plenty at this point, but Daniel Magda leading the charge after some help from his testing partner and coach. It's worked out very well so far. It was Snorlax that almost was able to take it at EUIC, but unfortunately ran just a little bit short there in the top 8.
And then just all-star names here. Again, a ton of regional winners, so these invites will kind of pass down at the end of the season, but it is pretty great to see just the consistency a lot of these players show.
Yeah, we've seen Rune Hiremans be one of the best players in the senior division, having a really great year. Tord Rekleff continuing to do his thing. If he was able to bring points from Japan, he'd be number 1. But him and Rahul didn't get to carry those over. That doesn't work.
Yeah,
they do get a really cool enhanced hammer promo though.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you have to beat 5,000 other players in a tournament.
Yeah, here's your hammer. Great job.
Well, that does it here for round 6, but don't go anywhere because round 7 is coming up shortly. What decks are we going to see? Who knows? We'll find out.
Hey Pokemon trainers, I'm here with Chip Ritchie, one of our TCG commentators, to talk about some of the new things happening in TCG Pocket. Chip, we just got a new expansion, Triumphant Light, beautiful cards, and also some new decks opened up as possibilities. So what have you been enjoying so far?
Yeah, Arceus EX is extremely strong right now in the Pokemon trading card game Pocket. If you look at the grassroots tournament scenes, I mean, the Arceus EX Dialga EX deck is winning most of them, if not being, it's definitely the most popular deck by far. So really, yeah, it's become extremely strong. Its attack deals more damage for each Pokemon you have in play. The Dialga EX accelerates energy into play for you, which is an extremely strong effect in the trading card game, but also especially in the Pokemon trading card game Pocket.
I was looking at the Arceus and I couldn't help but think about how Pikachu was so popular at the very release of TCG Pocket, and then you see Arceus and it's like, well, it's that, but better, more damage.
Yeah, it's more damage. It's a little bit more costly. You do need to get 3 energy cards on the Arceus EX in order to start swinging, but it can sustain pretty nicely. Now with the release recently of Pokemon Tool cards, right, you slap a giant cape on there, gets a little bit more HP, it becomes a little beefier.
My favorite has been the Palkia EX. I love playing Misty. Maybe that's a good thing or a bad thing. I guess it depends on who you ask and depends on the day of what you actually flip, but I've been having fun with that and just the Manaphy for energy acceleration.
Yeah, and there's some really good support for the water type right now in TCG Pocket. The new Irida supporter, right, that heals 40 damage from a water Pokemon, extremely strong as well. So lots of things have been happening in the Pocket meta these last couple of weeks.
What has been your favorite outside of just the powerful stuff?
I have been playing a fighting deck most recently. The Rampardos, I think, is very strong. Energy efficient. It is a little difficult to get in play because you got to get the Claw Fossil. You got to get, or is it Skull Fossil? I think it's Skull Fossil. and then you got to get the Craniado. So you got to find your Pokemon, which is a little difficult to do, but it's extremely powerful once you get there. A Stage 2 Pokemon swings for 130 damage for just 1 energy card. One of the strongest attackers in the game.
And reminds me of Aerodactyl EX, but maybe a little bit more fun to play around once you get the engine going. Now in TCG Pocket, we've got a couple of events happening, so tell the folks what's going on.
Yeah, I think there's the Gibble Drop event that is still happening right now, so make sure you're doing those challenges. Get your Gibble packs, because those promos are only out for a limited time. And then there's also the Emblem event happening right now. Get yourself those 5 wins in a row. I'm still working on locking it up myself, so hopefully I'll be able to finish it very soon.
Me too. I think I'm about to make that Arceus and Dialga deck, and hopefully I can get my wins that way. But Chip, thank you so much for the updates from TCG Pocket, and now let's get back to that Vancouver Regional Championship action.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. survive, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking where legends are alive. I'll be walking, I'ma be right there by their side. I'll be walking where everyone can see. I'll be walking that I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride, I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road,
where legends are alive. I'ma be right there, just watch me.
I'll be walking
where everyone can see. I'll be walking
that I'm the best to ever be.
I'ma walk the road with pride, I'ma hold my head up high.
Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric,
I'll be a legend.
now I'm finally home here on Victory Road.
Victory Road.
Welcome in, Pokemon fans. We're here for our Vancouver Regional Championships for the trading card game. 6 Swiss rounds done. We've got round 7 and round 8 still to go tonight before we figure out who's going to be making it into day 2 and who's going to be still alive for that opportunity to become our Vancouver Regional Champion. Lots of exciting matches happening out there on the floor. Of course, we only get to feature one every single round, so I wanted to bring you some updates on what's been happening out there on the tournament floor. Now, there's obviously tons of people from the US here, obviously tons of Canadians here, but something really interesting is a pair of Australian players have shown up to play in this event and are dominating thus far. We've got Henry Brand, the 2019 World Champion from Australia. We've been keeping track of him. He is moving to 5-1 now. Got a win in the last round, of course, with Gardevoir. Someone else, though, Brent Tonneson, the guy who travels to literally every single major tournament across the world, no matter where it is. Australia's not a strong enough border to hold him down. 5-0-1 right now, with an interesting choice for him this event. Archaludon Dialga, quite a big change from the type of deck that he's been playing for the last few months, and he's had a strong showing thus far, undefeated, you know, with the one tie, of course. Azul Garcia Griego is hanging on with a 5-1 record, still very strong. And then we've got a ton of Canadian players that we are also keeping track of. Christian Labella has moved to 6-0 with Reggie Drago V-Star. Who cares about Badu? Christian Labella certainly does not at this point. The deck has fallen out of favor with so many players, but Christian has decided to stick with it, and it's worked out very nicely for him, locking up a spot in day 2. Callie White has continued to fight through after a 2-2 start, is now at 4-2, looking to get a couple of more wins to have strong standings heading into day 2. Kieran Farah, who we've been following as well, he unfortunately did take a loss in this last round. That puts his record for the day at 3-3, and that will eliminate him from day 2 competition. So his tournament run has come to an end. And then finally, Lucas Zing, also one of the strongest Canadian players. He is sitting at a record of 5-1. And I got a feeling we might see a little bit from Lucas coming up very soon. Let's get into the caster desk and let's get into Swiss round number 7.
Thank you for that breakdown, Chip. Jeremy Jallin with Kyle Sablehouse yet again. Save Ballin is here for round 7. And it is going to be a pretty good one. But first, we got to talk about some standings.
Yeah, there's a lot of players doing well in this tournament. Let's see how exactly it'll line up going into this next round for us.
Yeah, I know that we have been featuring a lot of these undefeated players. Sitting up at the top, it is Bodie Robinson, Piper Lepine, Kevin Sun, Ross Coffin, Christian Labella. There's just too many great names here. Corey, Nolan, and Michael round out the 6-0s, and they are already locked into day 2 along with these 501s, but you know, that's never really a log, soft log, right? You want as many match points as possible.
Yeah, still a lot of work to be done at this point, but has to feel rewarding to get to this stage of the tournament, having already locked up 16 to 18 match points. See Trevor Reed down there at the bottom as one of those 501 players. Another great name to see coming back in and having some great success here. So a lot of players to look out for as we move into this next round.
Yeah, speaking of players to look out for, let's take a look at the notable matches for this round. See who we're featuring and who these players are playing. Azul Garcia Griego up against Lucas Zhang. That is a great one to feature for sure, and I am excited about what we're going to see. Meanwhile, Charlie Locklear up against Brent Tonneson. That's a pretty great one as well. We saw Scotty earlier take the tie against Drew Kennett up against Aiden Koos, and Victor up against Joe. Now, this is really where these players' tournaments ride or die for these match points to try to make it into top 8.
Right, you're thinking about every single slot in your deck to get you maybe 1 to 3 more match points and push you further ahead. For Brent, he's got a whole different deck that he's working with here, but it seems to be a really solid deck choice, so maybe we'll continue to see him have some great success and feature him in the next day.
Yeah, Chip was talking about Brent and all the travels that he's been doing throughout the season. At an 80% attendance rate for the season on tournaments, but that is just because Brent can't be in 2 places at once.
Yeah, he hasn't figured out how to clone himself yet, unfortunately. That's the only thing holding him back from his perfect attendance record.
It is crazy to think about, but when you love the game of Pokemon and are that good at it, why not?
We have such a treat ahead of us. I'm so excited. Let's go to the stage and see our 2 players here. Yes, the cat's out of the bag, but we are still in for a great matchup here. Azul GG himself playing the Miraidon, and we will see Lucas Zing on the other side. Mr. Zingod playing the deck that his testing group believed in the most. This Golden Go once more from UIC, trying again.
Now, Azul already has a regional champion trophy for this season already in Merida with that Miraidon EX. Running it back here yet again. 5-1 record, not too bad, but up against Lucas Zhang with that Golden Go EX. We saw him in the first stream match of day 2 playing this deck that just everyone dominated day 2 with. This Golden Go EX is very good at just taking those 2-hit or those 1-hit knockouts on 2 prize Pokemon. But this match is going to be a little bit harder. Iron Hands EX is very good against a deck that has to evolve.
There's a lot to consider in this game as we see these 2 players starting to set up, get these prize cards down for us. The aggression that you can see from Azul can be so beneficial. Squawkabilly might not be the greatest prize card to see, but still plenty of other resources available.
And Squawk and that 1 Magnemite in the prize cards. Meanwhile, for Lucas, has that 1 of Technical Machine Evolution to go along with a couple good supporters in Boss's Orders and Professor Turo scenario. Still has access to another boss, but that is the 1 Turo for the list.
A lot to think of here. Going first in this match can be a bit of a double-edged sword. Giving Azul an opportunity to get that first attack off with the Iron Hands can be crucial, but also evolving your Pokemon, having the established 260 hit points of a Golden Go. What will it be as we start off our round here?
Does look like Lucas is going first, has that Buddy Poffin along with that Gimmighoul start. So that's really where you want to be. Just get as many Gimmighoul in play as possible. Try to work on it from there.
Yep, please don't have it as you just continue to play down as many Pokemon as you can, but this is the optimal line. You just play down your Pokemon, evolve them as fast as possible. You mentioned that there will not be the Technical Machine Evolution, but as you're going first. Sometimes it's just tricky to start to incorporate that card in anyways. And
yeah, now if Lucas was going second and didn't have that, that's a whole different ballgame.
We cry every time.
Now, getting a look at Azul's hand, that's pretty good. I see Arven and an electric generator, I believe. You know what that equals?
Hands.
Yeah. maybe 2 energies on hands.
Yep, it can be very dangerous very early. We've seen the success that Azul's had with his regional win already this year. This is a deck that he trusts and believes in, especially with the inclusion of Badu into this format. You have to pay respects to it. And we see a little more respect on Lucas's side now with the Spiritomb inclusion. Just wants to avoid a couple extra abilities to find resources and draw cards.
One last ride for Spiritomb as well, you know. All these Pokemon V are going to be leaving us. Still putting in a ton of work in this format. There's a lot of good Pokemon V that people are using in their decks. Lumineon, you have, you know, Rotom. It's really crazy to see, and still going to be putting in a ton of work in this match as well.
Well, maybe it can fade out as it finally has its resting place outside of the format.
Now just the Spiritomb off that second Buddy passes the turn to Azul.
Ultra Ball is the find off the top of the deck too.
Oh, we're gonna have a turn. Starting the Miraidon EX, you already have Tandem Unit available. Now it's just the sequencing that Azul wants to do for the turn to maximize your potential to get this Iron Hands EX.
Yeah, there's a lot of considerations, but of course, you need to look through the deck first and see if these opportunities are even available. He's gonna find out the unfortunate news that you don't at least have the Squawk ability, but if there's a play where you can draw into that Hisuian Heavy Ball or manipulate that card by way of a card like Secret Bot, if that's an inclusion in the deck, then you could certainly do that. But it is the Prime Catcher that's featured in this list.
It is interesting. We've seen the A-Spec kind of flip between both of those in Miraidon for a while now. In your opinion, what do you like better?
I feel like the consistency of the Secret Box, especially on that opening turn, can be pivotal as you have that opportunity to incorporate the turn 1 Iron Hands. As if you see that, I mean, how many times does the player lose with a turn 1 Iron Hands knockout for 2 prize cards? It's almost never. So I certainly understand that, but also the ability to just drag up a Pokemon like a Squawkabilly, a Lumineon, any of those Pokemon in the middle stages of the game, it can basically spell out checkmate too.
Yeah, it also gives you an out to the cards that we saw last round, like Klefki and Fluttermane, trying to shut down your abilities. And we see here, Ultra Ball's just going to grab the Iron Hands EX. Oh,
I don't.
Never mind.
I mean, Miraidon does that. Come on.
We're going to grab the Mew EX instead. Oh, no. Iron Bundle.
Let's just wait until he shuffles before we announce what he's going for.
Again, Azul has won a regionals with this deck already just a month or 2 ago.
Yeah, there's a lot to consider as you start to open up this opening turn and valuing the Squawkabilly. It is a way to find those additional resources. This hand currently was not strong enough. Only the 1 generator, the single energy in hand, you weren't going to get the job done, so let's use those additional 6 cards and try to help us out.
Yeah, it will be the Hisuian Heavy Ball and that 4 Seal Stone. Azul's going to go ahead and shuffle the deck, you know, and just play a supporter, search through it. Got to finish the card. But like you said, finding that Squawkabilly EX is going to be huge here. Just continuing the turn and trying to get those 4 energies on an Iron Hands.
Yep. Already had the information, knew that he'd have access to this card now as he got to look through the deck on the opener and still sees that Magnemite's going to be in the prize cards. It is a great way to find that comeback mechanism. If you lose that early Iron Hands, you can always make a rebuttal on that Golden Go by having the Raichu and throwing down some energies with the Magneton, but it's not going to have access to that. You could go for the very aggressive approach, knock out this gimme goal, hope it sticks around. That seemingly should happen, as we have not seen very much from Lucas just yet.
Yeah, usually the map for Miraidon is knockout with Iron Hands, then you take a knockout with Raichu against a Golden Go, and then you try to build up that Raichu again with that Magneton. It'll be interesting to see if Azul can do that, or if just an early Iron Hands runs through Lucas's entire board. Really anything can happen, especially with that Prime Catcher.
I mean, for Lucas on that opening turn, that second turn, you don't need much. It says if you have a Golden Go and a Cypher, you're going to find exactly what you need. Even an Arvin to get the job done, find that Energy Search Pro. So long as it's not prized, you can take a big knockout. And that's why this matchup's so exciting. The fireworks fly left and right, but it certainly requires Azul to have those resources on the opening turn. And he's taking advantage of every opportunity to use those cards, thin down, and find the resources he'll need.
Yeah, we even see the Super Odd being played here, just so you're going to discard it anyway with Squawkabilly. Might as well get that Lightning Energy in the deck that you discarded, just so you can have a better odds on this generator. And what a hand. Electric Generator, 4 Seal Stones, Squawkabilly, Energy, and that Iron Bundle. Now, don't even need the other 2 cards.
Look at the top 3. Take
Look at
both.
that smile. Azul knows what he's doing.
Yeah, those dimples, they're working right now.
Now, there is still the one tricky task of having to retreat. Now,
but you see this with the discard of the Lightning Energy, making way for that double turbo attachment potentially instead. Just giving himself one additional avenue to finding the out, but this hand didn't do it.
Yeah, looking through the list, Azul's not actually playing Latias EX, so no free retreat through way of that Pokemon. You have the 1 rescue board, but that's in the prize cards. You have 2 switch card to be able to get out of that spot and the Prime Catcher, but I didn't see any of those in Azul's hand.
Yeah, that's a brutal whiff to see. Of course, has the energy still, so a knockout is lined up, but you're using Arm Press in this situation. If you do for a Seal Stone for a switch card, it doesn't feel ideal, but maybe that's just the level of pressure that you need to apply at this stage.
Yeah, just take those knockouts.
Doesn't want to do it.
Oh, yeah. Well, you also put it in danger of a Golden Go EX, just making it rain and taking the big knockout. Your 3 energies are just gone.
Yeah, any prize card you take here leads to your opponent having access to all sorts of shenanigans. You don't want to open that up at this point to Pheasantipity draws and eventual counter catchers into other Pokemon targets. Right now, Iron Hands is pretty safe. Your opponent has to use that Cypher Maniac's code breaking likely to get a big setup. You can't target this Pokemon down, but the initial prize card is going to Lucas's way. This is a very early Energy Search Pro. Love to see it as the energies fly through. And not only do you get the big knockout, but you thin the deck out so much.
That really is the best part about Energy Search Pro. 8 cards are now out of the deck that would have been not so good draws, and it also turns on your superior energy retrievals for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I feel like that's one of the big selling points of this deck, having an opportunity with every single draw being pretty live to finding you the outs. Coin bonus drawing into those additional resources as well. It gets to a point that's pretty disgusting.
And speaking of coin bonus, there it is, 2 cards off the top of the deck after thinning out 8 cards. Attachment for the turn. Lucas has more than enough energy in hand to be able to make it rain for the knockout.
All right, you want to play my favorite game at home? Which energy he holds on to? There's so many of these energies that are just fodder at this point. He's looking to hold on to Darkness Energy, which makes sense.
Yep.
But I think Psychic was silly. Who cares?
Now, Azul kind of anticipated this, at least with getting the Iron Bundle, because now you can bundle the Golden Go EX out of the active spot and then finally amp you very much on whatever Lucas brings up. And that's just due to the fact that Lucas did not get another Golden Go EX down.
Yes, exactly. That's one of the key issues that we saw there. Coin bonus for 2 after using the Energy Search Pro. Was really hoping to see that second Golden Go have an ability to bring up a Pokemon with all that hit points, and he missed out on that spot. So although it went very strong compared to Azul's opening attacking turn, it's not going to hold water.
And there is that Hyper Blower from Iron Bundle. Now, do you just bring up the Spiritomb now? I mean, I guess Azul is still playing Lumineon V, so you can shut off a potential supporter later on in the game, but It is the worst card on your bench.
Yeah, I feel like this was the right choice. Every other card provides you pretty great value. Even the Radiant Greninja at this stage, just getting rid of some energies, drawing additional resources, helping you to thin through, and just leave your deck as bosses, orders, superior energy retrievals, anything that makes this a turn 2 clock.
Arven for Azul here. Gonna go ahead and grab a tool and an item card. Bravery Charm is one that will force Lucas to have an extra energy at least. It's a tool that says, literally, yeah, you need an energy, plus 50 HP.
You need exactly one more energy. But you know what? That sometimes can be the difference. It's difficult to have to use that second superior energy retrieval on a Pokemon that you don't want to, and especially if there were 2 of them in the list, you could run into some issues.
Azul debating about that item card, ends up going with Countercatcher. It is live, so if you want to bring up a Gimme Ghoul, try to just limit the amount of Golden Goes you need to try to go throughout the game. But it is also a card you could just save. You know, at least from the list from EUIC, there is no hand disruption usually, but we do see that Lucas decided to add some technology. 1 Roxanne in the list.
Yeah, and we talked about this with Xander Pero after his top 4 performance of, is there just any way that we can get you to include some way to shuffle your opponent's deck? And Iono was never going to be the inclusion. But the Roxanne is great technology. However, Pokestop, maybe that needs to take a break.
Yeah, hitting 3 cards straight to the discard. Golden Go EX being one of those that you desperately need right now.
Arven is found, and we saw a little bit of a preview there. The Lost Vacuum is a card in this list as well. So if you want to avoid having to play 1 more additional energy to take a knockout here, could remove that Bravery Charm.
Could also just go and grab Superior Energy Retrieval if you're lacking that.
Could remove Forest Sealstone if you don't like your opponent having free card.
Coin bonus 4-2 here. And it was important to note that Countercatcher brought up the Radiant Greninja to amp you very much last turn. It's just another avenue for Lucas to try to draw cards, especially lacking Golden Go EX in play. That means you really limit the amount of cards you can go through each turn. Earthen Vessel here is going to discard Buddy Buddy Poffin for a water and a metal. So that's at least 100 damage in the hand. This Arven will be able to find Superior Energy Retrieval, most likely, so you can get a big knockout. I guess Night Stretcher is an option to find Golden Go.
Yeah, one of the discards that we saw there actually fairly beneficial at this point. Get to avoid using an Ultra Ball to find that Pokemon now.
Now Arven did just find that Night Stretcher, but might just be what Lucas needs just to get more of a setup here.
There's the potential also to just find that Radiant Greninja once more if you want to draw the 2 additional cards there with the basic energy in hand. Just comes down to a preference at this point.
Oh yeah, we see the Superior Energy Retrieval in hand for Lucas. So Night Stretcher for that Golden Go EX, just draw an extra card.
Yeah, I think I like this a little bit more. Just more hit points on the board. If you could evolve the other Gimme Ghoul, then it's just the Spiritomb that's giving up 2 prize cards at this point, and you force your opponent to have to switch gears over to that Raichu.
Now with Superior Energy Retrieval, I think there's 8 or so energy in the hand for Lucas again.
Is that enough?
Attaches a metal to the bench Golden Go, and there is the 6 energies needed for Make It Rain to take the knockout on that Iron Hands EX with Bravery Charm. Lucas down to 2 prize cards left, just 1 more knockout. Azul not really having a single prize attacker in the deck, so you're not going to have to worry about trying to boss around something.
Yeah, and this is a spot where if Azul had the cards flowing his way, would have seen that energy on the opening turn, would have had the knockout, could have taken those prize cards earlier. Maybe the Magnemite's not in the prize cards too, so you could have that Pokemon down, get those additional resources flown onto the board at this stage, but he's missing out on so many of those key points here. Left with a board with no energy, trying to accelerate through, and finds the insult to injury of double energy with a Magneton off his 3 cards of Pheasantipity.
And now we've been talking all about how Golden Go is the deck that can't really disrupt the hand too much. Lucas includes the Roxanne. Azul is not playing Roxanne or Iono in the list. Speaking of not being able to disrupt the hand, Lucas's hand is giant, and it's going to stay that way.
Yep, we see the Blood Moon Ursaluna play down here with the Defiance Band. That is a great way to counter a Golden Go, but you still have to worry about that limited hit points there. If Lucas has the answer in that enormous hand, then Golden Go will be taking this, and we see coin bonus to the active.
Yeah, Zul almost attaching that lightning energy to the Raikou, and then was like, oh wait, no, I need the energy for the Blood Moon. Takes the knockout, and here's an Arven that is going to find a superior energy retrieval. Is there enough energies in hand? There is with that Night Stretcher, and just like that, Lucas Zheng wins game 1. Going into game 2 here, and it's all thanks to just taking those first 2 prizes.
Yeah, it worked out so well for him there. Took that calculated risk. Give your opponent that first turn going second to maybe knock you out. But even with all of the help of that Forest Seal Stone and a fresh draw of 6 from the Squawkabilly, was not able to find the right resources. Pretty unfortunate for Azul when you think about all of the potential draws that were there.
Honestly, do you even go a different route? But we'll have to see. Let's take a look at the replay yet again, and we could talk about it. But instead of getting the swinging heavy ball, do you even just get another electric generator? Hope to hit it off of there. You still have that Forest Seal Stone to try to find something. But it was just a pass for the first turn from Azul, only had 3 energies. Then just after the big knockout on the Miraidon EX, Azul had the counter catcher and the Ampy very much to take the knockout on Radiant Greninja, but Lucas responds right away with a Make It Rain for the knockout. And then here Azul did all that he could, attacked with that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, with that Defiance Band, which is really great in this matchup, but Lucas not having any hand disruption against him, had the Arven for the superior energy retrieval, plus the Night Stretcher energy in hand. And just like that, we are off to a game 2.
Oh, we see that now with Azul, with the choice, chooses to go first here, give himself that opportunity to have an additional turn to find all that he needed. It's a little too much pressure when you're going second in this matchup.
Now, I think Azul's going to have a pretty stellar turn 1 here. Has the Raichu V with that Forest Seal Stone. You can go ahead and Forest Seal Stone for whatever your heart desires. Usually it's going to be something like a Miraidon EX, maybe a Nest Ball into a Miraidon EX, but you want to get those Pokemon set up, and then you have that Squawkabilly EX in hand to follow things up.
Yeah, typically it'd be the Squawkabilly first, and then you draw in, see if you can find those resources and not have to use Forest Seal Stone, but instead has to do this in the wrong order because the electric generator's already in hand.
And wow, actually does not grab Miraidon. Maybe it's already in hand, but grabs the Iron Hands EX with that Forest Seal Stone.
Yeah, this just speaks to what bench size you want to work with in this game. If you don't want to overload and you want to keep some of those bench spaces for some of these other Pokemon, then let's just keep it thin. Woo! Never needs 5.
Yeah, never. Azul's like, this card goes to 5?
Yeah, I've never had to look. I'm sure that he had a similar success with all the Buzzwole and Max Elixirs of old.
The rest of Azul's hand is that Pheasantipity EX, along with that Rescue Board. Goes ahead and attaches it to that Squawkabilly. And here we're going to see the Squawk and Seize, potentially maybe the Mew. No, just the Squawk and Seize discards that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
Yeah, the MVP of the last game, really giving him an opportunity to potentially come back. He's not going to find a space on the board this time around.
Azul finds the Miraidon, finds a couple supporters for next turn, along with another electric generator. Could potentially fire that off right now, try and find some more energies, or just save it, try to thin the deck out a little bit more for next turn.
And with that additional bench space, there's avenues to even start to establish a card like that Magnemite. Give yourself an opportunity to fight back if your opponent has that really aggressive knockout on the Iron Hands.
And I think Azul just might have heard you. Magnemite hits the bench thanks to that Nest Ball. Now this is looking like a pretty stellar turn 1 here for Azul going into this matchup. Again, Iron Hands EX is the name of the game against something like Golden Go, just trying to pick off those Gimme Ghoul before they reach to that powerful EX Pokemon.
Yeah, just once more, just want to speak to how unfortunate it is for Azul to just miss on some of these little parts of the turn. Finally sees the the electric generator to go along with this, but then misses the energy for turn, doesn't get to take advantage of that, has the 1-of double turbo in the prize cards, so just makes it a little bit harder to get the job done, and every time that happens, you just lose a couple percentage points in the matchup.
Yeah, it's kind of just really hate to see it. Missing that energy attachment for the turn, it makes you really rely on that generator in hand for the following turn. Meanwhile, Lucas did prize a few energies along with some recovery, so we'll have to see if he's able to cobble together everything throughout the game. But at least as of right now, as long as there's an Arven in hand, you do have access to that technical machine evolution to get some of those Golden Go EX in play. But starting things off with a Buddy Buddy Poffin is what you always want to see.
Yeah, have the additional Gimme Ghoul ready to go. You know there's no way that you're going to have the one in the active spot. It's just going to get knocked out at some point in this game. Your opponent's got a very aggressive attacker there. It's going to take 2 prize cards on this Pokemon. But then it's what do you have to respond? And the hands, we didn't see much just yet, but the fact that this board's starting to build gives you a bit of hope. You do see Nest Ball, so opportunity for Radiant Greninja. And oh, there is a little more going on there. We see the Cypher Maniac code breaking, which you do probably want to hold on to.
7 cards off this Pokegear, finds a Roxanne, but nothing else. And yeah, this is going to be showing Azul the Roxanne as well, so that's not going to be a secret anymore.
Yeah, and that's something that you think about and go, okay, don't have to worry about that. I can maybe even be prepared for a situation like that now. And this has to be the Cypher Maniac's code breaking, where you really prefer this to be an Arven turn. Could hold on to that resource, but at this stage too, if you know your opponent's not going to play any way to manipulate your hands, why not fill it with 8 energies?
Why not? Yeah. And of course, that Radiant Greninja is going to allow Lucas to draw into those 2 cards that he put on top of the deck with that Cypher Maniac. Finds that Energy Search Pro, is going to be able to thin the deck out a ton, like you've been saying, and then with that Technical Machine Evolution, we'll be able to evolve those 2 benched Gimme Ghoul into Golden Go EX.
Yep, has to use the Cypher Maniacs like an Arven in that spot after he misses, but thankfully with the Technical Machine, we'll have those multiple Golden Go in play to help out on the following turn. It puts a lot of pressure on Azul to say, oh, well, even if I get those 2 prize cards, I know it's waiting for me in the hand, and it's not pretty.
Well, it kind of is. It's just a ton of different color energies.
Yeah, but they're not. They're just regular basics. They're not.
They're not Heart Gold, Soul Silver.
Yeah.
You know?
If I saw Matrix energies, we'd be talking.
Listen, Lucas hasn't won a regionals this season, so can't afford those Matrix energies just yet.
Well, we'll see if maybe he can work that out here in Vancouver this year. Already off to a fantastic start and has this opening game here against Azul. But Azul has a lot more going for him this time around. I'd be worried.
Not 1, but 2 electric generators in hand now. Only needing to hit 2 energies to turn on that Ampy very much. Again, depending on what Azul drew for the turn, did not have the energy in hand just to attach. All right, it seems to be a Nest Ball for the turn, so can't use that.
Not a great card, but you know what is? Generator finds both energies once more, never looking at the 5th card. Has seemingly worked out great here for Azul. Already has that retreater ready to go in the Mew, and Gimme Ghoul is not going to be here much longer.
Where's it going, Kyle?
There's that little discard pile up there. I think we'll see it hang out there for a bit. But you know what the hand is for your opponent. It's such a goofy hand to see, but it's just a pile of energy. And Azul now has to make considerations of, is it even worth playing a Bravery Charm on this Pokemon? I know my opponent has all the energy.
Yeah, saving it for the future turns here is Azul. Now Lucas has the easy knockout on the active spot at least. Yeah, there is enough energy in hand. Funny enough, I think with the way the hand is right now, didn't have the 6 energy to take the knockout with Make It Rain, so the Bravery Charm potentially would have mattered.
Yeah, it could have been something to consider, and Now no longer the case. Coin bonus filling up the hand. Pheasantipity in hand, but do you want to play it? You just start to think about avenues for your opponent to sneak out these little extra percentages, and they have to work through all the hit points of the Golden Go. It's just a little more difficult.
2 electric generators already used by Azul, 4 energy in play. There is that metal on the active spot. You have 5 energy in hand. I don't think you can really do much else. You got Boss's Orders, Roxanne in hand. You're not going to boss around this Iron Hands.
I mean, there's avenues to draw. There's the Radiant Greninja. There's the Pheasantipity. But if you don't play that and overextend, maybe you help yourself find a little more longevity with these Golden Go. It's going to get greedy.
Oh, am I mistaken? There's only 4 energy in hand, so Lucas not having the knockout just yet, but drawing into Superior Energy Retrieval will grab the extra energies needed. Just 2 of them, but it's going to be able to take the knockout.
Oh, that helps out then.
Ooh, and a Professor Turo scenario to go along with that Pheasantipity draw, so you can just pick it right back up and kind of prevent Azul from taking those 2 easy prize cards potentially.
Yeah, very beneficial there. It's one of the Pokemon you really start to worry about in a matchup like this. Just force your opponent to have all of those resources to knock out 260. It's such an awkward number.
Did Lucas discard 6 energies?
Yes.
All right. It's like the Bravery Charm was there, you know?
Sometimes you just want to play it safe. Maybe we missed it, but it looked like a 3-3 when he showed the hand.
It doesn't matter. You got Superior Energy Retrieval to get those back. It's fine.
You just want to know where they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pheasantipity for Azul here. Draws into Counter Catcher.
Wow. Those are 3 pretty impressive cards to find.
Now Ultra Ball for the Magneton, potentially.
Now this is one of those spots where you could set up a really strong state if you had, well, you don't have that access with the Counter Catcher. It's 4 prizes, but still the Raichu and the Magneton could have a big knockout, but then how do you follow it up?
Yeah, I think maybe you just go for the Iron Hands EX here. Use the Magneton to power up that Iron Hands.
Oh, is there Boss's Orders?
You have Counter Catcher.
Oh, it's 4-4?
Oh, it is 4-4. Yeah, Boss's Orders.
All right. Well, if that is in the cards, then certainly he has an opportunity.
Oh, no, you can Counter Catcher with the Magneton. Your opponent
you're
takes
going to knock
prize.
out. There we go. I'm like, I know it's there somewhere. That is how you find the avenue.
And then you now have the Bravery Charm. Lucas discarding the extra energy might even matter now. And you just have to hope that that Iron Hands EX survives a turn, and then from there you can potentially get the last knockout with Raichu. Discards the Bravery Charm, though. And there we see Magneton, such a powerful Stage 1 Pokemon for this Miraidon deck. Really just helps you get attacks out of nowhere with that Overvolt Discharge ability.
Yeah, taking advantage of energies already on the board. It's just such a great resource to close out games in a spot like this. You usually have so many energies sitting there on the Iron Hands, and if your opponent doesn't handle it but still has all the hit points in play, you can then make use of those energies for a final knockout.
And here we see Arven for Super Rod and Defiance Band. Could Defiance Band maybe?
You know, that opens up another avenue, as if you can use the Magneton to load up onto the Iron Hands, have energies for other Pokemon, and then you have the Blood Moon Ursaluna reintroduced at this stage. Take a big knockout, and you still have the energies in play. You can have them on the Raichu.
All right, well, Lucas goes down to 3 prize cards now. Counter Catcher is live, brings up that Radiant Greninja energy from the hand. Now Ampy is very much in sights for Azul. Super Rod is going to shuffle back in that Blood Moon Ursaluna like you've been saying, along with an energy, so now Electric Generator has a better chance of hitting. All right, I think I'm seeing the route to victory here for Azul.
Yeah, and this works out so well. As you know, your opponent has to take a 2-prize knockout, which then reactivates your Defiance belt to have that opportunity, Defiance Band, to take a big knockout. It's you're setting up so many different avenues to get the job done. We still have a couple more electric generator to go. Can you find those? Why do I even bother?
Yeah.
Of course, it just says attached to energy.
That's a pretty good card.
And goes for that before the nest ball. Now uses the nest ball for the Blood Moon Ursaluna. You have that Defiance band for this Pokemon too, and it's looking like Azul's got a pretty great avenue to victory now.
All right, there's the Ampu very much. 2 prize cards left for Azul. Lucas has a little bit of an uphill battle now for this second game here. Has 3 cards left for the prize cards. 2 of them are Superior Energy Retrieval and Night Stretcher. 2 very important cards. Here we see a Pal Pad. Going to be able to shuffle back that Professor Turo scenario.
This is a situation where, without the benching of the Defiance band, a combination of a counter catcher with the Roxanne taking a knockout on that Raichu, and then not having the additional damage of the Blood Moon Ursaluna could really be a big swing turn here.
Again, though, if Azul attached that Defiance band, Lucas does play 1 Lost Vacuum, so it could just be gone.
Yeah, it's a calculated choice to not play into that, and it makes a lot of sense here. You can't afford that, but you know what's at stake. You saw this Roxanne. You have to just play into that and let it happen, and maybe you do find that resource one final time to close out the game.
Yeah, Lucas could not afford to bench that Pheasantipity EX in hand just because that Blood Moon Ursaluna would be able to take a quick knockout thanks to something like a Boss's Orders. Now, Roxanne, you can only use it if your opponent has 3 or few prize cards remaining, but you shuffle your hands into your deck. Your opponent draws 2, you draw 6, and you have to hope it sticks.
Yep, just the knockout on the active is going to be the play here at this point. There's no way to move Pokemon from here on. And removing those 4 energies from the board is very pivotal at this stage of the game. We've seen a couple of those generators at this stage. The Magneton's already been removed, so finding the answer to close out with that Raichu gets a little more difficult.
First coin bonus for 2. Lucas needs to find a Superior energy retrieval just to be able to take this knockout.
Is it just 1 more draw to find it?
Arvin's not going to do it.
Nest
now
ball.
we have to Nest Ball for Pheasantipity EX.
It's a weaker Pokemon put into play, but this is what it takes to get this knockout at this stage of the game.
Three cards, trying to find that Superior Energy Retrieval.
All the drama, and
no,
it's not going to help.
What do we do, 100 to the active? Is that even worth it?
No. I think you just simply passed the turn, unfortunately.
I think the Bravery Charm did not matter.
I agree. Yeah, this just has to be a pass of the turn, and for Azul, a little bit of a window. Has the Ultra Ball. That means a free hand with the Mew to see 3 more cards.
Yep.
Maybe a spot he wasn't ready to be in. Of course, just a way to move this Pokemon would be enough for the Raichu to take a big knockout here. So a card like Switch Cart would end the game. Maybe a generator and some energies would keep enough energies on board through the massive retreat.
Prime Catcher as well. There's the Boss's Orders. Does that do it? You have 3 energy retreat. You need another energy. Is there an energy drawn as well? You take the knockout on the Pheasantipity?
Has the energy in hand.
Oh no, it's 4 energy.
It's a big retreat, yeah.
So unfortunately, just 1 energy short from taking the knockout on.
I was literally going to say, why don't we just motivate or something? But I suppose you could just attack in. It doesn't matter at this stage. You have enough damage on the Golden Go to force your opponent to have the Turo at this stage. You could use the Raichu with the Boss's Orders in hand, and there can't be another way to move the hand.
Yeah, you already used Pal Pad to put that Professor Turo's back into the deck.
I kind of like motivate, man. I don't know. You get to keep a lot of energies on board. I suppose if the Raichu's knocked out, you're feeling pretty bad either way.
And there is the coin bonus and the metal energy attached to the active Golden Go EX. I believe Lucas has enough to take the knockout now. Yep, Superior Energy Retrieval is going to guarantee that. But again, both of those Pokemon are such a liability on the bench. We know Azul has a boss's orders in hand. Lucas is going to boss up that Blood Moon, but I think you just don't take the knockout here.
I mean, Raichu.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would just have to slow this down. You leave yourself open for potential Monkey Dory to take the knockout here. Maybe your opponent doesn't have a way to move this Pokemon.
I mean, you already knew that there was no switch card in hand last turn because it would have been game over, but there is the double turbo energy with the boss's orders.
Wow.
Brings up the Golden Go EX and takes the knockout. That's exactly what Azul needed.
Yeah, the one resource you're not expecting in that spot, if you're Lucas, is for the one double turbo to squeak out and take the knockout there, but it does just that and is able to close out there in that spot. Unreal finish there in that second game.
All right, let's take a look at the replay of that second game to get prepped for a game 3 between two amazing competitors. There was that early Iron Hands EX. Ampy very much takes the knockout on that Gimmighoul that used that Technical Machine Evolution to take the knockout. There was the Make It Rain to have the return KO on Iron Hands EX, but then Azul had the Magneton drawn off the Pheasantipity with that Ultra Ball, being able to cobble together another Iron Hands EX play, takes the knockout thanks to Counter Catcher on that Radiant Greninja, goes down to 2 prize cards, trying to set up some sort of checkmate scenario, but Roxanne wasn't really doing too much because it allowed Azul to find boss's orders and double turbo to take the game with Blood Moon. And now we're off to a game 3. There's around 12 minutes or so left. I think we can see it done.
This is got to be one of the worst spots for Lucas, is when you know that you need this turn to go well for you. You're going to go first against Azul in this matchup against Miraidon, and you cannot allow your opponent to have that turn 1 attack, and then you mulligan into him with a limited clock as well. Has to be a terrible feeling. Just hoping to see a Pokemon in the active, and it looks like it's Pheasantipity.
Ooh, that's not what you want to see. Meanwhile, the one mulligan for Azul was a nest ball that pretty much unlocks your hand. We're into a game 3 here. Day 2 on the line. Now, if both players tie... Whoa! Okay, never mind. No, speaking of tying here, there's a chance Azul could just win the match. There's Arven in hand, Electric Generator. This is a stacked hand.
Yeah, brutal. To give that additional card to your opponent when they have the ability to maybe close the game out here. You know that Miraidon is not that difficult to get energies attached to and take a big knockout here. Just one of those casual electric generators we've seen from him of 2 off the top. He's going to get there.
Yeah, it has the energy in hand as well. Arven's going to allow you to grab rescue boards so you can retreat the active for free. This is pretty much inevitable. Only 1 lightning energy in the prize cards as well.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's a flood at this point. You see
thin out as much as possible.
And Lucas just sits there thinking, what could have happened this game? There's just not much really that you can do at this stage, especially if you don't see that buddy poffin. The resources didn't line up. He's just holding on to a hope and a prayer that he sees next turn, and this generator could mean so much of that.
Wow.
And it's just 3 cards to see 2 energies. There's another generator. There's the rescue board. It's all there. Azul GG, taking a GG, and moving on 1 step further in this tournament. A huge way to close out here in Game 3.
Yeah, we were all talking about how worried we are for time for this game, but when your opponent just attach passes, Miraidon is probably the best deck to take that KO and the game, and just like that, Azul did not miss a single 2 energy generator the entire match. What a way to close it out.
It's how he won the regional down in Mexico, and it's how he does it once more too. It's going to close out there with a quick 2 prize knockout there in Game 3. Let's see our whole set here, as we had quite a great match from these players. It started off with a very hopeful Lucas, as he did not see a turn 1 knockout from the Iron Hands, got that opening knockout with the Golden Go, and it was Azul just trying to fight back, find these little windows, little avenues to take prize cards, was able to find a knockout on a Radiant Greninja, but when you have no disruption to the hand, Lucas will continue to find every energy he needs to take knockouts.
Meanwhile, in this game too, Azul finally got that early Iron Hands EX. Thank you very much, taking 2 prize cards. Now Lucas had the response for the KO, and now it was back to Azul to try to find something together, but thanks to that Fezandipity draw into the Ultra Ball, found the Magneton and the Counter Catcher, uses that Magneton to charge up Iron Hands EX yet again. Counter Catcher for that Radiant Greninja. Thank you very much. 2 prize cards left for Azul, and that's the position you want to be in. Lucas misses the knockout. Roxanne doesn't really do too much, buys 1 turn, and thanks to a top deck double turbo energy with the boss's orders, Azul takes game 2, and then game 3, there's not even really much of a replay. It is a single electric generator, energy from the hand, rescue board got with that Arven, and just like that, Photon Blaster into a 6-1 record.
Yeah, it worked out so well for him there. It's exactly what you're looking for as Azul, and that's why you play Miraidon. You don't have to worry about any of the shenanigans, any of the gimmicks that your opponent could have on the other side of the board. Yes, he knocks out everything you have just by that simple A-spec that draws every energy in his deck pretty much, but it doesn't matter if you just beat them first.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of playing Miraidon. As a Miraidon gamer myself, you know, is can't do better than that.
The last time I saw you play Miraidon, there was a Flaffy in there, brother, okay? I don't know if you get that title anymore.
Yeah, it is crazy to see how this deck has kind of evolved too throughout the seasons, and the fact that it still is just very good at taking these non-games from your opponent.
And that's what you need in spots like this. You're playing in the North American cycle. You're going to see 50 minutes, 3 games over and over and over again, and we have limited condensed rounds at this point. Players aren't getting to play the 14, 15 rounds of old, so you have to make sure that when you are in those spots, that those games that could be up in the air start to go your way.
Yeah, and it is one of the decks that requires the most sequencing, just so you kind of get the best odds for your electric generators. The deck is make or break on the back of electric generator, and when you hit it every time, it seems like a really amazing deck.
Yep, and it leads to spots like this where we see 2 fantastic players with maybe a 8-time regional winner coming out on top. We'll see if he has a little bit of uncommon energy as he's interviewed by our buddy Chip.
Thanks, guys. That's right. I'm here in the lounge standing by with our winner from the last round, moving to a record of 6-1, Azul Garcia Griego. Azul, how we doing, man? How you feeling today after that win on stream?
Feeling pretty good. I was pretty confident going into this tournament. Everything basically worked out how I thought it would, except for maybe a little bit of lack of Lost Box. I thought I'd be a little bit more Lost Box. But I finally hit my first Golden Go, so I got to use the Defiance Band Ursa Luna combo. I didn't get to use it, I guess, but Lucas couldn't do anything because I had it.
Yeah, very interesting back and forth there. You did lose that first game, but then, you know, things seemed pretty convincingly in your favor there in game number 2. Yeah. It seems like you had things kind of locked up. Lucas had to play kind of weirdly in order to play around what you had access to. Obviously, game 3 goes really quickly whenever your opponent goes Fezandipity Pass. Tell us about game number 1, though. Where do you think kind of went wrong for you?
I guess just kind of the slow start. It's kind of a blur now that I'm trying to like remember the actual game. Yeah, I didn't get off like a turn 1 Iron Hands. And then I had to like hang Miraidon in the active. I could have hard retreated it, but if anything gets knocked out on that next turn, I'm in big trouble. So I was like, all right, I'm just gonna leave the Miraidon in the active, hope he has a slow turn, and then maybe I can pick it up from there. But that was not the case, and it kind of just scaled out of control pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we saw you kind of taking account for what Lucas had in his deck. I mean, I'm sure you're very familiar with the deck list based on the group's success at EUIC. Yeah. There was that turn at the end of game number 2 where, you know, we were maybe questioning, oh, should that Defiance Band have come into play on the Ursaluna? But you were very well aware Lost Vacuum's hanging around in the deck list. Was there anything that surprised you there? I saw he had a new supporter in the deck that wasn't in the inclusion for EUIC.
Yeah, I'm not sure the full 60. I've done a little scouting of people who I think are probably playing exactly what Lucas is playing. Maybe not quite, but I knew about the Spiritomb. I didn't know about the Roxanne. I've heard talks of the single prize Golden Go, and I was
actively playing around the vacuum. I was pretty confident that it didn't have the Jamming Tower, which is the card I'm kind of scared of in the deck, but I don't think anyone made the read on Ursaluna Defiance Band.
Yeah, I think that would have been a pretty crazy read for someone to make. That's going layers and layers deep into the meta. Well, I mean, you're 6-1 now, so you've obviously had 6 great games, and then one game sounds like things didn't go your way. What happened in your one loss so far today?
Yeah, I was up against Dragapult Dustnor, a matchup I'm pretty confident in, but it was just kind of, I mean, to say a quote that people understand, Maride on hands, you know, it just happens sometimes. But yeah, I was just like slow starts, no Arven, stuff like that. So confident in the matchup, just couldn't pull it together in that one.
You got one more round today, looking to get to a 7-1 record.
Yeah.
What are you really hoping to play against? What are you really hoping to avoid in this last round?
Probably just our Chaladon, I think. Our Chaladon matchup is still pretty terrible. Even with Zapdos, it's tough, so probably just avoid our Chaladon, but I don't think they're doing that well. The Golden Goals are kind of eating them alive, so I'll take anything besides our Chaladon.
Feeling confident about just about anything, Azul. Well, any shout-outs, any thank yous you want to give before we get out of here?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Crew, Grant Manley, Caleb Gettimer. I don't know how they're doing. Grant's still on the weird Lost Box deck, but yeah, shout out to the crew.
All right, well, appreciate your time, Azul. We'll get you out of here into Swiss Round 8 very shortly. Let's get back to the casters.
They're a pretty good pair together. They know how to talk.
Yeah, they got some synergy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Grant and his weird deck.
Well, that was round 7. Let's go ahead and take a look at our caster predictions, see how we're doing for throughout this weekend, and you know, where we get to talk about ourselves and like how smart we are.
I don't want to talk about myself.
No?
No, Snorlax has not been doing great. It's one of those like one last ride kind of decks where players just want to play all the goofiness and be oppressive. So there's opportunities there, but I think the Monkey Dory fans are doing pretty well.
Yeah, doing pretty well. And then, of course, this last round, Blood Moon Ursaluna EX.
You called it.
Defiance Band.
Yeah. Did you play test with them?
No.
It was just you and Caleb in a dark room grinding with Defiance Band.
But it is just one of those super powerful Pokemon. Radiant Charizard was at the top of the metagame for forever, but now you get a Pokemon that has more HP and can attack for free. You can't get better than that.
Yeah, it works out so well. This is just one of the Pokemon that it just fixes so many matchups. The damage lines up so well, and then when you think about Monkey Dory in a lot of decks too, just it can make all of the hit points just line up to your benefit. It's also pretty good against the Dragapult, which you know you're gonna see. Heggy still thinks it has a chance though, and with 19% of the meta, why not?
Yeah, I mean, some are bound to make it into day 2 and do well, but we'll have to see about that. Meanwhile, we're gonna be talking about some of the Pokemon leagues that are local to here in Canada, and see some of the players that really, you know, just love these leagues. They really put in a lot of like time and effort into the community.
Yeah, shout out to all of the leagues that we have across all of North America and all over the world, honestly. Just opportunities for players to get involved and start to play the game that we know and love. Give yourself an opportunity to practice with friends and maybe start to build some of that confidence to play into some of these larger events. We see Everything Games, Draw for Turn Games, Van City, and Bastion Games as well. Some great leagues here in the Vancouver area to check out.
Yeah, Bastion Games has been running their Pokemon League since 2011. That is 14 years ago, Kyle. Can you believe that?
That is a reason to visit Chilliwack, if I've ever heard one. As if I needed a reason.
Yeah, all right. Well, now we have a QR code for y'all to find the Pokemon League near you. Get started, get joined in on the community that has just grown like time and time again throughout each season. We had, what, 3,000 or so players at EUIC. Who knows what's going to happen for NAIC in New Orleans? You get those Play Pokemon prize packs that have been reprinting a lot of popular cards. It's just, why not? Why not go to League?
Yeah, it's we hear so much from all of our top players. We sit down for an interview with them, or maybe get to spend a couple minutes on a video with them, and it's always, how did you start playing Pokemon? I checked out my local league, found some great players who took me under their wing, and now here I am. And that honestly can be you. It's that simple.
Yeah, and then maybe you can be here on stream winning, or, you know, we're going to call it like it is, losing to Azul most of the time.
Yeah, not a lot of people carry a winning record against him. He's pretty good. And even for Lucas, sometimes You just have to nod your head. So yeah, that's how the game goes. Pheasantipity, not meant for the active spot.
No,
weird.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Energy on Pheasantipity? No, you don't
Fighting
want that.
energy on Pheasantipity? No thanks.
Yeah, crazy way to end our round 7, but there's still one more round to go for today, and then of course day 2 as well. We're going to be crowning a champion this weekend. Someone's going to get their Worlds invite, someone's going to win a lot of money, and there's going to be a lot of Pokemon packs being opened, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned. We got more Pokemon action.
Hey Pokemon trainers, I'm here in the lounge with Chip Ritchie, one of our TCG casters, to talk about some of the news that we just got during the Pokemon Presents. Now, Chip, we saw something very exciting, ended up seeing some Pokemon Mega EX. So what is going on there?
Yeah, very exciting. Pokemon EX, Mega EX, I should say, returning to the TCG. We've had a couple iterations of Mega Pokemon over the years, so I think alongside the release of Pokemon Legends ZA, it's going to be really exciting to see how they get implemented. We got the reveal of the new Mega Lucario EX and also Mega Gardevoir EX.
Wow, that is going to be incredible to see in action, especially because those cards look very powerful. So powerful, in fact, that they're going to cost you 3 prize cards if they got knocked out. What does that mean for the game?
Yeah, it's definitely a big thing, and it's a very divisive topic in our community right now. A lot of people are not a big fan of the 3 prize card mechanics, the tag teams, the VMAX Pokemon. I actually really liked the tag teams a lot personally, so I'm kind of excited to see what they do with it now. I think it'll be really interesting because VMAX Pokemon were 3 prize Pokemon that evolved from 2 prize Pokemon. But this will be different. These Mega Pokemon EX are 3 prize Pokemon that evolve from single prize Pokemon. So I think it'll still keep the pace of the game relatively, in line with what we've seen in the Scarlet and Violet era so far. So yeah, I'm excited to see kind of what other Mega Pokemon get released, what other sort of support cards come out alongside it. We've only seen the 2 Mega Pokemon for the most part, and then one other trainer card got revealed as well. So there's still a lot to see before we kind of know exactly what Mega Pokemon gameplay is going to look like in the TCG.
But it does get you thinking, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, it definitely has gotten the conversation going, that is without a doubt.
Well, cannot wait to see what else is going to be coming in the future as we look forward to seeing where those Pokemon Mega EX come from. So thank you so much, Chip, and let's get back to the Vancouver Regional Championships.
Landon Caitler, former regional champion,
is someone who is coming into this tournament with so much confidence.
My name's Landon Caitler, and I'm from Vancouver, BC. My starter Pokemon, Totodile. It was my very first starter when I was playing back in the day as a kid, so nostalgia. Opening packs, people got it for birthday or Christmas. It was kind of like the thing as a kid to have Pokemon cards, and then, kind of played with theme decks with some friends from elementary school, and kind of gradually got into going to local league, and then found some online resources, kept building better decks, going to more regionals, and kind of upping my game until I'm here now. Probably 2014 was my first competitive season. I remember making my very own deck list for 2016 Worlds, and that was a lot of fun. My first Worlds made day 2 with my very own creation. I was super happy about that. My very first win at any sort of competitive tournament was a city championships, and I played Sableye Garbodor. Today, my favorite Pokemon is Sableye because of that. People didn't like me very much back in the day because of that, but I loved it. I loved playing control back then. If you watch any of my stream matches, you'll see me cracking jokes and having a good time. And I think that throws some people off. Honestly, I don't mean it to, but that's just who I am. I don't hide who I am.
I believe the kids these days would call it, he's just exuding that aura.
My advice to any future players would be just to keep up the practice. I know that's what everyone says, but it's true. If you're not practicing a certain format, you're not going to know what to do. Just lots of reps. So in Sacramento, I play the Miraidon EX deck. It's very linear, it's very aggressive. You're just trying to take 2 prizes every turn. If you don't do it, you're probably going to lose because your opponent's ahead of you, but it does what it does most of the time, and that's usually good enough. So I played against Kenny Gilman in Sacramento Finals. It's a mirror matchup. I won the coin flip, so I got to choose second, so I was able to take the first 2 prize cards. I think since this time, I felt the illusion of comfort. I made some very glaring mistakes. With the past experience on stream, it kind of helped me keep it together, but I don't think that I fully was locked in on stream. I think maybe I got a little ahead of myself. In Game 3 of Finals, I learned my lesson from Game 2. I know my opponent didn't play hand disruptions, so I had 2 powered up attackers. I had the boss for game, so I knew he couldn't disrupt my hand. So I think if you watch the stream clip, you'll watch me put my hands on the table, saying I can't mess this up if I just don't do anything, and I didn't, and I showed him the boss and shook the hand, and it was the win.
Landon Kaitler is a double-time regional champion.
With these big wins, it's really helped me find my confidence. It's really easy to get kind of distracted by all the lights at the top, but you kind of got to remember who helped you get there. I think it's the people that keep me coming back. I've made so many close friends. Now that I've won the second regional, people have come up to me and say hi, and I can be what Joe Bernard was to me as a kid. So to some people, and just getting to have so many friends from around the world that we can be all in the same room and communicating, even if it's through a translator and playing the game we all love. Kind of a unifying thing. I mean, I haven't won an Interats, I haven't won Worlds, so that's probably the next goal. I've got 2 regionals under my belt. I'd like to take it to the next level, win a bigger tournament. I believe that I'm winning the World Championships this year. I'm going to put a lot of work into it. I've got all season. I don't have to worry about my invite. I can just prep. Was going to move on due to adult lifing reasons, but I guess I'm here. I'm here to stay. Sacramento brought me back.
We're back, Pokemon fans. Our Vancouver Regional Championships with just one more Swiss round for the trading card game competition before we know who will be making it into day 2. Many players entered this room, and very few will get to continue on into the second day of competition with that dream of still becoming a regional champion still alive. Of course, we did get to see Azul GG win in that last round, moving to a record of 6-1, an excellent place to be in, heading into our final Swiss round, and a few other players who are doing very well. Another player who is 6-1, our 2019 world champion, Henry Brand, coming all the way from Australia, playing Gardevoir, and he has gotten himself to a record of 6-1. Brent Tonneson also doing very well. He did take a tie in the last round, however. He played against Charlie Lockyer, and they end up tying. So both of those 2 players end up at a 5-0-2 record. Again, interesting to note, Brent has chosen to go with Archaludon Dialga for this tournament. A very interesting choice. I don't think something that many people would have predicted Brent to choose to go with for this event. Of course, there's tons of Canadians out there that we've been keeping our eye on as well. Christian Labella has moved to an incredible 7-0 record, playing Reggie Drago V-Star, giving it one last chance, and he's just one win away from getting to an 8-0 record here in day number 1. Simon Trottier-Lacasse, who we saw earlier on the stream, he took a loss earlier, and he did also just take a loss in this last round. He now moves to a 5-2 record after what was a very, very strong 4-0 start. Still one more round, still an opportunity to get to a respectable 6-2 record heading into day 2. Callie White, as we were getting into this round, it looked like was still finishing out their last round. They were 4-2. I believe it was a Gardevoir mirror match taking place, and we know those tend to go very, very long. So we'll have to get an update on if Callie White was able to get the win to move to 5-2, or if that match ended in a tie, 5-2-1. Meaning that X2-1 is going to have a pretty tough time making top 8, but of course can still have a strong finish further on in the tournament. A few players who made it to 7-0 that we want to note. Ross Cawthon, we saw him earlier on in the stream. He's fighting for a spot at the World Championships for the 21st time. An absolutely incredible feat. He is 7-0, and Piper Lapine, who we saw earlier on today, also 7-0, taking down her friend Bodie Robinson in this last round. That's the updates from the floor. We'll get some more updates for round number 8 as well, and we'll get one more great feature match on stage for everyone to enjoy at home. Let's get to the casters, and let's see what our final round has in store.
As Chip mentioned, that's the big question. What does our final round have in store? Of course, these players are looking to advance to day 2. That's the first step, and then the step 2 comes tomorrow to see who will make it into our top 8 and who will become a regional champion.
No, 100%. I mean, making it into day 2 is an accomplishment in itself. Like, out of thousands and thousands of players, only a select few really do make it into the day 2, and so again, just making it there, it's huge congratulations. I'd have to say though, real quick, I really do enjoy the little update we get from Chip. It's nice to know like where all these top players are currently standing, especially, you know, because we can't show every game on the stream.
That's true. Yeah, you know, we only get to show one. I miss the old days of, you know, the Pokemon TCG streams. They used to rotate the games on the main channel, and then the TCG was always showing the side streams. So, you know, maybe one day that will happen. But for now, we'll have to settle with one game. Doesn't mean it's not going to be great action.
Oh, yeah.
We've had some, I mean, great stream games and a variety of decks as well. You know, we say this time and time again, but that is the, you know, true forefront of a good format is deck variety and deck strength being on very similar levels. It's kind of hard to really pinpoint, you know, if you had to pick 3 decks. There's kind of a big discussion on what those top 3 decks are right now in this format.
Yeah, exactly. It's not some sort of like just rock, paper, scissors. There's so much nuances, and even just looking at Azul's deck, right? It was Miraidon EX, and he was playing against Goldengo. In my opinion, that's a little bit of a tough matchup just because 260 is a little bit hard to reach. You can only write you one time, but then, you know, it's not as simple as that. You can tech in like the Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Defiance Band. I thought was such a good inclusion to shore up that matchup. And again, there's what, 1,000 players outside doing the exact same thing. A lot of very, very interesting decks. Even like Regidrago undefeated is very cool.
Yeah, lots of storylines. Like you said, you know, some players are adapting to some of the newcomers out on the block, and, you know, what better newcomer than Goldengo, a deck that had a really strong finish, top 4 at the Europe International Championships, longtime player and top player at that, Xander Perot, with that strong finish, playing a list that looks just like this. There's not a lot going on in the Pokemon. Really just a straightforward build for this deck. You're playing the 4/4 Goldengo line. Pheasantipity is almost a staple in a majority of these decks. A deck that plays tons of energy is pretty much locked to play Radiant Greninja as that support Pokemon. The bundle, again, a very generic tech card, but it's very, very good universally. But really, it's that Monkey Dory that maybe unlocked more potential for this deck than people expected it, especially when they didn't expect it to be partnered with a card like Goldengo.
No, exactly. I mean, if you're playing every single type of energy, anything can really come out of nowhere, but Monkey Dory just fits in so perfectly. A lot of the times, you know, the Goldengo EX, 260 HP. What's the best deck in the format? Well, one of the most popular decks in the format at the moment happens to be a Dragapult EX. It just does 260 to the bench. The math is too perfect. We had to throw a wrench in those plans, and Monkey Dory is just the perfect addition. I'm used to seeing like the whole, you know, before this Xander's version, we've been seeing like a lot of Palkias, maybe even the Canceling Cologne and whatnot, so you can really attack with a Radiant Greninja, but Xander's Perot's version is just so streamlined. So makes sense to make it. He made it all the way there at EUIC.
Yeah, you can just take a look at this list and see how teched out it is really for the top 2 decks, the Gardevoir and for the Dragapult. You see 2 copies of Professor Turo. That was a card that, you know, Goldengo sometimes played 1, sometimes didn't even play any copies of Turo. Playing 2 copies, just valuing the power of, okay, if I have a Monkey Dory set up with a Dark Energy before I start my turn, and my opponent goes ahead and uses Phantom Dive, 200 to the active, 6 on the bench, I can use Monkey to heal 30 off of the benched one that has 60, and then play Professor Turo, and all that damage you did is essentially negligible, and I now can just throw 7 energy in your face, even 6 thanks to the Monkey Dory, and it's really hard for Dragapult to come back from that, especially with a card like Lost Vacuum, which for EUIC, right, the most popular version of Dragapult was that Dusknoir Dragapult version, and it is really annoying if you can just play a single item card and get rid of their 1 included copy of an A-Spec in that Sparkling Crystal.
That does seem like a bad time. But yeah, again, just looking at the list a little bit more, I like the inclusion as well of the technical machine evolution. Just a lot of ways to, since you are already playing Arvin, just sometimes all you need is like that one item card, right? Might as well slot in that tool, just be able to set up a little bit early. Going second, sometimes, you know, it makes it a little bit harder to evolve, but things get a lot easier once you have a couple of Goldengos on the field. Goldengo is such a good card. Imagine that's your main attacker as well as your draw support Pokemon. Not to mention its damage cap is what, infinite?
As many energy as you play in the deck. Speaking of which, you know, Energy Search Pro, the A-spec for this deck, is really what allows this deck to thrive and function. Big issue for Goldengo, you know, early on in the game, you know, is getting all of those energy cards. Once you get them in your discard pile, you know, it's smooth sailing. Superior Energy Retrieval is by far the best item card in this deck because it says discard 2 cards from your hand, your attacks do 200 more damage this turn. Is essentially what that card reads. With Energy Search Pro, it no longer becomes an issue early on. You save the deck space, you can grab this card off of Arvin, and you're not really missing some of the other cards. Yeah, Prime Catcher would be nice. You know, there's a lot of just utility cards that could be really solid in a deck like this, but just Energy Search Pro being able to instantly grab you every single energy card, you can then dump however many you want, discard them with Greninja, it gets you guaranteed search for the things from Monkey Dory. It just pairs so well with this deck. Without Energy Search Pro, really Goldengo would not be in the spot that it is right now.
Oh, it has to be one of the most busted search cards printed of all time, right? You're trading one item card for what? 8 cards in this in this deck? And trust me, that feeling of if you have those bling energies, be it Heart Gold, Soul Silver, or any or the Matrix ones, you know, just getting all 8 and just saying, oh yeah, I'm grabbing all of these off one card, makes playing Goldengo a lot of fun.
On the topic of energies, you know, while we have a second here, Wancho, you mentioned Heart Gold, Soul Silver energies. You know, a lot of players, they have their personal preference for which type of basic energy they run. You know, basic energy have existed since the beginning of the Pokemon TCG. Of course, you know, Darkness and Metal being added a little bit later on. Players can choose which artwork they want, even from some of the earlier sets, it's, you know, the same backing. I want you to assume every single card in existence, every art is at your disposal, and you can play this Goldengo deck. So the vibe has to match, right? So there is context here, and you got to play the same art for every single energy. What are you going with?
Oh, buddy, what about I just don't play the same art for every single energy?
Oh,
I just want to, you know.
No way.
I know Pablo has given me flack for this. You know, mix the gray border with the yellow border. Oh yeah, he's. I can feel him fuming. No, but. Heart Gold, Soul Silver have to be my favorite. Just seeing the Pokemon on there. I even like the crosshatch promos.
Okay.
That specifically. Those are, I feel like those are a little cheaper than the foil versions. That's for sure. So, but I think they look great. Holon Phantoms is another very shiny energy I like to play, and you know, getting a chance to just show off that bling with this deck. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
What about you?
It is a classic. Me, so I have 2 answers. If we're playing in Japan, there's the movie energies from. Or any of you kind of, you know, Pokemon enthusiasts know that in Japan and in America too, when they released the Arceus movie, I don't know if you remember that, or the Arceus Sky Pillar, they released in Japan promo energy cards, and they'd never released them in English, and they have a special swirl on them. They're in like a DP style, right? So they're from 2010. Those are, you know, by far the best energies. I'm not going to answer any questions on that. That's the truth. In English, I probably would go with like EX series hollows. I think those are really good. I'm not to say that Heart Gold, Soul Silver isn't overrated. Very, very good energy. Like, it's top 3 by no means. But I think EX series, especially like with the hollows, with the little bubble hollows on those, you can't go wrong with that. But I don't know if you've ever like felt one of those cards before. I feel like it's like so much thicker than the other card. I don't know how to describe it. Like, I guess just the way they printed cards, like the hollows especially back then, like they warp really easily just because of those old cards from EX. And like they also feel a lot thicker. So if I ever put them in a deck, it truly feels like they're like a different thickness. So I only play with that.
All right, the next time I'm playing you, I'm going to make sure there's a judge, make sure I can deck check. Can you check the thickness of his energies real quick?
And energies scar me these days. As of recent, I'll usually just play the most recent ones because do you know about what happened to me at Nationals? Do you remember about the energy fiasco?
No, do tell.
Okay. I was playing in Japan Nationals, and I didn't know that you can't play EX Series energies in Japan because for some reason it was like a similar issue with the thickness of like the card backings were the same. It's not like they were the different card backings, but you couldn't play it. I didn't know, so I pulled up to the event, was about to 6-0 my opponent round 1 in Nationals, and as I'm about to take my last prize, The judge stops me. He says, hey, you can't play that energy card. It's going to be a game loss. Go find a replacement.
I'm sorry, I don't think I've ever heard a story of getting a game loss because of the thickness of your energy. That's a first. That's a first one here, Ethan.
And it was only the one energy, and it was like my 61st card in the deck. And I had Diamond and Pearl energies. Anyways, that's enough talk about energy. That's enough talk about energy. I know we're putting the chat to sleep right now. My bad, chat. Sorry, guys.
No, I'm sure there's so many energy collector connoisseurs out there. Those are, I mean, like, even just getting those gold energies.
Okay, yeah.
Those are very bling already.
so then, you know, gold energies are really interesting, too. I mean, I've never been a bling enthusiast. There's one card I play in my deck that's bling. It's Ultra Ball. That's it. Don't play anything else.
Plasma Freeze.
Who do you think we are, bro? You think I got that money? I wish. Let's look. If I had money for Plasma Freeze Ultra Balls, they would be in the deck. I use Sun and Moon ones. Okay. They're the second best ones. Don't at me. If you use Plasma Freeze Ultra Balls, my respect goes out to you, though, for sure. Absolutely.
I'm just a little older just because I pulled my Plasma Freeze.
You pulled a full
back
set?
in the day. 3 of them, and then I had to buy one.
Wow.
And it was back in the day, too.
Yeah, but they were not nearly as expensive as they were now.
Now I can't even play with them because I feel bad.
Like, how played are, like, if I took it out of the sleeve, how much whitening is, like, on the top
I don't even want to look. I don't touch them anymore.
Just leave them on a shelf to admire?
Yeah, it's good old times, and, you know, now I just play whatever I can grab off my bulk box.
Anyways, you know, these players have been playing the Pokemon TCG today for a while. You know, started at around 8:30 a.m. for round 1. You know, we don't get to feature all the rounds on the stream. We only, you know, get to start at round 3 today. We get to show about 6 rounds or so of Pokemon TCG action. You know, this is kind of the big question for people going into this last round. You know, if you are on the cusp of day 2, there's 2 questions, right? It's, you know, do you ever consider taking an ID? It feels really bad in this system. And second of all, you know, how do you force yourself to, you know, stay locked in when it's the end of the day and you're tired and, you know, you kind of just want to go to sleep and wake up tomorrow and play Pokemon? And at least for me in tournaments, you know, sometimes the last rounds can be the most difficult because, you know, you're so close, yet so far away from that end goal.
No, I have to agree. I mean, like, just getting that, sometimes getting that one extra round, like, if you did ID just to get into day 2, it depends on your goals as well, right?
Yeah.
Getting that just extra rest feels like the world, to be honest. And again, it always depends on your goals. Like, I'm sure all of the top players out there where their goal is to win it, they're just gonna go. You're gonna have to fight your way through. But, you know, if you're trying to get some points to either like make it a little bit higher into the top 25 or whatnot, maybe you just do take the ID. Maybe your goal isn't necessarily to win, but to just get enough points to maintain your standing. It really depends, right?
Yeah, that's what's so great about the tournament structure and about, you know, competitive Pokemon right now is you can play a tournament very differently depending on what your goals are. You know, for these top players, they could probably, you know, count over 50, 100 day 2s maybe, you know, getting close to that. Some of the veterans in the Pokemon TCG that they've made in the season, for them, you know, they're never going to take that ID in. But, you know, there are a lot of players who have either just started playing the game or have been trying to look for a day 2 for a while. And, you know, that's a big accomplishment for them. They're not as set about, you know, oh, if I ID, then I can't go 4-0 tomorrow, make cut. So it's different goals for different players. And, you know, I find that, you know, kind of nice to see from an outsider perspective that, you know, people have their reasons for doing what they do. But at the end of the day, with Pokemon, you can kind of make whatever decisions you want as long as, you know, you and your opponent are at the same consensus going into the round.
Yeah, I mean, just getting the opportunity to play into day 2. If, like, this is your first day 2, I feel like it's just, it's a lot. It's a lot of feeling. So just guaranteeing that spot. Now, you know, if it was my first, I'd do it. Like, you know, just to get the opportunity to play even better players in day 2, I'd probably come out of it a better player afterwards.
Well, a lot of these players we see at the top here so far, they're not going to ID. They're already locked in for day 2. Speaking of which, let's take a look at those top competitors thus far. 7 rounds through competition today at the Vancouver Regional Championships. A lot of these players have already locked up a spot for day 2 as we see 7-0. Ross Coffin, of course, featured him earlier on stream playing Miraidon. He will join a group of 3 others, Michael, Piper, and Christian, players who are playing a variety of decks. You know, Regidrago V-Star, Piper playing that Gardevoir deck, and Michael, the lone Dragapult EX so far at 7-0. But just because these players are undefeated doesn't mean that the other competitors we see on the rest of the sheet aren't out of contention for day 2, and more importantly, aren't out of contention for top 8.
Yeah, I feel like we've done a good job of featuring some amazing players on stream. I mean, we featured Ross Cawthon a lot early on in this tournament. Look at him, still 7-0. I got to see a couple of comments online for that stream, and people were talking about, is this 2005 or 2025 with the players? And yeah, again, so many great players. I know specifically Lee Bui playing a very interesting deck, making it with a 6-1 record with it is very, very cool. No spoilers yet for that. I mean, and then again, just a bunch of amazing players. Bodie Robinson up there as well. Yeah.
So far, a lot of solid placements, of course. 18 points guaranteed in. The system has changed a little bit throughout the year, so, a little bit confusing if you've been, tuning in and out. As it stands right now, if players want to qualify for the second day of competition, they've got to go X2 and 1 depending on how many rounds exist. So today, they'll be playing 8 rounds. We've got the last round coming up very shortly, so we appreciate you all sticking with us. 5 2 and 1 minimum can make day 2. And then from there, you win out the rest of your rounds. You're not going to have a shot at top cut, but 8-2-1 is, still looking at a pretty solid spot to at least be on the bubble for top 32.
No, definitely. I mean, again, even just making it to day 2 and just playing it out there, I'm sure you, maybe going home with points or going home with some cash or some packs, always great, that's for sure.
So I'm interested to see, how the final standings look so far today. Again, so many interesting players on this list. Another player we didn't note out, Caleb Rogerson. A lot of younger players on this list here right now. Players who have aged up to the Masters division within the last 2 to 3 seasons. Even some first-year Masters, I'm sure, on this list of players who are killing it so far this season. Caleb has opted to play Miraidon EX. It was a deck he piloted to the Europe International Championships last weekend. I believe he finished within the top 128 out of that event. And so far, dominating right now. 6-0-1, sticking with Miraidon. It's a deck that doesn't have as much agency, control within how your games are going to play out. But we see even top players like Ross Cawthon as well. He could definitely choose for this tournament to play a more complex deck. He could play Pidgeotto control. He could play a, crazy Dragapult concoction. But sometimes simple is best. You don't need to complicate things that already work.
Yeah, especially this late into the format. We already know what works in it. But, Miraidon's definitely a deck I'm, as a Lugia player, definitely very terrified for. I believe we have a graphic for more players that are competing in round 8, but so we'll have to see.
It looks like just for now, the top 16 that we've got here, it is pretty early on in the competition. It feels like we've, gone through a lot of the rounds. We've still got 5 more to go in total. So whether you guys are tuning in right now, make sure to tune in tomorrow morning. We'll be having the stream for our second day of competition. We'll be featuring those last couple of Swiss rounds, top 8, top 4, and then the finals match as well. Regardless, Wancho, it's going to be a good one. We've got our players, already locked in. They'll be coming down to the stream table very shortly. And once they do, they get their headphones on, get all settled. We can start to talk about this matchup. It's going to be a really interesting one. No spoilers yet, though. Sorry, guys. You got to wait for the fun a little bit. But this is going to be our matchup between Nico Gist and Lee Bui.
Yeah, that's why I couldn't quite say his deck just yet. He is going to be our stream match for the next round. Again, Lee Bui against Nico Gist. But again, so many high caliber plays. Piper Lapine against Christian Labella. Not gonna lie, if I wasn't streaming here, if I wasn't casting here, I'd be walking down to watch that match. And Christian Labella on the Regidrago V-Star undefeated. And he's up against Gardevoir. That's always been like a fairly okay matchup, especially I don't think Gardevoir plays Badoo.
Yeah, but unfortunately, I'm not sure Piper has decided to play Badoo, and a lot of Gardevoirs in the last format were playing Manaphy, which gave him a little bit of a help, and I don't think that Piper is playing Manaphy either. We didn't see it on the stream match, so with that being the case, Christian may just have free reign to kind of just use Trifrost twice and just kind of steamroll through things. So, Piper maybe not expecting to play against a Regidrago, especially this late in the tournament. This could be the factor that Christian has as the tournament progresses, right? Once you get to that high X and O record, you avoid sort of the weird decks in the format. You're only playing against the top echelon of players, only players who have not lost yet. And as that continues, you're going to be playing against more meta, more refined decks usually. And with that being the case, good players, I think, probably have made the smart decision to not expect to play against Regidrago, thus probably not going out of their way to deal with it. May have a little bit of a surprise factor playing a deck that many people may not have tested against a lot for this format.
Yeah, one last run, possibly. Can you imagine, it used to be just the top deck, tier S, undisputed best deck in format, and suddenly it's not anywhere? It can't be bad. And it looks like Christian Labella
proved to us today that no, Regidrago's still up there. It should be in your radar.
Yeah, if anything, I feel like it's more balanced right now than it has been in the past. The big issue for Regidrago last format is there were just very few answers for the deck. It kind of just covered too many bases. It was kind of just too consistent, and no matter what you play, Drago's going to probably at least have a 50-50 into you. And, you know, that's really hard. And when you look at all the top-tier decks, like the tier SS decks that exist in the format, Lugia being one of those in the deregulation, it's really hard to, you know, find a reason to play a different deck when everything just feels like it's on easy mode playing a deck like Regidrago.
No, yeah, I mean, as I played some Regidrago, it's like, if you don't get to use your V-Star power, but then still able to attack, yeah, I feel like you're just winning the game no matter what. Just getting access to any 2 cards from your discard pile mid to late game is absolutely powerful. And I felt like not much has changed besides like a Badoo that does item lock you. So it does make your early game hurt a little bit. I've seen people try and, well, I've tested it because I really didn't believe it was a bad deck. And you know, I tried out the Crispin, the Latias definitely helps out. And yeah, there are things you can do to make it a little bit better. And I'm definitely gonna copy Christian's list. Just try it out a little bit.
Yeah, I think he has that Latias for sure. Was walking around, saw that Latias in the discard pile. Professor Turo's Scenario, another card the deck is running. It was never a bad inclusion in the deck. I mean, you look back to Worlds 2024, you know, a decent chunk of Regidrago lists were playing that card for the event, and that's prior to, you know, 3 formats now at this point with card inclusions and non-card inclusions. So, you know, a lot has changed, but some things are still very similar. I think the deck's definitely still in a very solid spot, and, you know, what a testament that would be to end off Sword and Shield as a format. You know, a deck that was one of the most dominant decks, people writing it off, and then it coming back and, you know, winning a regional championship. That would be an excellent plot line for Christian. Still a lot of work for him to do, though.
Ooh, are we writing the script now, Ethan?
Look, I don't know who the script writers are. I'm probably under contract to not say who the script writers are anyways, even if I did know. But they're cooking up something good for this event. Trust me, chat. Trust me. We got some good stuff planned here.
It's going to be a fun storyline.
Absolutely, Wancho. Absolutely.
Something I'm a little bit disappointed about, though, is I'm not seeing too many Lugias right now in the top tables. Not too many one last runs here. I was hoping to cast one, but we did start with one throughout the day. Unfortunately, that wasn't us up there.
You gotta will it into existence this time.
Top 8, come on.
As Wancho chants through this, I know you guys are ready to get into our last match of the day, round number 8, as both of our competitors look to get themselves one step closer to a regional top 8 and potentially more. As we said again, Lee Bowie playing a deck he's been playing a lot in this format at the local level. It is Roaring Moon EX, a deck that's been in and out of the metagame, but Lee, thinking it's at a prime position, deciding to pilot it for this event.
Yeah, again, that was the deck I didn't want to spoil because it was nowhere in my radar. Roaring Moon EX. Again, yeah, you mentioned earlier he plays it a lot in the locals, and I've been able to see him. But he's going to be up against Nico Gis, and he's playing Dragapult EX. And this is the deck that is, what, majority share for day one. It is what people are expecting to be able to potentially win this tournament, second at EUIC. And this matchup, it's going to be interesting. Honestly, this is something I've not tested at all, so I'm very interested to see what it's going to turn out to be. Is the capability to one-shot with Roaring Moon EX going to be great, or is it the fact that it hits itself for 200 going to be its downfall?
Yeah, a lot of really interesting kind of clashing dynamics, since, you know, Dragapult takes a lot to power up, Roaring Moon doesn't. Roaring Moon takes a one-hit knockout on the Dragapult that seems good for it, but then it puts itself in range of being KO'd, and it's weak to Badoo, and there's a lot of just like really weird dynamics and factors. So this is going to be a treat for us, and I'm sure everybody at home viewing this as well. Big thing as well will be to see who goes first or second. You know, Roaring Moon is one of these aggro-aggressive decks if it wants to be, having the opportunity to go second to not only attack on the first turn, but also start to just put on pressure before your opponent has many options to set up. We'll see what that looks like. We see the 2B motion there for Nico, so Nico looks like we'll be going second, and we'll have a little bit more comfort against the aggression that, you know, Lee can put on really fast if he'd like to.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm more terrified for. What, a big knockout anything for 3 energy Roaring Moon EX, or a turn 1 attack with the Badoo? I don't know. I feel like I'd rather get hit by 200 damage than get item blocked early on. But right now we're looking at prizing. Nothing too important. The Rotom you mentioned earlier for the Dragapult EX decks are pretty important but I don't think we want to use Instant Charge. We really do want to attack with Badoo into this matchup.
Yeah, you know, shutting off things like Dark Patch, those could always be really solid options to not give your opponent in positions like this. Rotom being gone, you know, can be a little bit annoying, but especially since Nico is going second, I don't think it's going to be something he minds too much. Looks like there's too powerful of an aura, you know, it's a little bit of some darkness shrouding around the table.
Was that foreshadowing, Ethan? Just the darkness taking over the match?
Is this mean Roaring Moon? Place your bets on Roaring Moon, everybody. If you haven't locked in the match predictions yet, put your money on Roaring Moon. It's guaranteed. It's guaranteed.
No, but yeah, Roaring Moon, definitely again, this is a match I'm very, very excited for because there's so many ways this can go. I've got 200 damage early on the Roaring Moon, definitely is going to matter, but with Lee starting out with that Luminion V, things may not be looking too good.
Not good at all. See the rest of the hand starting off. Pokestop getting played down. Oh, baby, a triple. There we go. 3 item cards getting put to the hand, including an Ultra Ball. Now a pair of trekking shoes to go along with that. You know, the fish start is not great, but you've got some item cards to work with. Lee's got lots of options on how he wants to play this turn out.
All right, he has to make sure, though, he has to use these items right now because he's staring down the Badoo, and I don't think he's going to be able to use the Dark Patch early unless, of course, he dumps some Dark Energy with those trekking shoes. Again, he does have the Ultra Ball, so that means he will get a second Pokemon into play. It's not going to be just a lone Luminion. Maybe dump a couple of Dark Energies to be able to use that Dark Patch. Is that... I think I did see a second Pokemon, though, but he opted to start with the Luminion.
See what the rest of the hand looks like, of course. Oh, it was off the trekking shoes. Yep, did find the Petron off of that first... looks like trekking shoes, discarded that Sada, drew into the Pecharunt. So a little bit of awkward discards here so far for Lee. He's got to use the 2 trekking shoes, got rid of 2 supporter cards he'd like to have later on, and now playing this Ultra Ball. So with those Dark Patch in hand, we do see it looks like the non-EX Roaring Moon, potentially the first card to be grabbed. And now the question is there something like Squawkabilly EX to follow this up to allow Lee to dig through the deck a little bit further, or does he really want to avoid putting these easy, liable 2-prize Pokemon in play that, you know, a Cursed Blast ability plus Phantom Dive damage could set up for easy 4-prize turns?
Again, it's so tough, right? It's a double-edged sword. You really do have to play like these Luminions, these Pheasantipity, but then if you're using the Roaring Moon attack to damage yourself, that's a very, very easy 4-prize line. And right now, there is a very clear 4-prize line, but looks like Lee is going to opt to grab the Baby Roaring Moon with the Vengeance Fletchling attack. Not too many ancient cards yet in the discard pile. I believe it's just the Sada, but 80 damage is going to be enough to knock out a Badoo at the very least.
So there is the double Dark Patch. Looks like Nest Ball in the hand as well. Looks like this will probably just grab the Squawkabilly, Squawk and Seize, discard, draw 6. And I think the last question here for Lee is, you know, did draw into that Pecharunt EX. You know, it is able to kind of just make sure none of your Pokemon get trapped and put into play. However, you did start the Luminion, Squawkabilly's now in play. You know, slowly, if you start to limit your bench slots, it could come back to bite you later on in the game. These early game decisions can really pay dividends, whether or not you make the right choice here and then.
Yeah, Lee does play like 1 copy of Penny. Penny, a little bit more powerful than Professor Turo, especially if your deck is full of basics. So there are ways to scoop up these high liability Pokemon, but it looks like he did opt to discard the Pecharunt EX. It's not too hard to retreat a Luminion, so I don't blame him.
Earthen Vessel will get rid of that Koraidon. That new Koraidon, of course, allowing you to deal more damage if one of your Pokemon, ancient Pokemon rather, use an attack on the previous turn. However, it's really there because it's a solid fighting type Pokemon. Lots of Pokemon right now weak in the format. Lee understanding it's not going to have a lot of value in this matchup, discarding it and just looking to dig even further this turn. Looks like found a 3rd copy of Dark Patch as well as another Ultra Ball, but not sure there's a Professor Sada in that hand yet. And once you lose access to the item cards, it's going to become a lot harder to really dig through your deck and have consistent access to Professor Sada turn after turn.
Yes, he's done a great job this turn, really making use of his items, his opportunity to use these items. He's used Earthen Vessel, Trekking Shoes, Ball Searches, but right now, his hand not looking too great. Opted not to use the Ultra Ball, maybe really didn't want to discard too much. Needs to keep some energies in hand, that's for sure. But yeah, needs to draw into, again, like you said, a supporter at the very least.
And there's not a lot going on in this hand here for Nico. Just going to play the Nest Ball, look through the deck. There is a potential here if there's really not a lot to follow up this hand. We could even see potentially something like Luminion get benched off the Nest Ball and then 4 Seal Stone. The biggest issue is, you know, if you don't set up and if you just use Budu's Itchy Pollen, if your opponent just has more copies of those Boss's Orders and starts targeting it down, you know, Itchy Pollen's slowing your opponent down, but you're kind of slowing yourself down at the same time since you're not having access to something like Rotom's Instant Charge to fill the hand up.
Yeah, again, another downside of that Rotom being prize is, yeah, our only V Pokemon is that Luminion. If we use it with, if we do grab it with the Nest Ball, we won't have access to the Luminous Sign ability, unfortunately, but it might be worth it just to grab before a Seal Stone, that's for sure. Nest Ball might just grab here the Dreepy. He was eyeing up the Lance. Is there a way to find it?
Not sure there is in the hand. It looks like just a couple of evolution Pokemon. Does have Dracloak for the following turn, so, you know, if Lay doesn't really have anything on his side, just goes retreat, take the knockout with Vengeance Fletching, then, you know, the Dracloak comes into play, but then the question is, if you're Nico, are you just going to find a way to attack with Badu again? Are you going to, you know, try and stall out a turn with something else? It's kind of, you know, a temporary solution to what could be a permanent problem if you're really not fast enough. We're going to see the Pokestop get spun. Honestly, not the end of the world. Another Nest Ball is probably liked here. You can get down another Dreepy. That means, you know, even if your opponent has Boss's Orders here, you're at minimum still going to get 1 Dracloak set up.
Yeah, I'm very much tempted to grab that Luminion. The Snow Supporter was played this turn. It would be nice to actually do play something like that Lance potentially, or even an Arvin would be nice as well. Looking what else was in the hand. There was a stretcher, so there are lines of grabbing a second Dracloak, which is great, or even that the Duskull, but looks like it is just going to be the Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, Lee will go ahead and use this Pokestop. It's going to find 2 more item cards, but at the time being, going to be unable to play those. Decided to hold those Ultra Balls, so now in Lee's spot, you've got no other choice. Go into this Roaring Moon, knock out this Budu, and there's a pretty heavy reliance as things look for Lee to essentially have to be able to play items next turn. If Nico could, you know, reestablish the Budu and get an energy attachment down this turn, he's going to be threatening a lot on the following turn, especially if there's, you know, a Dusclops that additionally comes down. So, you know, Lee does strike first. Nico's setup is not great, but you can really see that if Budu is able to be used in consecutive turns, like this one potentially, it could be a lot of effort going on. And look at that top deck. Okay, I see you, Nico. Does have the Thornton in deck, and will also use this Recon Directive. And these are 2 really important cards. You've got the energy attachment you want to get down this turn, and Lance, which can get you another Dracloak, even the Dreepy and the Polt for next turn. This is a tough choice. Does decide to go for the Lance. Going to get at least another 2 cards peeked at from the top of the deck, and additionally have those pieces for following turns.
I respect that. Just definitely prioritizing, you know, set up over. I guess that was energy attachments. That's also pretty important. That's also set up. So, ooh, catch-22 there. Very tough choice. Also, that means we couldn't do the fancy Thornton play back into the Budu.
Yeah, it would have been weird since you technically also want to have the Duskull down. You could, if you wanted to, Night Stretcher for the Duskull, you put in the discard pile after. Are we Pokestopping again? No, it looks like we're going to be using the Recon Directive. Does now find Arvin. That's going to be, you know, Nico's ideal supporter card for the following turn. But the question now is, I don't really think there's anything else he can do. Didn't get the energy attachment down, didn't find a way to reattack with Budu, and now with Lee having tons of item cards in hand, the gates are wide open for him to take this turn to set up multiple Pokemon and hopefully run away with this prize lead.
Yes, as well as going back to even prizing, very, very important. Oh, wait, we're not done yet. We're going to Pokestop.
This is why using Pokestop, if your deck isn't built to use it correctly, can be detrimental at times. You see that Luminion, a great card down the line, as well as that Psychic Energy, which, you know, if those top 3 cards aren't discarded, there's a pretty high chance Nico's going to use Recon Directive and find that card. So now there's just one less out that he's looking for, and it's just going to have to pass the turn back over. Lee kind of getting, you know, a nice break here. Could have spelled disaster if Budu came down this turn, followed by Phantom Dive. Now he's definitely going to want to take advantage of this opportunity to play the various item cards in his hand.
Yes, he's going to take this opportunity, that's for sure. And again, I just have to make note, Nico now does not have any more Pokemon V in his deck. So unless he uses that, the stretcher, the Night Stretcher to pick up the Luminion, the Forest Seal Stone is not going to be working too well as, well, picking up Luminions. That's exactly what Lee decides to do here using that penny. Can try and re-establish, at least this guarantees there is going to be a supporter for the next turn. But I'd love to see a little bit more come from this turn. Does have a couple of dark patches to work with, and the Ultra Ball. Would love to see maybe. Again, do you set up your Roaring Moon EX only for it to get hit by Dragapult EX?
Debating attaching energy to Squawkabilly in this case. Are we really seeing a motivation angle? It looks like Lee is, kind of going out of his way to just avoid putting Pokemon in play. However, Lee doesn't know that Nico has a trick up his sleeve. With that Thornton, he may think that he's safe in this spot, knocking out the Duskull. This could potentially spell disaster. Now, Nico does need a lot of pieces here, but if he has Thornton and then maybe a combination of something like Counter Catcher or needs to find something like Rare Candy Dusknoir, it's a lot of pieces, but by only putting 2 Pokemon in play, if Nico can find, Rare Candy, Energy, and Dragapult plus the Thornton, he's going to have the pieces he needs to close things out. These are going to be a pretty big 2 directives, and let's not forget, there is a guaranteed any card search thanks to Stretcher plus the Forest Sealstone in hand.
Yeah, this could be done right here, right now. You have to keep an eye out. There's the Arven. That guarantees at least an item, but then we can't use the Thornton. Looks like the grab was the rescue board here. Does already have a Arven in hand.
So could use Arven to, get the energy card and the Sparkling Crystal. However, the biggest issue at this point is that by doing this, you kind of put yourself in a spot where you're investing all your resources onto this Dragapult to just take 1 prize, and then Lee's just going to bench a Roaring Moon EX and respond. So, I would maybe like to really see Nico just take this opportunity to, potentially go for finds the Rare Candy.
Finds the Rare Candy.
I think he's still just 1 piece short, and because of that, oh no, I think he actually has it here. Hold on. With the energy being in the discard pile, oh, but he can't use the Night Stretcher. He needs 2 Night Stretcher here because he has the Night Stretcher to get the energy back, and then he needs Night Stretcher to also get the Luminion back to Forest Sealstone, unless we're missing something here. Let's see.
I'm trying to piece it here. The Counter Catcher is in hand as well. Looks like it is going to be the Thornton. Oh, not yet. Got me excited there. It is going to be the Thornton.
Don't know if Nico realizes that he can't grab both the Sparkling Crystal and this Pokemon out of the deck. He can Rare Candy and, put the 130 on the Squawkabilly in the bench, but he's still missing that 1 piece.
Rare Candy into Dusknoir now into play. All that's missing is a way to attack with the Dragapult, ladies and gentlemen. 130 leaves 30 HP left on the Squawkabilly.
Yeah, so, Nico can, hit this Pokemon for 70 damage if he wants. It's really not accomplishing anything. This makes me wonder if you're in this spot, you kind of just committed a lot of resources to make this happen. You discarded one of your Dreepy. That's a powerful card down the line. A lot of players with Dragapult can be tempted to go aggressive in a spot where, they think, well, my opponent has little Pokemon in play. I should just kind of put on the gas. This could have honestly just been a fine spot to use Badoo with this Night Stretcher for 1 more turn. Then you pace your energy attachments, and I have to wonder, maybe Nico got a little bit ahead of himself, thought he, could use the Stretcher and the Forest Sealstone, unable to do that in this spot. And it looks like even is considering potentially playing Counter Catcher here. I'm not really sure what Nico's ideal plan is, but this has definitely been an interesting game, not how I thought this one would play out.
I was thinking very, very hard, but Jet Headbutt for 70 definitely was not what I was expecting this board to end in. I would have preferred then the Arven play just to be able to at least spread some damage board, take a knockout. Yes, we were able to establish a Dusknoir, but right now it isn't really doing much. And now it's time for Lee to try and respond here. The nice thing is, at least Nico didn't invest that much in this Dragapult. There's no A-spec on it just yet.
That's true. So, if Lee wants to kind of deal with this Dragapult this turn, he will essentially be facing what is pretty much a guaranteed. They're very, very likely at that Phantom Dive in response. And with the Dusknoir in play, that is a little bit risky, I'm not going to lie. Lee does have the privilege, however, of already having taken 2 prize cards. So this could be a spot where, because Lee is so ahead in the prize trade, yes, you're probably staring down a big 4 or 5 prize turn from your opponent. But if they pop a Dusknoir next turn, you kind of can just use Frenzied Gouging, and it doesn't really matter what's in the active spot. You're winning the game next turn.
That's for sure. Again, it's absolutely terrifying to use that Frenzied Gouging, putting your Pokemon down to 30 HP, and then if the Dusknoir pop does 130 to the Squawkabilly, that also puts it down to 30 HP. That's almost perfect math. You could get board wiped here, potentially.
could, I mean, if a Dusknoir and a Dusclops gets popped, then the math works out that you could take 5 prizes, but it's not quite 6. So I think a smart choice here for Lee doing exactly this, just putting another Roaring Moon into play. Understands, you know, this is sort of the natural byproduct of making sure you don't get board wiped. However, it's kind of weird to have Roaring Moon be the Pokemon you put into play since, you know, in response, it gets complicated since the one thing this Roaring Moon deck hates is when your opponent already puts 3 damage counters onto a fresh Roaring Moon. That way you'd force sudden death if you were to go ahead and use Frenzied Gouging.
Exactly. I mean, that's why he opted not to do that much his last turn. Yes, he had Knockout, he had his Ultra Balls, he had Nest Balls. He could have found these Roaring Moons a little bit earlier. But again, if they're not in play, they can get damaged.
And here we go, Pokegear 3.0. Nice find there. Finds one of the remaining Professor Sada's Vitality. That can accelerate some energy into play. And all of a sudden, after sort of a interesting approach from Lee in this matchup, wasn't lacking in terms of resources, could have gone even more aggressive in a potential spot, deciding to just put the Baby Roaring Moon into play, leave it as is, and has also now gained very important information that knowing Thornton is in play can definitely change how he approaches future turns, especially in this series if it continues to 2 or 3 games.
That's for sure. I mean, knowing your opponent's key tech cards that can swing potential matchups this early on helps you definitely prepare for it, as Sada is just played, and there's so much energy on board. And one on the Squawkabilly.
Yeah, a lot of energy in play as things stand for Lee. The big thing, though, is there is now no dark energy in the discard pile, so now that that's the case, Dark Patch is kind of unavailable at the time. We're going to see Pokestop be used. It will go ahead and discard the Pheasantipity and the Latias. Getting the Ultra Ball back means, if you do have a Dark Energy in hand, you could go ahead and discard that so that Dark Patch is available. However, I don't think there's anything. It looks like Baby Roaring Moon's trying to be the star of the show. Won't be able to target a bench Pokemon down, though, thanks to that Tails off Pokemon Catcher.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm sure maybe Baby Roaring Moon taking a knockout on something like that, Dusknoir, just to prevent some big plays would have been huge. Looking at the hand, don't think there's that much else Lee can do. There's a couple of dark patches, but unfortunately, again, you mentioned earlier, no energy in the discard pile, no energy in hand. Lee can retrieve the Baby Roaring Moon, but then whatever you put into active can't get powered up because dark patch only attaches to the bench. This is suddenly a tough spot here for Lee.
Yeah, this is a really interesting approach. We're going to see Vengeance Fletching get used, 110 damage to the active spot. It does put it in range from a Calamity Storm down the line, so you don't have to necessarily use Frenzied Gouging. But now if you're Nico, I mean, this is a more than happy spot to be in. You can, essentially almost just ignore the Baby Roaring Moon, and in 2 attacks you can win the game, and you even put yourself in a spot where you guaranteed are not losing on the following turn. As long as you just use Phantom Dive twice, it's going to be really hard for Nico to lose this game, I feel.
Wow. Again, this just goes to show the power of these Dragapult decks. He was so very far behind, but things definitely can still happen, especially with a Duskull and the Dusknoir in play.
Yeah, Nico played a Poffin to get a Dreepy out of play, and it can't even get one because the last one's in the prize cards, and Pokey stopped away, or rather used the used the Thornton to discard the other one. So you kind of see how this game is played out. I mean, the only real route for Nico, I think, to potentially fall behind is, lose valuable resources here. Does have the Counter Stadium and Sparkling Crystal, so it will be Sparkling Crystal as the choice. However, there's really not much else going on in this hand. Does have Arven, and I think there's one specific piece here that he wants, and it's definitely just going to be to get some more energy cards into play, save that Sparkling Crystal, and now that Counter Catcher is active as well, you could even set up a position where you guaranteed put damage on board, and this Roaring Moon deck is typically not playing Switch Cart. Without a way to heal, it's going to be pretty easy to route these 6 prize cards.
Yeah, it's unfortunate the Penny was used very early in the game, picking up the Luminion. It was very big, getting the liability out of play, but that means no capability to heal. This is going to be a very, very interesting turn, that's for sure. Very big turn here, potentially, for Nico Gist.
Yeah, I think he's just thinking, is there a potential world to take 6 this turn? If you use... No, it's not possible. You could use... Yeah, it's not. I'm not going to even try to think. So that's my big question here is, Earthen Vessel actually in the prize cards? Didn't even note that. So with Earthen Vessel being in the prizes, Nico, can go after this Roaring Moon, but if you're committing your Sparkling Crystal and a non-attachment, it just feels like you're, again, handing the tempo, handing the steering wheel back over to Lee, because if you're going to be able to not able to attack next turn, then you've got to assume your opponent's just going to go 2-2, and they're really going to struggle to, find ways to not be able to close this game out, especially since there's already damage on this. It doesn't even need to use Frenzied Gouging to take the KO.
Yeah, that's very, very tough. Again, I wasn't sure if two Night Stretchers potentially have already been used. Again,
there's one in the prize card, so there's no more Night Stretcher available.
So no way to really get energy. That is very, very tough.
There's no Night Stretcher available, and actually both Psychic Energy in the deck have been discarded, with the third being prized. It looks like just Pokestop in general for Nico, trying to get, a little bit lucky, spin the wheel a little bit, has costed him to get rid of some valuable resources. And with the way Lee's playing, I felt like if Nico just kind of had resources available, was able to find cards, he was in a fine spot. Now, all of a sudden, I think if Lee sees the way to play this game out, it's going to be really hard for him to find a way to lose.
That's for sure, as, Lee playing Pokemon Go perfectly there, drawing 3 items. I'm sure Nico's not going to be playing Pokemon Go anytime soon. Oh, he even has the Ace Spec in hand. But the prime target right now just has to be the active. It's too juicy. Ace Spec in play, only Energy in play, only Dragapult in play, too.
There's just so weird because there's just energy trapped on Pokemon that honestly don't need to have energy in this spot. The Squawk ability is protected from being trapped with the energy on it, but if there's another energy available, it becomes a lot more realistic for Roaring Moon to attack. There's only one energy card left in the deck at this point, so even if you, attach that energy card, there's really going to be a lot of difficulty getting this Roaring Moon to attack. You're going to have to, retreat. You get the Pecharunt back, then use the ability retreat. It just feels like we're jumping through hoops to do what should be a simple task with a deck like Roaring Moon.
How is it so tough to get energy and attach it for both these players at this point? But you're right. In my mind, I was thinking it should be fairly simple for this Roaring Moon deck to get energy into play with so many tools like Sada, Dark Patches, and all that. But yeah, with nothing in the discard pile, 1 energy in the deck, if we don't see a knockout here, that's going to be very, very bad news for Lee.
Thinking about putting back Boss along with Penny, it will be the Professor Sada and Penny. So with Radiant Greninja in play now, you can essentially put a Pokemon like the Baby Roaring Moon into your hand, and then additionally, discard the energy with concealed cards, play the Dark Patch. But I actually don't even know if Lee has a way to dig through the deck. It looks like it does have Pokegear in hand. I think we're going to be seeing another look at the top 7, see if the Penny is there. Does find the Sada that was put back, and the last card is that Penny. And now the big question here for Lee is, does he have a way to not only get this energy attached, which of course can be done through the hand, but can he maybe find a way to retreat back? What Pokemon does he want to pick up here? You've got to assume it's the one with 200 on it. It will be that right there.
Very, very clean. Feels great to just remove 200 damage from the board, have a fresh Roaring Moon in hand, as well as having an energy potentially for that Radiant Greninja. We're gonna need at least a Dark Patch and another Dark Energy drawn, I believe. I think there are a couple of Dark Patches in hand, so this Radiant Greninja has to find a Dark Energy.
See, but this is the issue right here is, you put an energy into your hand and you promote a Pokemon that, can retreat the energy off. We're going to see concealed cards draw too. What are you talking about here? There's no way this play makes... my head cannot wrap around what's happening here. Lee invested in that entire play, had to concealed cards into the Dark Energy, and found it, making this play pay off. But if he doesn't find that energy there, I think we may be using Vengeance Fletching again for 70.
1 energy left in deck, ladies and gentlemen, and Lee finds it thanks to that Greninja. And we're going to get a little bit more energy in the discard pile thanks to that retreat as well. And again, the very, very nice thing, we're not going to have to Frenzied Gouging and taking a knockout on the last Psychic Energy, more importantly. It's not important that the Dragapult goes down. It's important that that Psychic Energy goes down.
I cannot believe what is happening right now. This game feels like a fever dream to watch. I don't say that a lot about the Pokemon TCG, but every time I think a player is playing towards one condition, they all of a sudden play towards something else, and it's mixed up, and I just am totally lost. But what I can tell here, Wancho, is Lee's going to take this knockout. As it stands, Nico's going to have no way to use Phantom Dive this following turn. And, Nico could promote a 1-prizer, but with that damage being healed off the board from Penny, if Lee goes down to 1 prize card, Dusknoir can't be used. If Dusknoir is used this turn, Frenzied Gouging automatically wins the game. It seems like almost a pseudo checkmate here for Nico in this first game, which, believe it or not, we've been through 25 minutes almost here in this, what seems like a back and forth, but I wouldn't even call it back and forth. It's like walking, pacing back and forth. I don't even know.
Finding ways to attach energy, finding funny ways to attach energy, finding funny ways to evolve into a Dusknoir. Very unorthodox game, that's for sure. Looks like Ultra Ball is going to be finding the Pheasantipity. I'm trying to think if there's any card here Nico can draw that can help him. There's no energy acceleration. There's nothing like a Crispin, for example. And even if we could attack with a Dragapult EX, is there a way to take 6 prizes even?
No, not as things stand here. Not only with 30 damage on the bench. You know, you can use a Curse Blast that, you know, gets you the last 3 to put on Squawkabilly. You could take 4. You could take 5 if you use another Curse. Is actually considering using Cursed Blast in this spot. I mean, if it does work out the way, the math is perfect, Wancho. You know, you can use a Curse Blast on this active. You put it to 160, and then the Jet Headbutt from the Dragapult EX does do 70 to take the knockout. However, all your opponent needs is just Sada, Attachment, Dark Patch, and the game is over. I mean, Lee has played a decent amount of Dark Patch. I believe, you know, at least 3 have hit the discard pile. I think that big question, though, is there a last one remaining? Is there a last one available?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. That might have to be the play. Just leaving this Roaring Moon right now with 3 energies to wreak havoc on your board, especially when you essentially can't really do anything at the moment. Right now, though, to use... Do we even have the Fire energy at the very least? To do the Jet Headbutt?
I don't think we do. We're going to have to play the Iono, see 6 cards here, and hope that we can find what we need. It will put Lee down to a 2-card hand. Really only has that Radiant Grid and just concealed cards, but there's no energy left in the deck, so concealed cards isn't going to be doing much at this point. Actually did draw into 2 of those Dark Energy off the prizes, so they are in the deck. However, just at the bottom, does find the Fire energy. You know, but the biggest issue here is, as things stand, because of the cards Nico has in the prize cards, for the rest of the game, unless he takes the Psychic Energy here from the knockout, he cannot use Phantom Dive. He's going to have to hope that he finds one of his 2 cards that bail him out off the prize cards here, either the Psychic Energy or the Night Stretcher, or he's going to be in a, you know, spot where he just cannot Phantom Dive.
Yeah, I would have loved to just commit to this play. That was, I believe, the only out. Would have loved to pop the Dusknoir and then Iono to 1.
Yeah, exactly.
Right now, Lee now has 3 cards. I believe one of them was Earthen Vessel, so that's draw now. Potentially, there is a Super Rod in hand, just in case there is no energy in the deck. We could even put back something like the Pheasantipity. So, yeah, 3 cards is leagues different than N to 1, or Iono to 1. It is going to be Jet Headbutt.
All right, you know, don't count Nico out. Did draw into the Psychic Energy off the prize cards. What a 4 cards here for Lee. And, you know, it's just so many resources to work with. You get the 2 cards, you get the extra card from the Curse Blast ability. And, you know, as things stand right now, you know, Lee is just 1 piece away from being able to win this game.
Yeah, all it takes is a Dark Patch. Top deck was the Professor Sada, so that's one form of energy acceleration. We do have Earthen Vessel, that's another energy. We just need a Dark Patch here. There's a Pokestop. We're going to be potentially playing Pokemon Go?
Yeah, did not decide to shuffle the deck with Earthen Vessel. I could swear that the Dark Patch was at the bottom of the deck. I could totally be wrong. Drawing into just a pair of Sada, that's not going to do anything. We're going to get our answer right here through the deck search. It looks like Dark Patch was actually towards the top here, so we're not quite done just yet. There's it looks like 3 Ultra Ball on the deck. Just the Luminion is the only Pokemon. We've got the Pokestop, and we have ourselves concealed cards, so we can see 5 cards out of our deck. He just needs to go and find this Dark Patch. If he can find it, he'll be able to use Frenzied Gouging, knock out this Pokemon, and take the last prize.
There are more outs, too. If he draws into his ace-spec, the Prime Catcher, again, Nico Gist is down to, Lee actually is down to 1 prize. Yeah, looking at Dusknoir, that is weak to dark, and we still have that baby Roaring Moon. Oh, we also have the
Pokemon
Catcher.
heads here.
No, let's just play Pokemon Go instead. Oh,
it's off the table. Go again. Let's see it.
My heart can't take it. There it is.
Goodness. I don't even know what to say here, Wancho. That was a game of the Pokemon trading card game. That's all I can say. Lee, in some sort of fashion, I don't know if it was, I think it was dramatic fashion. I could say that. He wins game number 1. I don't even know if my heart can take game number 2. A lot to unpack there, Wancho, that's for sure.
Again, this is a matchup. 0 experience in, haven't tested this deck. Roaring Moon is in just nowhere near my radar. In my mind, if you have to hit yourself for 200 damage to take the knockout, your Dragapult bait, right? But we got to see it right here, Lee taking down a Dragapult DX. So maybe this matchup isn't as tough as I think, but again, to be fair, Nico did have a fairly slower start.
Yeah, it was definitely a start for sure. Badu went down turn 1. Lee refused to put Pokemon into play, and for clear reason. Wanted to play around Phantom Dive, but, you know, there was no Phantom Dive at any early point during the game. Lee was just able to, you know, turn into this Roaring Moon. Wasn't aware of the Thornton. Went for this play thinking I could keep my bench low. My opponent can't threaten game this turn. And you saw Nico kind of go all in on a play that, you know, he was one piece short of, and having to commit all those resources meant he really lacked the consistent energy attachments later down the line for the end of that game.
Yeah, again, it would have been a very, very cool play, just winning a game-winning play, winning the game on the spot, but maybe really just taking the time to make sure what resources we all have, what Nico has at that time before committing your supporter. Again, supporter is something you can only play once a turn, and the Thornton, I don't think it helped out too much, as we are going to start game number 2. Seeing the Rotom in the active is a little bit better.
It's just a draw pass. All right, we're off. You know, gave me no time to breathe, and we're already up to things that don't make any sense here. You know, this Roaring Moon deck, it loves to go second. It wants to, you know, play the supporter, the Sada, get attacks firing. With Roaring Moon in the active, right, you don't get to use the Dark Patch onto it. You're going to really have to rely off of Sada to get this powered up. Nico, however, going first, starting Rotom is all right. However, this would be a great opportunity to shut your opponent down of item cards and make it extremely hard for them to even fire off an attack next turn, albeit any sort of meaningful pressure, especially if you have a strong setup like this, the Poffin, the Arven for the Force Seal Stone, and another Poffin to put more Pokemon into play. Are we just not going to see the Badu come down? I feel like, Wancho, this is an excellent spot to put pressure on with Badu.
This is prime Badu moments right now. The active is even weak to grass. Your opponent showing signs of weakness, only a dark energy in the active.
Had the energy attachment in hand too, is just gonna decide to just use Instant Charge, and it's gonna leave the Rotom V in the active spot. That means Lee doesn't even need to use Frenzied Gouging to take these 2 prizes. As long as he has the Stadium card and a couple energies, he'll be able to just take the first 2 and kind of avoid all the extra work he went through early on in the game to try and make things more difficult to play around Dusknoir.
I'm questioning my life right now. That was prime Badu moments. It was not, but then again, this is more cards, more setup. Maybe Nico learning from his first game where he missed a couple energy attachments, only had 1 Dreepy, prioritizing having cards in hand. But with that Iono, again,
this is a terrible hand. We've got Trekking Shoes and nothing else. Dark Patch, Pokemon Catcher. There's nothing else. Discarding Pheasantipity does find a Nest Ball. Hey, look, that could be the saving grace. Radiant Greninja is in the deck. You feel like that's really the only option. You see Lee just immediately put it into play, and we'll now get to check the deck, see what pieces are available, see what pieces are in the prize card, and it looks like nothing too relevant. You know, Sada and Palpad, those are cards that you're going to want to have later on in the game, and a few of those attackers, mainly, he does have that Roaring Moon in the prizes. It was a big piece in game number 1. As it stands, we'll need to find something like the Hisuian Heavy Ball to get it out of the deck. Looking at Lee's list, I don't even think there is a Hisuian Heavy Ball. There's actually no way to access any of these prized Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't think there's even a way to just attack this turn. Yes, Radiant Greninja draws 2. I don't think there's any 2 cards that can help you at this moment. You're just going to be attaching and passing, I believe. Not very Turbo Roaring Moonish. This is not what I expect out of a big basic deck, but maybe not attacking with Badu was the correct play anyway.
All right, actions back on Nico here. So, you know, starting to get those energy attachments down. We see multiple energy in the hand, deciding to evolve the Dracloak that was not having an energy attached to it. Does find a nice card, however, though, is the Arven. So now, hey, look, if you're Nico here, you do have an opportunity, if you'd like, to use Arven, find Rare Candy and the Sparkling Crystal, and now that you're, you know, have an energy attachment down, if he so chooses to, could go ahead and use Phantom Dive this turn. But again, we're in the same spot we were in the first game where you invest all of your resources to attack. Frenzied Gouging does essentially what is a trade, and then you can't use Phantom Dive the following turn, and you're kind of just scratching your head to see what you can do.
Yeah, this is, again, big commitments. This is the downside of, again, with not having energy acceleration, not having something like the Crispin. But, I mean, that's what the Sparkling Crystal is for. It's going to be energy attachment on that Rotom. I'm sure you would have loved to attach the board onto it, but Forest Seal Stone is just that important. Could have lost Vacuum, maybe. Attach the board would have been cool, but no, just having to just, yeah, dedicate the energy attachment to retreat that Rotom. We're attacking with the Dragapult. That's what we want to do.
Well, Nico has his eye on the prize here. He sees that Roaring Moon. He says, look, if you're going to Frenzied Gouging, you're going to knock yourself out. But the big question is, I think Lee is honestly okay with this. He uses the Frenzied Gouging. Yes, he gives his opponent 2 prizes, but essentially he's negating all the damage done at the end of this turn. It will essentially be like Nico hit this Radiant Greninja for 60 damage essentially at the end, and this Roaring Moon for 30. That's pretty much all this accomplishes. It looks like just deciding, hey, look, I'm going to put pressure on this Roaring Moon, hope you maybe don't have a response, and then next turn, maybe transition into a card like Budu. Who knows here? Nico's got a plan in his mind, though. We'll start with this Phantom Dive, damage counters on the Radiant Greninja, and if you're Lee, you know, you're not loving your opponent getting to attack before you are, but if there's any circumstance, I think this is one that you're okay with.
Right now, no energy in hand just yet, no backup Pokemon either. Gonna have to depend on the Luminion to try and draw some cards. Maybe even just grab something like a Sada, maybe potentially an Iono. We'll have to see here. But again, maybe Nico planning. Oh, it's going to be the Research, so potentially losing the Dark Patch in hand. Could he maybe commit the Dark Patch to attach to the, I believe there's a Petulant in the hand. We'll have to see. But again, Nico here maybe playing a game of chicken, right? If I do 200 damage to your Roaring Moon, you're not going to knock yourself out, right? But
we'll see if that comes to fruition or not. Looks like Lee just wants to ignore this Pokemon, potentially plays the Pokemon catcher is going to actually bring up this Rotom. This is a really interesting choice here from Lee because now the entire threat of not facing down an attack next turn is no longer gone. And with your opponent having Dusclops in play, as things stand, if you put another V Pokemon into play or an EX into play, Alakazam, I think, can just kind of solidify a 6-prize turn if there's a Rare Candy in Dusknoir here. So we'll see what Lee has planned, but you know, if you're falling behind early on in the game, it seems like as a Roaring Moon player, the only way you can kind of claw back in is not to try and chase them in terms of prizes, but just to shut down their attacking options. I have to wonder if that was a risk that Lee had to take in this spot instead of going after a Pokemon that's easier to knock out. You don't knock yourself out. However, you do still leave lots of damage counters in play and give your opponent the opportunity to Phantom Dive this turn and the next turn as well.
Yeah, I'm reading a fun fact here about Lee is that he likes to play coin flip cards, evident from the Pokemon catcher. But again, I have to think there if maybe not playing that coin flip card might have been the more correct play. As again, there is another Pokemon V, Pokemon rule box Pokemon EX here, big HP. So Lee can't possibly lose this turn.
He can't, but you know, all Nico really needs here is an energy attachment and a counter catcher. If he can find both of those cards, then I mean, he's in an excellent spot in this position. He can take 4 prizes this turn, leave counters on the Latios, and then there's no way for Lee to win the game the following turn. He can only go down to 2 prizes, and then Dusknoir Pop pretty much guarantees the game on the following turn. Here's that piece number 1. Does find the Psychic Energy, but the question now is, where is the second piece? Nico, do you have a way to bring a different Pokemon to the active spot? If you do, you are in a commanding spot in this game.
I think I see a supporter, but not quite sure. Might just be.
It's just going to be a Phantom Dive. Is considering splitting damage counters up. We're going to put damage counters on the Radiant Greninja. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of this. You know, your opponent's going to essentially be trying to force you into the 7-prize game anyways. It feels like you're kind of just playing into extra damage. Really, what is a world here where Lee's going to want to put down another 1-prizer? I'm not sure I see it in this position.
At the same time, what is Lee's line at this point? We can't possibly Frenzied Gouging. That then opens up the Phantom Dive play to win the next turn very, very easily. Might have to, well, speaking of single prizes, look like is going to opt to bench the Koraidon, the Fighting Koraidon. Might be eyeing up, maybe knocking out something like the Pheasantipity as the easy 2 prizes.
Yeah, it is weak to fighting, so it would be knocked out in 1 hit. And yet again, Nico just put another Pokemon in play. You know, depending on the cards in the hand here, if Nico was going to miss the Gust, it would have just been better, right, to make this play happen. Don't put a 2-prize Pokemon in play, and then no matter what happens next turn, either your opponent's going to Frenzied Gouging and force themselves into a spot where they probably just lose the following turn, or they have to win in 2 more turns after that. It seems like a little bit of just overzealousness trying to go after this could have costed Nico. Prime Catcher Ace-Spec being used here for Lee. It will bring up this Pokemon, and the Koraidon's Unrelenting Onslaught will deal maximum damage, 180 damage plus the weakness, and now all of a sudden, Lee is just 2 prize cards away from winning this set. What is going on in this game, Wancho?
It's just a Roaring Moon, 3 energies, and you knock out absolutely anything, and we'd love to knock out that Dragapult EX. Looking at the hand, the name of the game now is Disruption. We want to see some Ionos. We just want to see some Ionos. Maybe even pop a Dusknoir Iono to 1 known. But yeah, we just have to limit the board here.
Does find Counter Catcher. I mean, that's a close piece. Look, if you put 7 damage counters on the Lumineon, I mean, the pieces are almost here at this spot, right? If you just ignore the Radiant Greninja, right, all you need in this spot is just Rare Candy Dusknoir, and you have this, or Dusclops if you just put all 7 counters on the Lumineon. Let's see here what he's got. He's got the Rare Candy in hand. Does he have Dusknoir? There's Ultra Ball. I think the Ultra Ball guarantees it here, Wancho. You can use the Cursed Blast ability onto the Lumineon, put Lee down to 1 prize card, and then Counter Catcher to bring up Latias EX. And I think if Nico plays everything in the correct order after what has been another crazy back and forth game of just feeling like everybody's out of control. Is the Dusknoir available? Does he have it in the deck? He's not going to grab it. Does he not see that it wins the game?
Is it in the discard pile? There are a couple of stretchers in the hand.
He has a Night Stretcher as well. It's not in the discard pile. Oh, Nico, you're putting me through heartbreak.
He's going to try it off the 2 from the Dracloak. Easy. Not punished here.
I mean, he's going to see some more cards here. What does he find? It looks like another Dracloak, so we'll continue the party going. Does have the Dusclops in hand. He's going to evolve into Dusclops. No, Nico, you just had to play the Counter Catcher, and can't you see? It's just 1 piece away. You just needed to use the Rare Candy and Dusknoir, and all the pieces would be there to take the knockout. 130 on the Lumineon, plus the Phantom Dive damage. And now what looked to be Nico's game, after Lee refused to target down Dragapults in this matchup, has just spiraled out of control. We'll see 3 prizes get taken, but as long as Lee can find a way to use Frenzied Gouging this turn, the game is going to be over, and Lee is going to advance to 7-1.
Ooh, yeah, your line was, you said it right. That had to be the line. Look at Lee's hand now.
He has everything, I think, here, Wancho. I think he's got all the pieces. He's got a massive hand. Surely he never misses.
Yeah, I'd have to guess so. There's the Roaring Moon. Do I see Dark Patch? There's 1 Dark Patch. There's the Sada. I believe you even have the attached return. That has to be everything here.
3 cards, can even use Pheasantipity if that's potential. There's the Darkness Energy, and the Dark Patch will bring the last Dark Energy. What a set. I'm at a loss for words, but one thing's for certain. Lee Bowie ends out day 1, 7-1, with Roaring Moon, ending it in style with the Frenzied Gouging.
Whew, what a match. Again, something I didn't expect. My mind was reeling. This should have been Unga Bunga. I'm going to do a lot of damage, do knock out everything. But no, this was a very, very intricate match. My hat's off to Lee Bowie for piloting this, his Roaring Moon deck absolutely masterfully. And again, I cannot wait to see more from him, potentially in day 2. Again, Nico Gist, so close. Again, he in game 1, he potentially had the game-winning play from the get-go, unfortunately missing just 1 key card. And then game 2, just not seeing the Dusknoir potential. Again, there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of damage counters to manage. I don't blame him at all, but whew.
That was that was a game 1 show. I don't really have anything to say behind that. You know, Lee took a really interesting route in this game. I do want to give him credit. You know, has probably played against his fair share of Dragapults, whether it's, you know, at his local game store or at, you know, online events. You know, he competes in both of those. This first game was a lot of good and a lot of bad. There was a lot of bad happening with Pokestop on Nico's side and a lot of good happening for Lee. And he limited this board. You know, there was a big opportunity there with the Thornton, but Nico was just a piece short. And then at the end of the game here, Lee found that important penny to pick up this Pokemon, removing all the damage counters off, and then that Calamity Storm put it so that no matter what Nico did on the following turn, Cursed Blast, Counter Catcher, whatever shenanigans, wouldn't allow 6 prizes, and it was, again, just the dominance of being able to just use the Pokestop, knock out this Pokemon, not put counters on yourself, but Nico was just the single piece away. All he needed here was to either put the damage counters on the Lumineon instead of the Greninja, that way Cursed Blast from the Dusclops would take the KO, or could just use the rare Candy Dusknoir, but I think he just tunneled a little bit too hard into not thinking he could win the game in just that one turn. Messed up a little bit, gave Lee an opportunity, and with plenty of cards in hand, he pounced on it. Didn't even need to dig at all. Just had the Sada, the basic energy, the Dark Patch, and Frenzy Gouging closed out the game.
Yeah, he's just that drop of blood in the water, and Lee Bui just pounces on it. Sign of weakness, seen the Pheasantipity, yeah, I'm going to drop my Koraidon. Yeah, not winning the game just yet. I'm going to knock out anything on the board, that's for sure. And again, absolutely amazing gameplay there. I have to say, maybe we have a fun fact here for Nico as well. Last year in Vancouver, he also lost his win in on stream. Luckily, he's still gonna make it to day 2. So that changed at the very
And he's
least.
still got it to contention at top cut. He's X and 2, right? So you win out all the rounds in day 2. There's gonna be 4 rounds of Swiss tomorrow. Hey, look, you're in a shot to make day 2, or rather to make top 8 cut. So listen, I'm sure Nico will maybe go back, look at the stream VOD a little bit, see what happened in that match. Going into day 2, you're going to be playing up against another caliber of players. Those first 3-4 rounds, you're playing against tough competition still, right? People have still practiced and built their decks for regionals, but it's really in day 2, especially once you continue at that X and 2 record, that you're going to play against really tough opponents. Nico's got to lock in if he wants a shot at top 8.
That's for sure, that's for sure. But for now, you know what? I want to hear from the Roaring Moon Master himself, Lee. I believe we have an interview ready in the lounge. Let's throw it over.
Thanks a bunch, gentlemen. I'm here with our winner from the last round, Lee Bui, moving to a record of 7-1 here in Vancouver. Lee, an excellent start to the tournament, an excellent day number 1. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not bad. Not a bad way to start the tournament. Yeah, so deck's been running pretty smooth so far, so just hoping to keep it going day 2 tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah, got to carry the momentum forward moving into day number 2. Now, you told us before your game that you like coin flip cards.
I do.
Tell me about that.
Well, I mean, people always are scared of coin flip cards because they're like, well, what if I flip tails? But I'm always like, what if you flip heads? Also, you saw in that game, some heads swung the momentum of the game, and yeah, I mean, it's a 50-50, but when the 50 works in your favor, it works out pretty well for you.
So you're a glass half full kind of guy.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Because, I don't know, people like to play to not lose the game, right? And I always try to play to win the game, so I feel like coin flip cards help me in that regard, right? Because, the bigger the reward, the bigger the risk.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple different of these turbo big basic decks that I think someone could choose to play for the tournament, and they're similar enough. You've got Miraidon, you've got Raging Bolt as an option. Why did you choose Roaring Moon specifically of all the big basic attackers out there?
So people who've been checking my Twitter have seen that I posted this exact same 60 Roaring Moon list for the past month pretty much. I won 3 straight League Cups with it, didn't drop a single game throughout the 20 Swiss rounds I played in League Cups. But I don't know, I just think of Turbo Moon as a better Miraidon beta pretty much. Because you pretty much do the same thing as Miraidon, except your energy acceleration is less risky because you don't have to rely on generators, right? Because you have Dark Patch and Sada. So it's not as if I don't hit this generator, I can't attack kind of thing. So I just think it's a faster Miraidon. Also, you have space to play catchers, which is something Miraidon doesn't really have anymore because they have to play so many ways to get their generators, right? Or they have to pop a Magneton. So they just don't have the deck space for catchers as opposed to Roaring Moon, which does.
Yeah, they don't draw as many cards as you do, with Professor Sada as your main.
Oh, yeah, and that's a big thing, too. Roaring Moon draws through a deck really, really fast. You can go through, half your deck in turn 1 if you choose to. So I just think that's a really, solid strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so you're 7-1. I have to imagine that when you've played against a lot of people, Roaring Moon's not a super popular deck in this format. So have you noticed that through any of your games so far today, that maybe you've caught someone off guard, or maybe they made a mistake because they are not as familiar with the matchup?
Not particularly. Most of my matchups have been basically we just keep trading prizes, and then eventually I just get them to a board state where I attack with a Baby Moon or a Koraidon, right? And that kind of swings the prize trade in my favor. Other than that, I don't think they're caught off by anything. At the end of the day, it's just Roaring Moon, right? It's nothing too fancy or anything like that. So yeah, so far my rounds have gone pretty good. A lot of nice opponents, and just hope to keep it going.
You do have that one blip on your record, the one loss of the day. Tell us about it. What happened? What did you play against?
Oh yeah, that's the kind of thing I was scared of heading to the tournament. Just Badoo. My one loss is to Polt with Klefki, double Badoo, like unfair stance, so that's just a lot to deal with. So I went to this tournament hoping to not hit Klefki or Badu, and I just happened to lose the deck that ran both of them. So, but other than that, yeah, the Pope matchups can be a little tricky sometimes, because you're kind of forced to play risky because you can't bench a Roaring Moon too early, right? But the problem is you don't bench a Roaring Moon too early, you can get Iono'd, and then you don't find a Roaring Moon to play Sada onto, right? So that's just kind of the way you have to play the matchup. But I mean, it worked out well in that game. Game 2, he whiffed the Iono late game, which helped me out a bunch. And then game 1, I drew pretty well off the Iono. So that's usually what it comes down to. But other than that, all of my other matches, it's just trading prizes pretty much.
Simple enough, just back and forth trading, and you're the one who's been coming out on top. Well, before we get you out of here, you know, we're wrapping up day number 1 here. Is there anyone you want to say thank you to? Any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, shout out to my friends and family in Washington, the boys, Rayanne, Annie, and just the Tabletop Village people, of course, for always supporting us and getting us out to these events. And yeah, just my testing partners, and that's pretty much it.
That's awesome. Yeah, great to have an excellent support system behind you, supporting you, and I'm sure they'll be rooting for you in day number 2 tomorrow.
I hope so.
With your excellent start. Well, good luck tomorrow, Lee. Let's get back to the casters until we get ready to wrap up the day.
All right, thank you, Chip.
Thank you, Chip. We got to hear from Lee Bowie, hear a little bit about, you know, the Roaring Moon deck, his thought process, you know, deciding to not play into Badu. It's definitely a strategy for sure. So far, it's worked out for him. So, you know, I can't say much. 7-1 going into the second day. You know, you're in a solid spot. 3 wins, 1 loss, and, you know, could be locked up for top cut. Roaring Moon, a deck, like Lee said, not a lot of people have on their radar, not a lot of experience, and, you know, lacking that experience can be really valuable, especially when you're at those tire tables where players are pretty comfortable against most of the other decks in the format.
Yeah, I gotta respect his mindset as well. You know, he is a glass half full kind of guy. His Pokemon catchers are always heads potentially, and I love and respect the fact that I'm gonna choose to play Roaring Moon over something like Miraidon, because Roaring Moon can play Pokemon catchers. And it absolutely worked out.
Space is everything in the Pokemon TCG. Now, of course, on Twitch, we have action excluding just the Pokemon TCG content happening over on the Twitch channel. So, of course, let's go ahead and take a look to see what the week looks like on twitch.tv/Pokemon. We've got X and Y, Pokemon the Series, Kalos Quest on Tuesday, followed up by the Indianapolis Regional Championships on Wednesday. And then some more X and Y on Thursday. If you enjoy the Pokemon anime, if you enjoy regional championships VODs, go ahead and check it out. We'll be on the Twitch channel live during these times.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into VG as well. So seeing like some of the history of it is always a good time. And not gonna lie, I'm a little nostalgic for the old Pokemon Championships regional logo there. So seeing that there puts a smile on my face. But of course, again, X and Y. You know, we're just prepping here for. Pokemon 8 Legends AZ here.
Prepping for Legends AZ, prepping for the upcoming tournaments and expansions. Of course, NAIC, the next big event, the biggest event of the year. This is where last players are going to be going for their invitations to the World Championships, where there will be tons of epic prizes, games, side events, and of course, action for TCG and other games. If you want to get some exclusive deals for hotels, make sure you scan the QR code to see more info on how you can beat the crowd and reserve your hotel for NAIC.
Ooh, let me grab my phone out real quick. I don't have a hotel yet for NAIC. You gotta get ready for that. But with that, hey, that was the last match for day 1 here at the Vancouver Regional Championship. Honestly, it's been an absolute blast. Ethan, you're absolutely amazing to cast with. A true pro, a true pro. But with that, we're actually gonna close out the show in a bit, so we're gonna throw it to the lounge with Chip.
Thanks, Wancho and Ethan. It's been a great day here at the Pokemon Regional Championships in Vancouver. Chip Ritchie here in the lounge with Kyle Sablehouse and Jeremy Jalen. Say ballin' in the house. I'll give you guys that one time. Gentlemen, do we have a favorite moment from the day?
I mean, there was so much that happened today. I was really intrigued with the cornerstone inclusion in the Lugia. I think Golden Go was not prepared for that, but just to watch Matthew Wood find a way out of that. With the inclusion of Dragapult of all Pokemon in his Golden Go, it was really exciting to watch.
For me, it was the main character energy of Azul, GG, just not even having to find the 5th card off Electric Generator, always having those 2 Lightning. It was pretty crazy to see.
He always plays with a ton of confidence. It's fun to watch, without a doubt. Well, let's take a look at some of the players that have made it into day 2 of the tournament, some of the players we will be looking out for tomorrow. Plenty of people who we have been talking about all throughout the event. And Ross Coffin up there leading the pack, trying to lock up his 21st invite to the World Championships. I mean, what a feat that would be.
Yep, that's the cheat code. If you just win the tournament, you don't have to worry about top 125, and he'd be lined up very well there. We see a lot of fantastic names. Piper Lapine taking a loss in the last round to Christian Labella, so we'll be looking out for Christian and his very exciting Reggie Drago deck that he's bringing back into the mix.
Yeah, Ross did tie in the last round, so he is going to be going into day 2, tied against Michael there. Those players will both be entering at 7:01. So Christian Labella stands ahead of the herd at an 8-0 record with Reggie Drago V-Star.
Yeah, it's not gone yet. There's a lack of Badoo, I think at least, that we've seen throughout the stream games. And of course, like, there's just so many great names on the list. Shout out to Henry Brand and Brent Tonneson for yet again making another day 2 all the way from Australia. That jet lag has to be crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to be looking forward to seeing so much action from so many great players tomorrow. Another one there I just want to mention really quick on the list because I don't think we've talked about him at all today. Andrew Hedrick, I think, moves into day 2 at 7-1 as well. He's someone who you don't want to give too many match points to in day number 1 because he'll make you pay in day 2 for sure.
Yeah, we always expect to see him doing well, and once more, it's just another opportunity. If he gets hot, you're in trouble.
Well, be sure to tune in tomorrow for Swiss day number 2. It is going to be starting at 10:45 local time, Pacific time. You're going to want to make sure to check where your local time zone is, and you're not going to want to miss it because I'm excited to see who is going to become our Vancouver regional champion. That's not all the Pokemon action as well. There is the Unite final stretch play-in happening as well. You're going to make sure you want to tune in to that. It's going to be tomorrow, 9 a.m. UTC, twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite. You going to make sure to tune in, Kyle?
You know, I'm setting my clock. We'll see.
Yeah, I'll be watching it on my phone in between rounds. It'll be great.
Yeah, I know usually whenever Unite stuff's happening, there's someone backstage that's got a screen up.
It's Ryan.
Yeah, it is usually Ryan, yeah. Got it set up so make sure we can all swoop in and see exactly what is happening. Well, we are here in Vancouver, but there's tons more tournaments still to come this season. We've had plenty of great regionals as well. Just a handful more until we get to NAIC. Of course, all leading up to the World Championships in Anaheim, California. Something I'm sure all of us are very excited for.
Yeah, we finally unlocked the magical Portland. Get to show that off for the people. So a lot of great regionals to look at, and yeah, it's going to be a great final stretch here. New Orleans into Anaheim. What a way to finish the year.
Ahead of all of these events, you got to make sure to check out Pokemon.com/broadcasts. That way you can get all the information about what time the streams are starting, what casting crew you're going to be seeing there at the event, so you can figure out where you need to be in order to watch each of these tournaments. And these final few events are going to be ever so important as we are inching forward to the end of the season. These players are trying to lock up a top 125 spot. Be sure to follow the channels as well. Twitch.tv/Pokemon, YouTube.com/Pokemon. And yeah, we're going to get out of here today. It's been an excellent day so far. We'll get some rest and be back tomorrow bright and early for Swiss Day 2. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you then.
But you see it right there, the boss onto the Mew EX, and
thinking just dealt with an Iron Hand, but here's another one, and thanks to that Magneton.
Oh, looky there, the double Adrenabrain lined up.
Love to
That's
see
huge.
Dude, every time, bro. That better be a, oh my